Fleeing Chaos. EMP Collapse Book 6. Written by Christine Kersey. Narration by 11 Labs. Produced by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2025 by Christine Kersey. Chapter 1. Alex. Alex stared out the bus window, the familiar neighborhood receding behind him as adrenaline coursed through his veins. His hands trembled slightly against his AR, the metal warm from recent fire. Each mile they traveled without being caught by Captain Harper and his soldiers felt like a minor victory. He'd barely made it onto the yellow school bus, which was now headed toward the interstate. Oliver maneuvered the bus at maximum speed, weaving around the numerous abandoned vehicles blocking their path. Stan drove in front of the bus, taking point in a truck they'd procured days earlier. They were headed to southern Utah, where Heather and Scott, Melissa's sister and her husband, had a 20-acre homestead. Scott and Heather were completely unaware they were coming. Despite that, Alex fervently hoped the couple would be happy to see them and would let them stay. Even more, he was concerned about the three families traveling with them. He feared it was too much to expect Scott and Heather to take them all in, but he cared deeply about these people and couldn't leave them behind. Not after they'd risked their lives for each other when their neighborhood had fallen apart. Shaking his head, Alex stood from the bench seat he shared with Melissa and made his way to the back, his legs still a little wobbly from the close call with Captain Harper's soldiers. The memory of diving into the bus as bullets pinged around him made his heart pound with remembered dread. But he'd made it. Now they just had to put sufficient distance between themselves and Harper. He surveyed the totes and boxes piled neatly against the walls leading to the emergency exit. The day before, he and Oliver had removed the last few rows of seats, giving them ample space for storage. All their worldly belongings were stacked before him. This truly was everything they possessed, because less than an hour earlier, Captain Harper's soldiers had torched Luke and Chloe's house, as well as Stan and Nancy's. Alex assumed those same men had burned down Oliver and Amanda's house. His own home had burned down days earlier by a neighboring group who had stolen his food, although he'd gotten the critical supplies back after a fierce confrontation. Good thing, since that food would keep his family and friends going until they reached Scott and Heather's place, if they made it that far. Settling into a seat in the last row, Alex stared through the glass of the emergency exit door, keeping watch for Harper or his men. His greatest fear was that they would appear behind the bus and force it off the road, killing all of them. Harper wouldn't hesitate to do it. Not after he'd executed Brian, the man who had been leading their community. Alex had witnessed Harper shooting Brian in the head at point-blank range. The man had actually seemed to enjoy it, his cold smile haunting Alex's thoughts even now. Harper was a sociopath. Had to be. He clearly had no conscience. And he was bent on controlling the community, starting by taking away the best means people had to protect themselves, their firearms. The question was, how widespread was this tyranny? Who was behind it? Was it localized, or was it throughout the entire state? Even worse, could it be nationwide? The thought of organized groups supposedly representing the government systematically disarming communities made Alex's stomach churn. People were just desperate enough to trade their weapons for food. Desperate enough not to consider the reality that the food these people gave them would quickly run out. And then where would they be? At the mercy of anyone stronger than them, vulnerable to becoming a slave to whoever had the weapons, to whoever exerted control. There were always people who would be content to have someone else take over, to follow a leader who would ostensibly take care of them. But he was not. He and his friends had defied Captain Harper and his soldiers and had fought back so they could flee to a place where they hoped things were better. The cost had been high, but the alternative was unthinkable. Heather and Scott were good people, lived among other good people, hard-working, self-sufficient people. Expecting that things were better on the homestead, Alex hoped his group of 19 wouldn't be too much. The thought of being turned away after such a dangerous journey made his chest tighten with unease. Not able to worry about that just then. After all, They still had to travel over 250 miles before they crossed that particular bridge. Alex instead concentrated on the road behind them, which thankfully remained empty except for the jumble of cars, trucks, and SUVs that were now large obstructions that wouldn't move unless someone gave them a push. To help throw Harper off their trail, they zigged and zagged down several streets, heading south and west, eventually ending up on Draper Parkway.
"I'm going to scout ahead,"
Stan said, over the handheld radio Alex wore on his hip, the earpiece stuffed in his left ear.
"Copy,"
Oliver replied from behind the wheel of the bus using his own radio.
"We'll hang back."
Turning to face forward, Alex felt the bus slowing. He moved to the front, passing Oliver's family, Stan's wife, Nancy, and their 2 boys, his wife, Melissa, and their 3 children, as well as Luke and Chloe and their 2 little girls. He passed Oliver before stepping down into the exit well. Studying the road ahead, he watched as the truck Stan was driving pulled ahead, its olive green paint glinting in the evening sun. They had another mile before they would reach the on-ramp to Interstate 15, which would then take them all the way down to southern Utah. Typically, it was a 3.5-hour drive, in normal times. These were anything but normal times. Alex expected to run into more than one obstacle, and not just the kind that blocked the road like all the vehicles that had crapped out from the EMP. No, he expected to run into obstacles made by people who were in dire straits, people who would kill for the food he and his friends carried with them, people driven desperate by hunger and fear, willing to do anything to survive. Without even thinking about it, his hand went to the gun holstered at his hip, the feel of the cold steel bringing him comfort. He thought about all the men he'd killed in the 3 weeks since the world had come crashing down. It took his breath away. The faces of the dead sometimes haunted his dreams, but every death had been a matter of self-defense. He would do it all over again if faced with the same choices. The world had changed, and so had he. Chapter 2. Alex. Not wanting to dwell on the dark mood that was settling over him like a heavy shroud, Alex turned to Oliver. "How much fuel do we have?"
"Tank's nearly full,"
Oliver replied with a glance at Alex, his hand steady on the wheel.
"I topped it off with fuel I siphoned from the other buses in the yard."
A small smile lifted the corners of his mouth.
"And I filled a couple of gas cans with extra. Should give us decent range, assuming we don't hit too many detours."
Alex hadn't thought of bringing extra and was grateful he had Oliver and the others with him. They had become more than just neighbors who took care of each other. They were family now. He smiled and said, "Awesome." He turned his attention back to the road in front of them. Shopping centers half filled with non-running vehicles lined both sides of the road. Scattered here and there, random people came and went from the stores as if they were running their daily errands. Except instead of loading their cars with the goods they'd purchased, they only had what they could carry, and the pickings were slim. Most of the good stuff had already been looted, and there wasn't much left to take. Still, it looked as if people were finding treasures, or at least something worth taking.
"Clear to the on-ramp,"
Stan said over Alex's earpiece.
"Copy,"
Oliver replied, and the bus sped up, but only slightly. Before the EMP, this road typically carried a fair amount of traffic. The effects of that were being felt now as Oliver swerved around stalled vehicles, making their progress painfully slow. Each maneuver required careful consideration, the large bus needing more space than a regular vehicle to navigate the obstacle course of abandoned cars. Finally, they reached the on-ramp to southbound I-15, which was a 2-lane left turn. Oliver began winding through the cars cluttering the intersection. Alex turned and appraised the people sitting on the bus, people he'd grown to care about deeply over these past difficult days. 3-year-old Mia was asleep on Chloe's shoulder, her small face peaceful despite the chaos around her. Her 5-year-old sister, Charlotte, slumped against Luke's chest, her eyes closed, one hand clutching her father's shirt. Everyone looked exhausted, their faces drawn with worry and fatigue. Alex felt exhausted too, his muscles aching from tension. But he had to be on alert. It was up to him to keep everyone safe, and that responsibility weighed heavily on his shoulders. "It's not just up to you," he reminded himself. Oliver, Luke, and Stan were just as invested in the success of this trip as he was. Not to mention Melissa, Amanda, Chloe, and Nancy. Then he shifted his attention to his kids. 17-year-old Jason, 15-year-old Emily, and 13-year-old Stephen. They'd all been through a lot and had not only matured, but had proven they could handle difficult situations. Each of them had faced challenges that would have broken most adults, yet they'd emerged stronger. Baxter, the black lab that had become a member of their family, rested on the floor beside Stephen, his tail occasionally thumping against the floor in a comforting rhythm.
"This'll be fun,"
Oliver murmured beside Alex, his voice thick with sarcasm. Alex turned to see what had caused the comment. They were driving up the on-ramp, and stretched out in front of them was I-15. The 7 southbound lanes, which included the carpool lane and the long exit to Bangerter Highway, were filled with stationary vehicles. Some were stopped as if the drivers had simply put on their brakes, but many were jumbled against each other as if the drivers had lost control when their engines had abruptly shut off, causing them to run into neighboring vehicles. The wreckage told a story of panic and confusion in those first moments after the EMP. Fortunately, the electromagnetic pulse had hit before rush hour. If it had come 2 hours later, the interstate would have been much, much worse, likely an impassable maze of twisted metal. Stan was a short distance ahead of the bus, navigating around the dead vehicles, moving slowly to avoid hitting any of them. The speed limit in this section was 70 miles per hour, and once they got farther south, it went up to 80. That was how they had always reached Scott and Heather's place in 3.5 hours. At the pace they would be forced to set now, even if they drove all night, it was doubtful they would reach their destination before morning, and driving all night was not an option. The darkness held too many unknown dangers they couldn't afford to face. Alex looked to the west, where the sun was beginning to sink toward the horizon. He figured they had about an hour and a half until sunset, which was when things could become dangerous. Not only would they struggle to detect road hazards in the dark, but they wouldn't be able to see any human hazards until it was too late. The darkness would provide perfect cover for anyone looking to do them harm. Driving in the dark was a no-go. How far would they get before they needed to stop for the night? At this crawling pace, they might not even make it halfway to their destination. The thought of Harper and his men catching up to them sent a burst of alarm right through Alex's entire body. Panicked heartbeats slammed against his ribs as he imagined the sound of their Humvees approaching from behind. There was no doubt what Harper would do to Alex and the rest of his group. The man had made his intentions crystal clear. Exhaling through his mouth, he worked to expel the apprehension that threatened to engulf him. He couldn't let the what-ifs occupy his mind. Those thoughts would only distract him from what was happening right in front of him. He needed to keep his focus on their surroundings, on the immediate threats that could emerge at any moment. The sharp crack of a rifle echoed across the interstate, the sound bouncing off the sea of abandoned vehicles. Chapter 3. Alex. Alex instinctively dropped into a crouch, his muscles tensing. "Everyone down!" The bus immediately began slowing even more, the engine's deep rumble growing quieter. Alex turned to Oliver, who was staring out the front windshield in clear concentration, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. The moment the bus came to a halt, Oliver slid out of the driver's seat and crouched beside Alex, his breathing controlled but rapid. Alex looked at the precious cargo behind him, his family and friends. Only their backs were visible as they hunched over in their seats, pressing themselves as low as possible against the worn upholstery. Stan's voice came over Alex's earpiece, bristling with tension.
That shot came from the overpass ahead. I can see 2 people up there, with rifles.
Alex rose just enough to peer through the windshield, his heart a jackhammer. About 300 yards ahead, the Bangerter Highway overpass spanned the interstate. The setting sun cast long, menacing shadows beneath it, making it difficult to spot potential threats down below. Stan's truck was stopped a short distance ahead of the bus, its engine still running. Mind frantically churning with the best way to protect everyone, Alex scanned their surroundings, taking in every detail. He saw a way to make them safe, but it would require Oliver to put his own safety at risk, something that made Alex's stomach twist with guilt. He turned to Oliver but hesitated, the weight of the request heavy on his conscience.
What do you need?
Oliver asked, his chin up and his gaze steady, showing the same unwavering determination he'd shown since the world fell apart. Knowing there was no other option, Alex said, "Can you back us up behind that semi?" He pointed to a jackknife truck several car lengths behind them, its trailer creating a diagonal barrier across the road. "It ought to give us some cover from the shooters on the overpass. Only thing is, you'll be exposed while you're driving."
Yep.
Oliver said with a brisk nod. Then he got behind the wheel. Moments later, the bus was slowly moving in reverse, each second feeling like an eternity. Terrified the shooters would take Oliver out right in front of him and everyone else, Alex keyed his radio, his thumb pressing hard against the button. "Stan, fall back to our position behind the semi."
Negative,
Stan replied, his voice terse but calm.
I've got a better angle from here. I saw 2 more people hiding behind some vehicles down here. I might be able to take them out, or at least provide cover so you can get by.
Alex's mind raced, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air. He was no military expert, but it was obvious these people had set up an ambush. They were using higher ground to subdue anyone who came by, a tactic as old as warfare itself. The question was, what did they want? Supplies? The vehicles? The people inside them? With any luck, Alex and his group wouldn't have to find out. But luck seemed in short supply lately, as scarce as food and fuel in this new broken world. Not liking the idea of leaving Stan behind so he could provide cover, but also feeling the weight of keeping his people safe, Alex considered the best way to proceed. The lives of 18 people, including his children, rested on his next decision. He keyed the radio to call Stan. Any idea how many total?
Between the overpass and down here, I see 4. But there could be.
Stan's transmission cut off as several more shots rang out, their sharp cracks echoing off the concrete structures around them. No bullets had hit the bus, so Alex had to assume they were shooting at Stan. Deeply concerned for his friend but not able to see Stan or the truck now that the bus was behind the overturned semi, Alex keyed the radio, his fingers tightening around the device. "Stan?" No reply. "Stan, come in." His voice grew more urgent. Silence filled the bus. Nancy appeared at his side, her face drained of color, her eyes wide with fear for her husband.
Is Stan okay?
Alex didn't want to give her false reassurances, but also didn't want her to panic. "I think so." He hoped so, remembering all the times Stan had helped them survive since the collapse. Melissa joined them, her face tight with worry, although she remained calm as she squatted beside Nancy, placing a steadying hand on her friend's shoulder. She met Alex's eyes.
What should we do?
Glad for something concrete to think about, something he could control, Alex shoved his emotions down and focused on working the problem, just as he would have done in his engineering days when faced with a critical design flaw. Oliver still sat in the driver's seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel, clearly waiting for instructions. Alex stood up in the exit well and surveyed their surroundings, his heart knocking against his ribs. Cars were scattered everywhere, abandoned remnants of the initial chaos after the EMP, which meant the enemy could hide anywhere. Although the semi they were behind offered some protection from the shooters on the overpass, the bus was still a bright yellow target that was large and difficult to hide. To complicate matters, Alex had no idea if there were more than 4 ambushers, people who were hiding, waiting for the opportunity to take a shot. How could he protect everyone? They had to get out of there, get past these hostiles who seemed intent on taking them out for reasons he could only guess. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him like a physical force. More gunshots rang out, the sharp cracks seeming to echo in Alex's brain. His chest compressed with anxiety and fear, his heartbeat erratic as adrenaline coursed through his system. Hold on, he thought. Even if the ambushers have over 4 people, we have 8 adults and 5 teenagers. It's unlikely the enemy outnumbers us. If we can get behind them somehow, sneak up on them, we can get the upper hand. The element of surprise could be our salvation. Alex turned and studied the people with him, his eyes settling on his next-door neighbor, who had been a police officer before the EMP had brought civilization to its knees. Luke. His voice was barely above a whisper. 5-year-old Charlotte had woken on Luke's lap, her small face creased with worry. Luke stood and set her on the seat beside Chloe, who immediately wrapped a protective arm around her daughter.
"What are you thinking?"
Luke asked. Not sure why his friends looked to him to lead, but feeling the weight of their trust, he accepted the mantle willingly. He told them what he had in mind, explaining how they might flank their attackers, and they quickly agreed that it was a good plan. Not willing to ask anyone to take risks he wouldn't take himself, he stated that he would lead this operation. The responsibility sat heavy on his shoulders, but there was no time for doubt. "Let's do this," he said with quiet determination. Then he led the way to the rear of the bus and opened the emergency door before hopping to the asphalt. Luke, Melissa, and Jason followed with practiced stealth. Alex quietly closed the door, careful not to let it slam, then turned to the small group. "Stay close." They nodded their understanding, weapons ready. Then Alex turned and moved to the nearest cluster of stalled vehicles, his head on a swivel, his ears attuned to any sound that would show an ambusher was nearby.
Chapter 4. Melissa. Melissa's heart felt like it was going to explode in her chest. A combination of not knowing what they were up against, fear for her family's safety, and worry over whether Captain Harper and his soldiers would find them was almost too much. Already that day, she'd seen Captain Harper shoot Brian in the back of the head in front of their entire community. Then she and her group had escaped Harper and his soldiers less than an hour before. Were Harper and his men hunting for them? Did they know which way she and her group had gone? Would they track them down? What would happen if they did? The questions swirled in her mind like a tornado, each one bringing fresh waves of anxiety. She wished she didn't need to ask these questions, but she'd witnessed Harper's complete disregard for life, the way he seemed to enjoy killing. If Harper caught up to them, they would be dead. Every single one of them. Even the little children. She had zero doubt. The memory of his cold eyes and twisted smile as he'd executed Brian made her stomach churn. They couldn't let Harper find them. The thought repeated itself like a desperate mantra. Panic swept over her, making her heart pound erratically in her chest. Her hands trembled slightly, and she could feel the blood draining from her face. "Calm down. Calm down. Calm down." Silently repeating those words wasn't helping. Instead, her fears were overwhelming her. She had to get them managed, or she would put them all in danger. The last thing they needed was for her to lose control. Stay focused on the plan, she thought. Squeezing her eyes closed, she drew in a deep breath through her nose, softly exhaled through her mouth, then opened her eyes and focused on Alex. His back was to her as he paused beside an SUV, his shoulders stiff with alertness. The four of them were hunting for the shooters on the interstate while staying out of sight of the shooters on the overpass. Trouble was, they only knew about 4 total enemies. Was that all there were? Or were more hiding amongst the broken-down cars? The sea of abandoned vehicles could hide dozens of hostiles. With no idea, all they could do was stay on super high alert. Melissa's pistol was in her hands, safety off, a bullet in the chamber. Her index finger rested alongside the trigger guard, ready to move at a moment's notice. If faced with an enemy, she couldn't hesitate, wouldn't hesitate. She would shoot them before they had the chance to shoot her or her loved ones. Alex gestured for Luke and Jason to go one way, and for her to stay with him. She watched her 17-year-old son follow Luke out of sight, her heart hitching with worry. In the 3 weeks since the EMP, she'd seen too many people die at the hands of evildoers. On the second day, Jason had been shot in the leg. His wound was still healing, but he was doing well, though the slight limp in his gait was a constant reminder of how close they'd come to losing him. She had learned a hard truth. Safety wasn't guaranteed for anyone. Not anymore. Not in this new world where civilization had crumbled around them. Alex motioned for her to join him at the front of a silver SUV. She crept to his side, staying low to avoid being seen through the car's windows. The hair on the back of her neck bristled. It wasn't that she felt someone watching her exactly, but she couldn't be sure. And that kind of freaked her out. What if someone had her in their sights right that minute? their finger moving toward the trigger. The thought made her palms sweat against the grip of her pistol. Working to shake off the feeling, she moved forward until she was between two vehicles, supposedly out of range.
We'll circle that way,
Alex whispered, pointing in the general direction the gunshots had come from earlier. Melissa nodded, then squared her shoulders before following Alex as he carefully wound his way through the unmoving vehicles on I-15. As they advanced, staying low and watching for movement, Melissa heard several more gunshots. These sounded different than before, coming from a different direction. Her heart jumped into her throat as she realized that Luke and Jason might be engaged with the enemy. Alex froze, his head whipping toward the sound. For a moment, Melissa thought he would abandon their plan and race to help their son. She wanted to run to Jason as well, every maternal instinct screaming at her to protect her child. Then Alex's jaw set, and he continued forward. Tension radiated in every line of his body, and she could see his knuckles whitening as he gripped his pistol. Desperately torn between going to Jason to make sure he was safe and continuing on their part of the mission, she told herself that rushing in without thinking could get them all killed. She had to trust Luke to keep Jason safe, just as Luke trusted them to complete their part of the plan. 3 more shots rang out in quick succession, followed by return fire. The sounds echoed off the concrete barriers and overpass, making it impossible to tell exactly where they were coming from. The cacophony of gunfire seemed to come from everywhere at once. Alex signaled for her to stop, then pointed to a blue delivery van a short distance ahead of them. She saw motion near the front of it, a human-shaped shadow cast by the setting sun. Someone was there, probably one ambusher using the van as cover while they focused on Luke and Jason's position. The fading daylight made the shadow stretch long and distorted across the pavement. Melissa's hands tightened on her pistol. Alex gestured for them to go around the back of the van toward the driver's side, but that she was to watch his 6. She nodded her understanding, fighting to keep her breathing steady. As he crept forward, his focus on the van, she watched the surrounding area, scanning methodically from side to side. No one was in sight. They reached the rear of the van, then pressed their backs against the tall rear doors. The metal felt cool against her spine through her shirt. Alex quickly poked his head around the side, then he looked at Melissa and nodded once, his eyes intense. With her heart hammering so hard she thought it might burst, she nodded in reply. Alex set his jaw, then stepped out from behind the van, his gun up and ready, moving with deadly purpose. Melissa immediately followed. A man wearing camouflage pants and a black hoodie was crouched beside the van near the front, his rifle pointed away from Alex and Melissa's position. His finger was inside the trigger guard.
Drop it.
Alex commanded, his voice low but hard as steel.
Now.
The man startled, then swung his rifle toward Alex, his movements quick but clumsy with surprise. Boom! The man crumpled to the ground, a dark stain spreading across his chest. Melissa jerked her head toward Alex, whose expression was grim. She knew he didn't relish killing, but he wouldn't hesitate to protect himself and those he loved. She was grateful for that. It had saved them more than once, though she knew each death weighed heavily on him. Several new gunshots rang out. Bullets pinged off the car behind them, sending tiny fragments of metal and paint flying. Melissa dove to the pavement, scraping her palms on the rough surface. Alex did as well, rolling to minimize his exposure.
We need to move,
Alex said, his tone urgent, already scanning for their next position. This time, Melissa led the way, scrambling behind first one car, then another, staying low and moving fast until they were several vehicles away from the van. Shooting that man had given away their position, but it was the price they'd had to pay to take out at least one ambusher. She could only hope it would help even the odds. Trouble was, they had no idea how many remained. Every shadow could hide another enemy. Every vehicle could conceal another threat.
Chapter 5. Alex.
Team 1, check in.
Alex heard Luke say in his earpiece, the static crackling slightly. Relieved to hear his friend's voice, Alex replied, "All good. 1 target down. Team 2, what is your status? Over."
All good, over.
I'm hunkered down.
Another voice said, strained but steady.
Could use help. Over.
It was Stan. He was alive. Alex's heart soared with joy. Understood. Alex's tone was calm and measured. Team 2, cover us. Over. With no idea if the enemy had radios and if they were listening to their conversation, Alex had to keep his messages cryptic. The last thing they needed was to give away their positions or intentions.
Will do.
Luke said, his voice firm.
Out.
Not sure if Luke even knew where he and Melissa were, Alex wasn't counting on Team 2 being able to cover them. Taking a moment to scan the area, his experienced eyes sweeping methodically across their surroundings, he tried to find where the enemy was posted, but he couldn't see anyone. He knew there were at least 2 shooters on the overpass, their positions maddeningly well concealed, but there wasn't anything he could do about them at the moment. Instead, he had to focus on the shooters on the interstate, wherever they were. He and Melissa would simply have to stay out of sight as they made their way to Stan, using the abandoned vehicles as cover. Once he got the lay of the land, he turned to Melissa and whispered, "Stay low." She nodded, her eyes reflecting both fear and determination. So he turned and crept forward in a crouch, darting from the cover of one vehicle to another until the truck was in sight. Melissa followed, her movements fluid and silent as she kept pace. When there were 3 vehicles between them and Stan's truck, Alex paused, his breath steady despite the stress he felt. He had to assume that the shooters on the overpass were keeping a close watch on Stan and the area near his truck, probably waiting for any movement. The shooter's vantage point made it difficult for Alex to get close to Stan unseen. He studied the truck, noting every detail. He couldn't see Stan through the rear window, but figured he was lying down in the cab to stay out of the ambusher's sight, possibly nursing wounds or trying to conserve ammunition. Taking out the men on the overpass would make a tremendous difference, but was there a way to flank them? Slowly spinning in a circle, he scanned the area, his tactical mind working overtime. Each direction of I-15 held 6 lanes of traffic with a 4-foot concrete barrier separating the north and southbound lanes. Low concrete walls sat on the outer side of both lanes of the interstate. These walls separated the lanes of traffic from grassy embankments that lay between the interstate and the southbound off-ramp on one side and the northbound on-ramp on the other. The terrain offered both challenges and opportunities if they could just figure out how to use them to their advantage. Ideas on how to flank the men on the overpass raced through Alex's mind. He came up with 2 options. The fastest path would be to climb the grassy embankment that sloped upward from the interstate to the overpass, but there was 0 cover that way. The shooters would have a clear shot at him, making him an easy target against the exposed slope. The only other option was to walk back along the interstate to the off-ramp, using the stalled cars as cover, and make his way up the long off-ramp to the overpass. It was possible, but it would also be risky. If the shooters spotted him, he would lose the element of surprise, and the shooters would still hold higher ground, giving them a deadly advantage in any firefight. If only it were dark, he thought. Then his gaze shifted west, toward the sun that was sinking toward the horizon. The sun would set in less than an hour. If they waited until full dark, they would be in a much better position, especially if they used Oliver's night vision goggles, assuming the shooters didn't also have NVGs. It seemed unlikely that they did, but it wasn't impossible. Feeling a plan coming together, Alex crouched beside a dark gray sedan, his muscles tense as he considered their options. Melissa got down as well, then looked at him with expectation, her eyes searching his face for reassurance. "We need to wait until dark," he whispered, his breath barely disturbing the air between them. Her forehead creased with worry lines. He wondered why she didn't seem more enthusiastic about his idea. "What is it?" he asked, studying her face.
I'm worried about Harper finding us.
Her voice was so soft he barely heard her. But he heard, and he understood her concern because it was a concern of his as well. There was nothing he could do about Harper. They were trapped on the interstate. The only way to move on was to take these guys out. Using the dark as camouflage seemed the smartest move. They had to work with the circumstances they'd been handed, no matter how dire they seemed. "Harper's probably busy collecting guns from our neighbors." Alex kept his voice as soft as he could, trying to inject confidence into his words. I don't think he has enough men to spare people chasing us down. He's got to figure we're not coming back. Why waste time on us when there are plenty of other people to subdue? He's got bigger problems than tracking down a few escapees. She nodded, then smiled tightly, her shoulders relaxing slightly.
Yeah, you're right.
We need to get back to the bus. Alex glanced around, scanning the shadows between the parked cars.
What about Jason and Luke?
Melissa's voice carried a hint of worry. Let's move farther away. I'll need to talk a little louder over the radio. Alex touched her elbow, guiding her forward. Together they slipped between vehicles, crouching low and moving as silently as possible until they were what felt like a safe distance from Stan and the eyes watching him. Then Alex pulled out the radio and spoke into it, keeping his voice as low as he could while still being heard. Team 1 heading back to the bus until dark. Over.
Team 2, copy.
Luke's clipped response crackled through his earpiece. That didn't tell Alex if Luke and Jason were also returning to the bus, but that meant if their conversation was being overheard, the enemy wouldn't know either. It was better to keep things vague when they couldn't be sure who might be listening. It didn't take long for Alex and Melissa to reach the bus, staying close to the shadows and moving with practiced caution. Alex first went to the front of the bus and made eye contact with Oliver, who sat alert in the driver's seat. Oliver nodded once, then Alex and Melissa moved to the rear of the bus, their footsteps nearly silent on the pavement. A moment later, the emergency door swung open with barely a whisper of sound, and Oliver helped them inside, before closing and locking the door with a soft click.
Do you have a plan?
Oliver asked, his face expectant. I do. A grin lit up Oliver's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Excellent.
Chapter 6. Alex. The sun had nearly set when a soft knock sounded on the bus's emergency door, and Alex heard a voice say,
It's Luke and Jason.
Alex peered out the glass to verify it was them, and when he saw his son, whole and healthy, relief descended over him. Moments later, Jason and Luke were inside the bus. Melissa hurried down the aisle to Jason, then pulled him into a tight embrace.
I'm fine, Mom,
Jason said in a tone that broadcast his embarrassment for such a show of affection in front of everyone. Melissa stepped back, her eyes glistening.
I'm just so glad you're okay.
Alex held back from yanking Jason into a hug, but he understood Melissa's emotion. With all the bullets flying, any of them could have easily been shot. He remembered when Jason had been wounded by gunfire the day following the EMP. Though the injury hadn't been as grave as it might have been, there was no reason to think the next time they would be as lucky. The memory of that day still haunted him.
I assume you have a plan,
Luke said to Alex, drawing the attention back to the matter at hand. Despite hurting his ankle 2 weeks earlier, he stood straight, ready for action.
Care to share?
He asked with a smile. Alex chuckled, grateful to have Luke on his side. Happy to, and hoping you can give some input on how to improve it.
I'll try.
What about Stan?
Nancy asked as she cupped her face with her hands.
Have you heard from him?
He's pinned down, Alex said, but I think he's all right. We're going to get him as soon as it's dark. Though the situation was far from certain, he tried to keep his voice confident and reassuring. That seemed to comfort her, although he could only imagine the anxiety she must be feeling.
Thank you.
She said with a hint of a smile.
Of course.
Luke said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder.
He's one of us. We take care of each other.
Here's what I'm thinking, Alex said, ready to get things moving. Then he told them what he had in mind. Oliver, you scout the interstate. Luke and I will head to the overpass.
What about me?
Jason asked, his brow furrowed. I need you to stay here and guard the bus. He turned to Melissa, then to the other adults and the teenagers. All of you need to guard the bus. I expect the ambushers to take advantage of the dark and to make their way here, but it's unlikely they have NVGs. At least, he hoped not. The thought of their attackers having night vision capabilities, moving with stealth toward the vulnerable members of their group, sent a chill down his spine. We'll leave 2 pairs for those of you guarding the bus. Oliver will take one, and Luke and I will have 1 pair between us.
No,
Melissa said.
you and Luke both need a pair. We may or may not need them, but you'll definitely need them. One pair will be enough for us.
I agree with Melissa.
Chloe said, looking between Luke and Alex as she pinched her chin.
You're going up against at least 2 shooters on the overpass. If you're keeping them busy and Oliver is scouting the shooter or shooters on the interstate, they won't have time to approach us. Besides, we'll have 1 pair. We'll make that work. We can rotate watches.
Knowing they were right, but still uncomfortable leaving them with limited night vision capability, Alex reluctantly agreed.
Can we check on Stan?
Nancy asked, wringing her hands.
I need to know he's okay.
Alex didn't object. He wanted to know as well. He nodded, then unplugged his earpiece so that everyone could hear the exchange. Truck, check in, over. In the moments of silence that followed, Alex's anxiety ratcheted up. What if Stan had been injured and hadn't told them? What if that injury was so bad that he'd died in the hour since they'd last checked in? It would be devastating. Nancy's face grew increasingly pale with each passing second.
Waiting on you.
Stan said, his voice steady and clear.
Over.
Slowly smiling, Alex briefly closed his eyes before audibly exhaling. Hang tight, truck. Over.
Will do. Out.
He turned to Nancy, whose smile matched his, tears of relief glistening in her eyes. Sounds like he's fine, Alex said. He turned and looked to the west. The sun had fully set, although some light still emanated from behind the mountains to the west. Oliver, it's dark enough for you to scout. If you can take anyone out silently, do so, but don't shoot unless you have no other choice. I don't want to alert the men on the overpass that something's happening.
Got it,
Oliver said, his expression grim but resolute. With a pair of NVGs perched on his head and wearing one of the 2 tactical vests Alex had found at the sporting goods store, Oliver slipped out the back door, moving with surprising stealth for his size. Alex watched him disappear around the side of the jackknifed semi, the darkness quickly swallowing him. Hoping he would find and take out any threat on the ground, Alex put on the other tactical vest and made sure he had everything he would need: extra magazines, his knife, and a small flashlight. Luke put on his ballistic vest, the one he'd used for years as a police officer. After making sure the remaining 3 pairs of NVGs were working, he handed one to Melissa. Then he and Luke each took a pair. Let's get rid of this threat, he said, his voice low, so we can be on our way. Luke nodded as he checked his weapon.
Sounds good to me.
They each said goodbye to their families, then opened the emergency door and hopped to the asphalt, their boots making soft thuds on impact. Shoot anyone who tries to get in, Alex said. Then he grinned, trying to lighten the mood. Unless it's us or Oliver. Melissa smirked, though her eyes remained serious.
Obviously.
We'll let you know it's us before we try to enter, he added. She nodded.
Got it.
Alex and Luke crept away from the bus, heading north in the direction of the off-ramp that led to the overpass. When they were a distance away from the bus, Alex stopped and looked toward it, studying it for several moments. Can't see much inside now that it's dark.
Good,
Luke said as he studied the bus. Very little light came from the west, which was just what Alex wanted. He slid the NVGs over his eyes, as did Luke, the familiar weight settling against his face. Alex scanned the overpass but didn't see anyone. Were the men still up there? There was only one way to know for sure, and the thought made his pulse quicken. Alex turned and carefully, cautiously, moved between vehicles, doing his best to stay out of view of anyone on the overpass. His boots made soft scraping sounds against the asphalt as he navigated the maze of abandoned cars. Luke kept pace, and before long they reached the off-ramp. Chapter 7. Alex. To ensure the ambushers didn't see them as they transitioned from the interstate to the off-ramp, Alex and Luke traveled farther north, dashing from one dead vehicle to another until they were far enough to cross onto the off-ramp like a car merging into the exit lane. Confident they'd remained undetected by the shooters on the overpass, not only because it was full dark, but because they were a suitable distance from the overpass, Alex scanned the interstate to their south, the way they had come, as well as the overpass. Nothing moved. No one was visible. The night air hung heavy with an eerie stillness that made every small sound seem amplified. The off-ramp was 2 lanes wide. There had been quite a few vehicles that had been climbing the off-ramp toward Bangerter Highway when the EMP had killed their engines. Now the colorful hunks of metal were only useful as cover for Alex and Luke, and anyone else who wanted to stay out of sight. Cautious about approaching an unknown number of men who hadn't hesitated to shoot at an approaching bus filled with children, Alex was thankful he wore a pair of night vision goggles. They were a game changer, giving him and Luke an advantage over everyone else in the darkness. Keeping one eye on the overpass and the other on the spaces between the vehicles on the off-ramp, Alex and Luke crept forward slowly, cautiously, making their way up the off-ramp. A low concrete barrier sat to their left, dividing the road from the hill that swept down to the interstate. As they inched forward, Alex occasionally peered over the concrete barrier, where he had a better view of the interstate below. He had yet to see Oliver or anyone else. Glad that Oliver was staying out of sight, he hoped his friend would track down the ambushers who were surely trying to sneak up on the bus. Thinking about his family and friends, he looked toward the bus but didn't see anyone near it. The massive vehicle sat like a dark sentinel in the night, holding precious cargo he would die to protect. He and Luke were nearly at the top of the off-ramp now. Checking for enemy contacts, Alex slowly scanned the overpass, his muscles tense with anticipation. There! One man was visible, a long gun in his hands pointed at the interstate below. Alex's heart sped up. Was Oliver in the shooter's sights? Quickly searching the road below, Alex didn't see Oliver, but that didn't mean the shooter didn't see him. Turning back to the shooter, Alex saw the man's weapon slowly sweeping the interstate, the barrel moving in methodical arcs across the darkened highway. Okay, he was just doing a scan. Not great, but at least he hadn't spotted Oliver. Yet. And the man didn't appear to have NVGs. Good. The enemy's lack of equipment would give him and Luke an advantage in the darkness. Alex considered taking a shot at the man, but he wasn't at all sure he could hit him, and he didn't want to give away his presence, especially if a second shooter was up there. Better to have the element of surprise. But if the man spotted Oliver, all bets would be off. Alex and Luke would have to engage him, no matter the consequences. Feeling a renewed urgency to reach the overpass and neutralize the threat, Alex turned to Luke and pointed to the man on the overpass, then gestured that they needed to flank him. Luke nodded, his jaw set. They hurried to a nearby sedan, using it as cover before dashing to the next vehicle up the off-ramp. When they reached the top of the off-ramp, they paused as if waiting for the light to turn green so they could turn left and enter the overpass. The intersection they had to cross held a jumble of vehicles, which would be helpful in keeping them concealed, but it also gave the ambushers a lot of places to hide. Alex and Luke weren't certain how many ambushers there were, which added an element of danger. When the altercation had first begun, Stan had reported at least 2 on the overpass and 2 on the interstate. Alex had removed one of those men from the equation, but the X factor was how many people were in the ambushers group. With no way to know, Alex and Luke traversed from one vehicle to another, all the while keeping an eye out for the enemy. Although the NVGs made a tremendous difference, making the surrounding space easily visible, the goggles couldn't see through the vehicles that were parked haphazardly along the road. Each car they passed could hide another shooter, ready to open fire. However, the overpass was less than 200 feet, so it wouldn't take long to do a thorough search, especially since the shooters didn't know they were under close observation. Their ignorance provided a critical advantage. Crouching beside a truck that looked like it belonged to a construction company, its faded orange paint peeling from years of exposure, Alex listened intently for the sound of someone nearby. At first, there was nothing but the whisper of a light breeze. Then, the soft but distinctive sound of a shoe scuffing on pavement, as if the person had adjusted their position, but hadn't lifted their foot very high when moving. Alex looked at Luke, who squatted beside him, and pointed in the direction the sound had come from. Luke nodded, then gestured for Alex to go one way while Luke would go the other. Nodding his understanding, Alex edged forward, his head on a swivel, his body bent over to stay behind cover, using the abandoned vehicles as concealment. Seconds later, the shooter came into view. He stood at the railing overlooking the interstate, his back to Alex, his rifle raised against his shoulder. Worried that he would spot Oliver, Alex moved in, his footsteps silent on the rough pavement. As he approached the man, Alex let his gaze slide to the interstate below, the green-tinted view through his NVGs revealing the scattered debris of abandoned vehicles. He was too far from the edge to see directly beneath the overpass, but when the man suddenly shifted his rifle, like he'd found a target, Alex had no choice. He aimed his pistol directly at the man, and with less than 10 feet separating them, he pulled the trigger. The man jerked violently, his rifle going off a split second later, the muzzle flash temporarily overwhelming Alex's night vision. Moving toward the man, who had fallen to the pavement with a heavy thud, Alex pulled the trigger 2 more times to guarantee he was no longer a threat, the shots echoing in the night. With his nerves on edge, he quickly scanned the area to make sure the second shooter wasn't sneaking up behind him.
I don't see the other shooter.
Luke said through Alex's earpiece, his voice tight with tension.
Approaching you now.
Copy, Alex replied. He strode to the man he'd shot, made sure he was dead. Then, with his heart in his throat, he peered over the side of the overpass, terrified he would see Oliver splayed out beneath him, a victim of the shooter's final round. There was no one there. Just empty pavement bathed in the green glow of his NVGs. He felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned, saw Luke, and acknowledged him with a quick nod. Luke indicated he would watch Alex's 6, positioning himself to cover their rear. Scout, Alex said into the radio as he turned back to overlook the interstate, his voice barely above a whisper. Check in. Over. 2 clicks sounded in Alex's earpiece. Had to be Oliver. Probably didn't want to speak. Alex had to assume the bad guys were near him and would overhear. Thoroughly scanning the interstate below, Alex saw a man with a pistol in the high ready position, moving with practiced efficiency between the abandoned vehicles. Oliver was larger than average, with a distinctive build. This man was not Oliver, his smaller frame and careful movements marking him as another potential threat. With no idea where Oliver was hiding, Alex didn't want to open fire and chance hitting him, but Oliver needed to know the man was there. Shooter in the inside lane, he said into the radio. 2nd lane in. Suddenly the man turned and lifted his eyes, and his gun, toward the overpass. Could he see Alex in the dark? The man didn't have NVGs, but surely he could see Alex's outline in the moonlight, and he must have heard the 3 gunshots. Did these guys have a working radio with which to communicate? The man didn't open fire, so it seemed the answer was no, that he was uncertain if Alex was the man from his group. The man shifted his attention back to the interstate, his movements precise and methodical as he scanned between vehicles, apparently looking for anyone from Alex's group. Taking advantage of the man's inability to talk to his people and knowing he was a danger to Oliver and the rest of their group, Alex wanted to take a shot at him, but he didn't know where Oliver was, and one wrong move could get his friend killed. Scout, he said into the radio, his voice soft. Stay back from the enemy. I'm going to neutralize him. 2 clicks in reply. Alex silently began counting to 10, praying that would be enough time for Oliver to get himself clear. While counting, he tucked his pistol into his holster and swung his AR from his back, the familiar weight offering some comfort. He lifted the NVGs from his eyes and took careful aim at the man hunting for Oliver. Once he'd settled into a stable shooting position, he finished his count, drew in a breath, slowly released it, moved his finger to the trigger, and pulled. Boom! The man jerked, his arms flying up, then fell to the pavement with a dull thud. Alex pulled the NVGs back over his eyes. Moments later, Oliver appeared from between a pair of cars like a ghost, knelt beside the man to check for signs of life, then stood, tilted his head toward Alex and gave a thumbs up. Still at least one shooter out there, Alex said into the radio, scanning the darkness intently. We don't see him up here. Over.
I'll keep looking,
Oliver said, his voice fraught with unease.
You provide overwatch. Over.
Will do. Alex looked toward the truck where Stan was hunkered down. He didn't have a clear view through the darkness and scattered debris, which was why the men on the overpass hadn't been able to shoot him. Truck. Check in. Over.
Still here,
Stan said, his voice barely above a whisper.
but sounds like it's relatively safe for me to head to the bus. Over.
Affirmative, Alex said, scanning the area one more time. There's at least one hostile still around, so be careful. Over.
Copy,
Stan replied.
Overwatch?
Melissa's voice crackled with urgency in Alex's earpiece. Go ahead, Bus, Alex replied, instantly alert at the agitation in his wife's voice.
Someone's out there, near us, moving between the abandoned cars.
Panic climbed Alex's throat. An unknown yet dangerous person was approaching the only thing that mattered to him. His family. Every protective instinct in his body screamed for action.
On my way,
Oliver said before Alex responded, his voice hard with determination.
Ditto,
Stan added. Relieved beyond measure at his friend's immediate response, Alex turned to Luke, who tilted his head as if to say, "What are we waiting for?" Alex agreed. It appeared that the shooters, not able to see in the dark, had left just one man on the overpass, while the second shooter had gone down to the interstate to hunt Alex and his group. "We're coming," Alex said into the radio as he and Luke bolted toward the off-ramp they'd just ascended. This time, though, as soon as they reached the spot where the hill started down to the interstate, they hopped the low concrete barrier and skidded down the embankment, loose gravel and dirt cascading around their feet as they reached the road below in record time.
Chapter 8. Melissa.
I just saw that guy.
Emily whispered as she peeked out one of the bus's windows. Then she let the shirt draped across the glass fall back into place and turned to Melissa, her forehead creased. After Alex and Luke had left, Melissa had instructed everyone to use what they could to cover the windows, deciding it would be better to keep anyone outside from seeing in. Using clothing and blankets, they'd tucked the objects into the tops of windows, cracking them open before closing them, which held the items in place. Most windows were covered, although there were still a few that were not. Melissa had been watching out a different window and hadn't seen the man, but with vehicles scattered everywhere, it would be easy for the man to stay concealed. "Let me look," Melissa said, as she adjusted the night vision goggles before trading places with Emily. Even though Alex and the others were on their way, they weren't there yet. Therefore, the responsibility of keeping everyone safe rested squarely on her shoulders. Yes, she would have help from Jason, Emily, and Oliver's boys, but only Jason had experience in battle, and even that had been closely overseen by Alex and others. Besides, she wasn't about to put her son in danger when she could stand in the breach. And yes, Nancy, Chloe, and Amanda could help as well, but they had zero experience in battle. It would be better if they kept the little one safe and out of harm's way. With her heart thundering, Melissa carefully lifted the corner of the t-shirt covering the window Emily had been using and peered out. What if someone was right there, ready to open fire? Terrible scenarios flashed through her mind, gunfire tearing through the bus's thin walls, children screaming, chaos erupting in the confined space. Her stomach roiled with ferocious anxiety at the imagery, but she forced the thoughts away. She had to stay focused. Movement caught her eye. She gasped, her breath catching in her throat. She froze, her attention riveted to the spot. About 20 yards away, behind a black SUV, she thought she'd seen someone. There! A man's head poked up for a split second before disappearing behind the vehicle. He was watching the bus, waiting to attack. She had no doubt. But was he alone? She reached for her pistol, her hands only trembling a little. The weapon felt familiar, but every other time she'd held it, Alex had been by her side, a kind of security blanket that always kept her calm. This time was different. Lives depended on her.
What do you see?
Jason's voice came from behind her. "There's someone out there, by that SUV." The words came out in a whisper. She kept the goggles trained on the spot where she'd seen movement. "Check the other side of the bus, Jason. See if anyone else is out there." The weight of responsibility pressed down on her shoulders. 14 people besides herself, 5 of them under the age of 8, all looking to her to keep them safe until Alex and the others returned. Her index finger rested alongside the trigger guard, just like Alex had taught her. The proper grip, stance, and breathing techniques he'd drilled into her seemed to float away under the crushing pressure of the moment.
I don't see anyone on this side, but it's really dark, so I can't be sure.
The man appeared again, moving to the rear of the SUV, dressed in dark clothing. Through the goggles, she could make out what looked like a rifle in his hands. Sweat gathered on her palms, making her grip on her gun less sure. "Everyone, keep away from the windows." Her voice cracked. She cleared her throat and tried again, stronger this time. "And make sure the little ones stay low." The sound of people quietly moving around behind her barely registered. Her world had narrowed to the figure by the SUV and the gun in her hands. If the man made a move toward the bus, what would she do? What could she do? They were like sardines in a can with barely any place to hide. Her stomach churned. Maybe they should get out, away from the bus. But that seemed even less safe. The man moved again, this time darting to another vehicle closer to the bus. 15 yards away now. Melissa's heart hammered so hard she feared she might pass out. "Alex," she said into the radio, forgetting that they weren't supposed to use names. She was panicking now, not able to think about protocol so much as needing Alex to be there.
Almost there.
He said, his voice steady, cool. Just hearing his voice sent calm flooding through her. He would get there in time. Everything would be all right.
Mom?
Stephen's voice was quiet, scared. "Stay down, honey." The words came out strained. "I need to focus." The man was on the move. Just 10 yards away now. He was working his way toward them, using the abandoned vehicles as cover, just like she and Alex had done earlier. Fresh panic clawed its way up her throat, making it hard to breathe, hard to think. Her ears rang, which made the panic escalate. "Calm down," she silently told herself. "Breathe. 1, 2, 3. Breathe." As she focused on following her instructions, the ringing in her ears lessened. But now the man was nowhere in sight. She dropped the window covering back into place. Inside the bus, darkness reigned almost completely, yet a few uncovered windows permitted slivers of illumination to seep through, enabling the night vision goggles to function effectively. Her friends and family, the people she loved most in the world, the people she was responsible for, were all hunkered down between the seats as best they could in the tight space. A sound at the back of the bus, at the emergency door, like someone trying to open it. "Alex," she whispered into the radio, her chest compressing with desperate hope. "Is that you?"
Negative.
He immediately replied, his voice breathless, like he was running.
Shoot whoever's out there. If it's our people, they'll warn you before approaching.
"Oh, okay." She barely got the words out as absolute panic threatened to crash over her. The door rattled as the intruder didn't even try to be stealthy. Melissa heard gasps and one muffled scream from those around her. One of the small children whimpered, her tone broadcasting the fear Melissa tried to suppress within herself. "I can do this. I will do this." Gathering every ounce of courage she could muster, she crept to the rear of the bus, her focus fixed on the emergency door, her gun raised, her finger inside the trigger guard, ready to exert the small amount of pressure necessary to take the shot at whoever dared to enter their sanctuary. The commotion at the emergency door abruptly ceased, which was almost worse. Where had the man gone? Both the emergency door and the main door were locked, but they weren't impenetrable. Melissa twisted around, her eyes going to the main door. With her NVGs, she could see pretty well, but she couldn't see through the bus. Was the man at that door? Still at the back? Somewhere else entirely? About to shoot her, his rifle pointed directly at her? Up to that point, she'd kept her anxiety at a low flame, but all the disaster-filled scenarios made it explode into a conflagration she wasn't sure she could extinguish. A loud bang at the back door. Melissa screamed as she spun back around. Several others screamed as well. Another bang, like someone was trying to break the door open. She aimed at the door, ready to fire at anyone who stood on the other side if the door were to open. Several loud gunshots sounded just outside the bus. Desperate to get out of the line of fire, Melissa fell to her knees. But she had to protect the others. It was up to her. Slowly, fearfully, she rose. Is everyone okay? She asked, her voice soft, her night vision goggles trained on the rear door.
Yes.
Several people replied.
We're here.
Alex said in her earpiece.
The shooter's been neutralized. You can let us in.
All at once, Melissa's legs turned to noodles. Bile climbed her throat. She swallowed it down, and as she put her gun in her holster, she collapsed into the nearest empty seat. We're safe. Her voice was a combination of relief and exhaustion. Alex and the others are back. We're safe. Sobs and cheers erupted as people staggered to their feet. Someone opened the emergency door. Completely wrung out, Melissa had no energy as she watched Luke climb onto the bus. Oliver was right behind him, then Stan. Each man joyfully embraced his family.
Where's my dad?
Stephen asked.
Keeping watch.
Luke replied as Chloe released him.
We think we got them all, but we don't want to take any chances.
I should join him, Melissa said, her energy rallying a little at the thought of Alex being alone and in danger.
No need.
Oliver said, his deep voice comforting.
We're going to head south. Drive as far as we can tonight. Just wanted to check on all of you first.
I'm going to drive the truck.
Luke said to Chloe. Then he chuckled.
Stan's had enough time in that beast.
Melissa could see concern in Chloe's smile, but relief on Nancy's face as she held Stan a little tighter. Luke hugged Chloe once more before jumping out the emergency door to the pavement. Within seconds, Alex stepped onto the bus. Melissa rushed forward and wrapped him in a tight embrace. Overwhelmed that he was unharmed and would now protect her and their children, she yearned to break down crying, but she managed to maintain her composure.
You ready to get out of here?
He murmured in her ear as he held her close. Oh yeah, she said as she pulled away with a wobbly smile. I've been through this stretch of I-15 a million times, but right now I never want to see it again. He laughed.
I know what you mean.
Truck is ready,
Luke said over the radio. Oliver had gotten into the driver's seat.
Bus is ready.
Melissa sat beside Alex in an empty row, her head against his shoulder. Moments later, the bus lumbered into motion.
Chapter 9. Alex. The bus maneuvered past the jackknifed semi, and once they emerged from its shadow, Alex spotted the pickup's taillights while Luke idled, waiting for them to catch up. The second they got close, Luke drove forward. It was extremely dark, the only illumination coming from their headlights and whatever light the moon cast. They would have to go slow to avoid debris and other road hazards. Alex would have preferred only driving in daylight, but they needed to put distance between themselves and this area. Not only because of what they'd just experienced, but because they still didn't know if Captain Harper or his men were looking for them. That seemed less likely, as it had been hours since they'd escaped their neighborhood, but it wasn't impossible either. Better not to take a chance. Alex had moved to the exit well to help Oliver keep watch. The bus crept forward, going painfully slow, deliberate in how it moved to avoid the hunks of metal that used to be people's prized possessions or just their means of transportation. Cars and trucks lay abandoned at odd angles, some with their doors flung open as if their owners had fled in a panic. Alex scrutinized the road ahead and every other direction he could see. He, along with Luke, Oliver, and Jason, wore NVGs. Jason sat in the bus's rear, watching their six. Everyone was on high alert for attempts to ambush them. The weight of their earlier encounter had left them all on edge, jumping at shadows and the occasional crunch of debris beneath the bus's tires. The NVGs were still going strong, but when the batteries needed to be replaced, Oliver had spares. Where would they be without Oliver and his forethought? For one, they wouldn't have had the advantage over the ambushers that had allowed them to prevail. Beyond that, Alex didn't want to consider what the outcome could have been. Didn't matter now. What mattered was what was ahead of them. They'd gone nearly 11 miles, something that normally took less than 10 minutes, but at the pace they were forced to travel, it had taken nearly 4 times that.
Obstacles ahead,
Luke said over the radio.
Looks like an accident that no one's bothered to clear. Over.
Can we get around it? Alex asked, the memory of the recent ambush making his chest tighten with alarm. Is the shoulder clear? Over.
Negative. We're going to have to create a path. Over.
Okay, let's do it, Alex replied. But first we need to clear the area. Make sure it's not a trap. Over.
Copy.
Jason, Alex said over his shoulder,
Yeah, Dad?
we're going to have to stop and clear some cars out of the way. Keep a sharp eye on our surroundings.
Okay. Do you want me to get out?
Not yet.
All right.
The truck came to a stop in front of them. The bus halted as well. Alex met Oliver's eyes. His jaw was set, his shoulders back. They weren't about to let anyone stop them. They would neutralize anyone who threatened them, no question. Stan, Alex said as he turned to face the people in the bus, you and Melissa and everyone else keep watch from here. Oliver, Luke, and I will scout the area to make sure it's safe before we attempt to move the vehicles that are blocking our path.
Sounds good,
Stan said.
Should we remove some of these window covers?
Alex considered that. Yeah, just enough to have a clear view of our surroundings. Melissa and Chloe got to work, taking down shirts and towels here and there, leaving some windows covered, then checking the view from different vantage points. Satisfied they had it handled, Alex left the bus to join Oliver and Luke, who were already outside inspecting the immediate area. Shoot anything that looks suspicious, Alex said. I'm not about to go through another ambush.
Right there with you.
Luke said with a grimace.
Keep your head on a swivel and keep in touch.
They did a radio check, then split up, fanning out to cover as much area as possible as fast as possible. Alex went left and immediately saw that Luke was correct. There was no easy way around the jumble of crashed vehicles. The speed limit on this stretch of I-15 was 70 miles per hour, but very few people kept to the speed limit. Most went well over it, so when their vehicles suddenly shut off, making them lose power steering and power brakes, chaos ensued. Alex was surprised they'd made it this far without having to stop and move cars. They'd seen plenty of accidents along the way, at least what they could observe in the dark. But so far, they'd been able to squeeze through, on the shoulder, if nothing else. Focusing on the space between vehicles, places where someone would hide, Alex noted the vehicles appeared to be in a pile from crashing, not from anyone strategically moving them to block the interstate. That was good. What wasn't so good was that it would take a lot of effort to clear a path. Regardless, that's exactly what they would have to do. Ideally, Alex wanted to get south of Santa Quin, which would take them outside any populated areas. That felt like a safe place to spend the night. Unfortunately, that meant another 35 miles. At the pace they were traveling, and with more obstacles a certainty, that might take several hours.
All clear in my sector.
Oliver said.
Over.
Same.
Luke said.
Over.
Here as well, Alex said. Does the bus see anything? Over.
All clear here.
Jason said.
Over.
Okay, Alex said. Let's make a path. Out. He trotted back over to the bus where he met up with Oliver and Luke. Oliver, get your boys to help. Have Jason keep watch on our rear. If anyone else wants to help, that would be great. Oliver strode away. But before long, he had his 2 teenage boys, plus Stan, Melissa, Emily, Stephen, and Nancy.
Amanda and Chloe are taking care of the little ones,
Melissa said.
They might bring them out so they can release some energy, if you think that's okay.
I'm fine with it, Alex said, then looked at Luke and Oliver. It would be their kids, after all.
That's a good idea,
Luke said.
We still have a ways to go, and they've been through a lot. Burning off energy could help.
Melissa smiled.
Great. I'll let them know.
She turned and headed back to the bus. Alex turned to the others. How do you want to do this?
We'll have to use the truck. Use it to push the cars out of the way.
He perused the road littered with vehicles.
Gonna take some time.
Alex frowned. Yep. Still wearing his NVGs, he studied the mess, then pointed to a silver compact car. Let's start with that one. It took well over an hour to clear a path. While the adults and teenagers worked, the younger kids ran around, playing tag and tossing a ball they found on the side of the road. It warmed Alex's heart to see them being carefree, even if it meant playing on an interstate cluttered with dead cars, trucks, and SUVs amid the apocalypse. They, all of them, were fleeing their homes, their community, because things had completely fallen apart. Alex just hoped that Springmont, where Scott and Heather had their homestead, was in better shape.
Let's hit the road,
Luke said as he slapped Alex on the shoulder. They'd created a narrow path to drive through. Sounds good. Maybe we can make it to our stopping point with no more issues. Luke chuckled.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Chapter 10. Alex. By the time they neared their stopping point, it was after midnight. They'd had to stop 2 more times along the way to clear a path, but each time they'd gotten better and faster at working together to move the abandoned vehicles. Shortly after passing Santaquin, Alex lifted the radio to his lips. He and Oliver had already discussed their next move. "Truck, let's exit here. See if there's a spot we can spend the night. Over." They'd considered going farther, to a more remote location, but that would have taken quite a while longer, and they were all exhausted. It was time for them to stop for the night, whether or not this was the perfect place.
Copy that,
Luke replied. The truck moved into the exit lane and headed down the off-ramp. The bus followed, keeping some distance so it could maneuver if the need arose. Luke reached the stop sign and came to a halt. "How's it looking?" Alex asked Luke over the radio.
Clear, as far as I can tell. Over.
With the NVGs over his eyes, Alex scanned the vicinity. He didn't see anyone around. "Go left, under the overpass. Over."
Copy.
The truck turned. The bus slowed as it approached the stop sign, but Oliver didn't bother stopping at the deserted intersection. Instead, he carefully turned left, the bus's air brakes hissing softly in the night. They drove under the overpass, and as they cleared that, Alex saw grassy areas on both sides of the road stretching into the darkness. A blue sign read, "No services ahead." Good. That meant it was less likely that any people would be nearby. A wide dirt pullout was on the left, partially hidden from the main road. "Park in the pullout to the left," he said into the radio. "Over."
Copy.
Luke did a U-turn into the dirt pullout, driving all the way forward before stopping. Oliver parked behind him, gravel crunching under the bus's tires. Both vehicles were pointed west, in the direction they would need to go in the morning. Oliver turned off the bus's rumbling engine, and an unsettling silence settled over them, broken only by the occasional ping of cooling metal. Alex ran his gaze over the people on the bus. All the younger children were asleep, their faces peaceful despite the day they'd had. Most of the teenagers were asleep as well, although Jason was awake and alert as he scanned their surroundings through the windows. He joined Alex at the front of the bus, his footsteps quiet on the rubber floor.
We're going to post guards, right?
He asked in a low voice. "You volunteering?" Alex was half joking, but when Jason nodded while wearing a serious expression, Alex felt pride in his son, who continued to step up to the challenges they were facing. The boy was becoming a man right before his eyes. He rested a hand on Jason's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Perfect. You and I will take the first shift."
I'll get my jacket.
Oliver opened the main bus door with a soft hiss, and Luke entered, rubbing his arms against the evening chill.
We need to figure out the guard schedule.
Alex quickly ran the logistics in his head. "Let's do 4 90-minute shifts. That'll get us to daylight or close to it, and give everyone a decent amount of sleep. Jason and I will take the first shift."
I want to help.
Chloe said as she joined the loose grouping, her green eyes broadcasting tenacity in the dim light. Luke smiled at his wife, wrapping an arm around her shoulders.
You and I can take the second shift.
Nancy stood as well.
Stan and I can do the third.
Stan nodded his agreement as he joined them. Oliver was still sitting in the driver's seat, his large frame filling the space.
I'll grab one of my boys for the last shift.
Having so many people made a huge difference, and Alex smiled, grateful for their tight-knit group. "Perfect. Get some sleep and I'll wake Luke and Chloe in an hour and a half."
Where should we,
Chloe began, shifting uncomfortably.
Go to the bathroom?
We'll set up a latrine,
Luke said.
Something simple but private.
"Jason and I can do that," Alex said, reaching for his flashlight. Oliver stood from the driver's seat with a creak of springs.
No, you two need to patrol. Luke and I will take care of it. It shouldn't take long.
The group of 4 went outside into the darkness. It was chilly, but with a jacket, it was bearable. The stars shone brilliantly overhead in the absence of light pollution. Alex went to one end of their encampment and Jason went to the other, while Luke and Oliver set up a latrine using tarps and rope from their supplies. Once they'd set up the latrine, most everyone took turns using it before going into the bus and finding a place to sleep, although Oliver opted to stretch out on the truck's bench seat. Alex walked toward the interstate, his NVGs making it easy to watch for threats. When he reached the on-ramp, he paused and slowly scanned his surroundings. Satisfied that no one was around, he turned and crossed the road, patrolling the general vicinity. He studied the bus, which sat about 50 yards away. All was quiet, and in the dark of night, the bus seemed well concealed. Jason came into view, a pair of NVGs over his eyes. When Jason looked his way, Alex waved. Jason waved back before continuing his patrol. Before long, their shift was over. Jason continued patrolling while Alex went into the bus to wake Luke, who woke Chloe. There wasn't much space to stretch out inside the bus, but Alex found a spot where he could get relatively comfortable. Although he and Oliver had removed a few rows of seats recently to make room for supplies, there wasn't much space to lie down. Shifting around until he found a position that didn't make his muscles ache too badly, he was so exhausted that it didn't take long to fall asleep. When morning came, it seemed as if he'd barely closed his eyes. His joints were stiff from the hard surface, but at least he'd gotten a few hours of much-needed rest. Chapter 11. Alex.
Who's hungry?
Nancy asked once everyone was up. Every child shouted that they were. Alex was ravenous, but said nothing. Fortunately, they had a decent amount of food, primarily because he, Melissa, Jason, Stan, and Oliver had gone to Hughes's neighborhood and taken back the food that Hughes and his group had stolen from them. That food was critical to their survival now. But even though it might seem as if they had plenty, they didn't know how long it would take to reach Scott and Heather's place, and they had no idea what would happen once they got there. Would Scott and Heather be willing and able to take them all in? What was their situation at the homestead? Did they have much food? Or had they run into trouble themselves and had their supplies taken from them? All these uncertainties added another layer of anxiety.
What's for breakfast?
8-year-old Ethan asked his mother. She gave him a warm smile.
Your favorite, pancakes.
Yay!
He shouted, pumping his fists into the air.
Pancakes!
Alex couldn't help but smile at the joy Ethan displayed at such a simple act. They all needed to find joy in the simple things nowadays. They didn't have a table, so they took a tote out of the back of the bus and set the propane stove on that. Oliver and his 2 teenage sons, Josh and Logan, patrolled while others got breakfast cooked and served. Then Stan and Luke patrolled while Oliver and his sons had a bite to eat.
How'd you sleep?
Melissa asked Alex as he placed 2 pancakes on his plate. He frowned. Okay, but it was pretty cramped in there. Oliver chuckled.
That's why I slept in the truck.
Alex took a large bite of a pancake. And how was that?
Not enough room there either, to be honest.
Noting his friend's large frame, Alex chuckled. I'll bet.
Why don't we take out a few more seats?
Amanda, Oliver's wife, suggested.
We don't need all of them, and that will give us more room to spread out.
Hold on.
Melissa said as she raised one hand.
You make it sound like we'll be sleeping in there again. Like we won't get to Heather and Scott's today.
Are we, though?
Amanda asked.
Going to get to your sister's place, I mean.
Alex felt the weight of Melissa's stare.
What do you think, Alex? Will we make it to Springmont today?
They had about 200 miles to go. Considering it had taken hours to travel 45 miles the day before, Alex held little optimism that they would make it to Heather and Scott's place by the end of the day. He didn't want to dash Melissa's hopes, but he also needed to be realistic. There's a possibility that we'll make it there today, but it's one of those prepare for the worst and hope for the best situations. Melissa's lips twisted in a way he knew meant that wasn't what she wanted to hear, yet knew it was true. She sighed.
Right. Well then, yes. I think we should take out a few more seats.
She grimaced.
Just in case we need to sleep in there again.
Glad she could so easily accept reality, he silently vowed to do all he could to get to Springmont before they had to stop for the night. At the same time, he acknowledged that circumstances were out of his control, so there was only so much he could do. Over the next hour, they dismantled additional seats, tossing them onto the ground near the bus. Though this meant fewer people could have a seat to themselves as they drove, if they ended up spending the night on the bus, it would be a lot more comfortable.
We're getting a later start than I'd hoped,
Stan said as they tossed one last seat out of the bus. True, Alex replied. Maybe we can make up for it,
I topped off the bus's fuel tank.
Oliver said.
Now we don't have extra, but I'm sure we'll come across trucks that run on diesel if we need more.
At least gas for the pickup truck will be plentiful,
Stan said with a chuckle. How are you feeling? Alex asked him. You want to drive today?
Yeah, I do.
He grinned.
I enjoy driving, and I enjoy taking point.
Alex patted his friend on the shoulder. All right then, let's hit the road. They'd already disassembled the latrine, keeping the tarp and rope for later, so everyone climbed aboard the bus. Stan got into the truck and they started their journey. As they entered southbound I-15, Alex was heartened to see that the number of dead cars had thinned out significantly compared to farther north, so they were able to move faster than they had the night before. This stretch of I-15 was typically less busy since it was outside of the larger cities, but the interstate was also a primary artery for semis, so there were several, which gave Alex an idea. He was sitting beside Melissa in the front of the bus, his focus on the road ahead. He stood and walked to Luke, who sat several rows behind the driver's seat. As he approached him, Alex noticed that his 3 children, along with Josh and Logan, were sitting together in the last few rows, whispering and laughing. Glad to see the 5 teenagers getting along so well, he squatted in the aisle beside Luke.
What's up?
Luke asked in a soft voice. Chloe sat beside him, but her eyes were closed as she leaned her head against the window. They'd taken all the window coverings down, wanting to have an unobstructed view of the space outside. I was thinking we ought to scavenge some of these semis. They might have supplies we could use. Luke's face lit up.
Great idea. After 3 weeks, there may not be much left, but it's worth a look.
Exactly. I'll tell Oliver and Stan to watch for any big rigs that might carry useful cargo.
Perfect.
Chapter 12. Alex.
Found a candidate,
Alex heard Stan say over the radio. Alex stood from his seat and went to the front, stopping beside Oliver so he could see for himself.
Copy,
Oliver said into the radio, one hand on the steering wheel as they drove steadily forward. A short distance down the interstate, a Walmart semi-truck sat on the shoulder, its bright blue corporate logo emblazoned on the side of the long white trailer. Stan drove past it before pulling onto the shoulder in front of it. Oliver parked in the lane right beside the semi. It wasn't like he would impede any traffic, and this would give them a clear path to exit if they had to leave in a hurry, and a quick way to load the bus in case they found any supplies worth taking. Through the bus's windows, Alex scanned the interstate in all directions. Besides a handful of stalled vehicles scattered here and there, all was still. They'd traveled just over 20 miles in about an hour and were between small towns, basically in the middle of nowhere. Stretching for miles on both sides of the interstate were green, grassy meadows that only stopped when they reached the mountains in the distance. It would be easy to see if anyone approached. Feeling optimistic, Alex exited the bus, hand resting on the handgun at his hip, just in case. Several others followed him out the door before fanning out around the bus and semi to do a security sweep, and when they found everything clear, they let everyone in the bus know it was safe to exit.
Do you think there's anything we can use in there?
Chloe asked as she approached the semi, her voice broadcasting the hopeful excitement they all felt.
Well, it is Walmart,
Amanda said with a laugh.
Don't they have everything?
Probably not all on one truck.
Chloe replied with a grin.
You never know,
Amanda said in a sing-song voice. Hopeful as well, but preparing himself to find kitchen appliances, yard tools, and clothing, things they had little use for, Alex went to the back of the semi.
I don't think anyone's been here yet,
Stan said, pointing to the unbroken cargo lock. Alex's pulse quickened, his hopes rising that there actually would be something they could use, especially with the trailer untouched. Perhaps they would get lucky and find a few valuable supplies, the kind that could make the difference between survival and disaster. Oliver, bolt cutters? Oliver dug around in the bus's rear, then made quick work of the lock, the metallic snap echoing across the empty interstate. The metal door creaked ominously as it slid open like a garage door that has been closed too long. Sunlight pierced the darkness inside, revealing stacks of pallets stretching into the shadows. "Jason," Alex called out, trying to keep the anticipation out of his voice. "Bring flashlights." His son appeared moments later with several LED lights. Flicking one on, Alex scanned it over the interior. The beam cut through the gloom inside the semi, reflecting off shrink-wrapped pallets. Boxes of paper products and cleaning supplies lined the left side, stacked nearly to the ceiling. These could be useful, Alex murmured as he climbed inside, sweeping his flashlight beam across labels while trying to control his growing excitement. We've got toilet paper, paper towels, bleach. His mind was already cataloging how these supplies could be useful.
You've got to see this,
Luke called from deeper in the trailer, his voice tight with controlled enthusiasm.
Canned goods, lots of them.
Alex moved beside him. Pallets of canned vegetables, fruits, and meats stretched before them, a veritable feast in this new world of scarcity. His mouth watered at the sight of beef stew and canned tuna, trying to remember the last time he'd had real meat. With his elation mounting, he squeezed between the pallets of canned food to see what else was inside. The flashlight beam caught on something shiny and orange. He drew closer. Cases of shrink-wrapped bottles of sports drinks stacked high. In addition to bottles of orange liquid were bottles of blue as well as green. Although water would have been preferable, having sports drinks that included electrolytes would be beneficial. He would take what he could get. "Luke," he said, not able to hide his glee, "check this out."
What did you find?
Luke asked as he squeezed between stacks. When he reached Alex and saw what he'd discovered, a grin split his face.
No way.
Alex laughed. "Yes way."
We need to get busy,
Oliver said from the doorway as he divided his attention between them and the road.
Load what we can carry and get going before we have company.
Alex agreed. Although very few people had working vehicles, it was possible that someone could drive this way and would come upon them at the worst moment. They formed a chain, passing boxes and cases from person to person with quiet efficiency. All 5 teenagers, plus Nancy and Amanda, helped stack supplies in the rear of the bus while Melissa and Chloe organized everything inside. They worked methodically as they went through the trailer's contents, even finding a small inventory of medical supplies. Alex's heart exulted at their value. These items could mean life or death if someone got injured or sick. Minor injuries could turn deadly without proper treatment. Each box they removed from the semi felt like striking gold. Even the cleaning supplies would prove invaluable for sanitation and preventing disease.
All these things will make an enormous difference,
Melissa said, her eyes bright with enthusiasm.
Not only for us as we travel, but to offer Heather and Scott if they'll take us in.
Alex nodded his agreement as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He couldn't bear the thought of arriving at their property, bringing nothing but a burden. 19 needy survivors who were counting on Scott and Heather's charity. Much better to bring valuable supplies. The semi had yielded more goodies than they could have hoped for. Between the food, sports drinks, cleaning, and medical supplies, they'd significantly improved their chances of survival.
The bus is pretty full,
Melissa reported. Then she laughed, adding,
Good thing we removed those seats earlier.
He chuckled. That's for sure. Alex surveyed the inside of the semi. It seemed they'd barely touched the contents. There was so much more wealth inside. He wanted to take it all, but there simply wasn't room.
What about the truck?
Stan said.
There's plenty of space in the bed. We can put the tarp over it.
Good idea, Alex said, thrilled they could add a little more to their stores. Oliver pulled the bus forward beyond where the truck was parked, and Stan backed the pickup truck into place beside the rear of the trailer. They crammed as much as they could into the bed of the truck, then placed the tarp over the boxes and cases before securing it with rope.
Time to move,
Oliver called from where he'd been keeping watch, tension clear in his voice.
We've been here way too long.
Alex understood his concern, but the delay was well worth it. Even so, he was aware that the longer they were stationary, the more vulnerable they were to attack. It might look like no one was around, but that didn't mean someone hadn't been watching them the whole time from some place of cover, ready to attack, ready to take both their means of transportation and all of their life-giving supplies. The thought sent a bolt of anxiety right through him. "Load up!" he shouted loud enough for all to hear. Then, with a last look at the inside of the semi, more than half full of goods they couldn't fit, he pulled the door down, then hustled to the bus where everyone was waiting. Chapter 13. Alex. Alex settled into the front seat to the right of Oliver, who seemed to enjoy driving. The oversized windshield afforded him a clear view of the road ahead of them. They drove several miles without incident, Stan leading the way about half a mile in front of them. Over the years, Alex and Melissa had traveled this route many times, sometimes to visit Scott and Heather in Springmont, other times to venture farther south, to Las Vegas. The repeated trips had made the route become quite familiar, with certain towns serving as mental markers showing how far they'd gone or the remaining duration until they arrived at their destination. Therefore, Alex knew, even without a map, that the next town they would pass was Scipio. Sometimes he and Melissa would make a pit stop at the gas station, get a snack, or use the bathroom. Between their current position and the small town was open terrain, and typically, there were fewer vehicles along this stretch of the interstate. Feeling good about their haul from the Walmart semi and not seeing anything suspicious, Alex finally relaxed. His sleep from the previous evening had been minimal, and what little shut-eye he'd managed had been restless and uncomfortable on the unyielding surface. Now, he leaned his head against the window and let his eyes drift closed.
Alex,
he heard Oliver say, his voice low but with an underlying tone of urgency. Eyes snapping open, Alex was instantly awake. He straightened, then leaned toward Oliver. Yeah?
we have company.
As he spoke, Oliver shifted his eyes between the side mirror and the road in front of him.
A couple of miles back.
Alarmed, because Oliver wasn't one to get worked up easily, Alex stood. Let me get a better look. He walked down the aisle toward the rear of the bus. When he reached Luke, who was dozing, he tapped him on the shoulder. Luke's eyes fluttered open. Alex motioned to the back. He didn't want to disturb the others, many who were napping, including Melissa, who sat beside Emily. Not waiting for Luke, Alex moved to the rear of the bus and picked up a pair of binoculars that were sitting on a box. Jason had taken it upon himself to watch their six, but he had to rest sometime and was sitting a few rows forward, his head leaning against the window, his eyes closed. Alex smiled at his son, who was working as hard as any of the adults.
"What's going on?"
Luke asked as he joined Alex. Lifting the binocs to his eyes, Alex spoke in a quiet voice. Oliver said someone's back there. The road stretched out behind them like a ribbon of asphalt. Silent vehicles sat here and there, giving the interstate an eerie look. He didn't know if he'd ever get used to seeing so many unmoving cars sitting randomly on a road where the speed limit was 80 miles an hour. The day was beautiful, sunny and clear, but that did nothing to calm Alex. Luke picked up a second pair of binoculars and sat on a box that made watching out the back relatively comfortable. Alex sat on another. They could have used that space to stack more supplies, but they needed to have a clear view for security. Supplies were stacked to the ceiling to their left and right, but this small area had room to settle in and observe their surroundings. Studying the road behind them, at first Alex didn't see any movement, but Oliver had seen someone, so Alex continued watching and waiting. There! The sunlight glinted off a moving vehicle. Focusing on it, Alex made out what looked like a VW Beetle, although from this distance it was hard to tell for sure. Definitely a smaller car. Do you see it? Alex asked Luke. A brief pause, then,
"Yeah, a couple of miles back. Either it's a coincidence that they're on the road, or they're trying to stay unnoticed."
Alex agreed, but somehow he doubted it was a coincidence. Wonder if they were watching us at the semi.
"Don't know,"
Luke murmured.
"But why not get their own supplies? There were plenty."
Maybe they want the bus. It would be useful for hauling a lot of stuff. People, too.
"Yeah, especially compared to their compact."
At least it's not a Humvee, Alex pointed out, thinking of Captain Harper and his men.
"Copy that."
Alex chuckled, the sound releasing some of the tension that had been building inside his chest. Compared to facing off with trained military men, dealing with a small group of marauders didn't seem nearly as daunting. I'd better let Stan know what's going on, Alex said as he set the binoculars on his lap and took the radio off of his hip. Can you update Oliver?
"Sure thing."
Luke went to the front of the bus, speaking in low tones with Oliver. Truck, come in, Alex said into the radio as he peered into the distance behind him. He couldn't see the moving car with his naked eye.
This is Truck.
Stan replied a moment later. Looks like we're being followed by at least one vehicle, but it's small. Can't have too many people inside. Over.
How far back? Over.
Maybe 2 miles. Over.
What do you want to do? Over.
Not sure yet. I'll keep you posted. Over.
Copy.
Talk to you soon. Out. Alex lifted the binoculars to his eyes and resumed watching the approaching vehicle. Luke rejoined him.
Any change?
It might be getting closer. I'm sure it can maneuver around stalled cars a lot easier than we can, so it's probably going faster than we are. Luke pressed the other pair of binoculars to his eyes.
What do you want to do?
Keeping a steady watch, Alex considered their options. I don't think there's an exit until we get to Scipio, which won't be for a while.
Yeah, nice that there aren't many cars on the road through here, but that's because there's not much out here.
Exactly. Alex set the binoculars on his lap as he weighed the consequences of each plan that darted through his mind. Given the size of their party and having small children, he wouldn't risk a shootout that might put everyone in danger. They'd been lucky no one from their group had gotten hurt during the ambush the night before. He also didn't want to risk losing their precious supplies. They had to be proactive. Being on defense the night before had put them at a disadvantage. The difference had come when they'd gone on offense. Chapter 14. Alex. Alex rubbed his eyes. The constant vigilance wore on him, but letting his guard down wasn't an option. Not with everyone depending on him.
They're gaining on us,
Luke said from beside him. Alex pressed the binoculars to his eyes. Through the emergency exit window, he watched the Beetle weave between abandoned vehicles with ease. Their bus couldn't match that maneuverability. The radio crackled.
Bus, this is Truck. Over.
Alex grabbed the handset. Go ahead, Truck.
I see the car and it's closing fast. We need to decide. Over.
Alex's jaw tightened as he studied the approaching vehicle. The sun glinted off its windshield, making it impossible to see how many people were inside. But a VW Beetle could only hold 4 people comfortably. 5 if they squeezed.
What's going on?
Melissa asked as she appeared beside him, her face lined with concern. We've picked up a tail. Alex pointed out the window. Been following us for a while. He could see it without binoculars now. He guessed it was about a mile behind them. Melissa peered through the window.
Do you think they were watching us at the Walmart truck?
I do. She seemed startled by his response, but it made the most sense. Her forehead creased.
What do you think they want?
Alex didn't want to send Melissa or anyone else into a panic, but there was no point in sugarcoating the truth. It would be evident soon enough. I think they want everything we have. The bus, the truck, and all the supplies. She shook her head.
But they have a working car, and there were still plenty of supplies in that truck. Why would they want the bus?
She motioned to the surrounding space. He gave a meaningful look at the piles of supplies filling the rear of the bus. They can't carry much in their car. Look what we fit in here. Her shoulders slumped.
Right.
Then she lifted her chin in obvious defiance.
We can't let them take the bus. How would we get everyone to Heather and Scott's?
Pleased she wasn't ready to give up without a fight, he nodded grimly, his mood downcast, because he knew a fight could, and probably would, get ugly. We won't let them take the bus. Or anything for that matter. She nodded, then hunkered down beside him, her attention glued to the Beetle in the distance. The radio chirped.
Bus, we're approaching a stopped semi. Could use it for cover. Over.
Alex lifted the handset. Copy that. We'll park the bus in front of it. Better to face this now while we have a little distance. Over.
Roger that. Out.
Luke checked the magazine on his handgun.
I'll talk to Oliver.
Tell him to keep the bus running. If things go south, we might need to move quickly. As Luke headed to the front, Alex turned to Melissa. Get everyone down on the floor, away from the windows. This is going to happen fast. She nodded and moved through the bus, speaking quietly to everyone. The fear in the children's faces made Alex's chest tighten. They'd already been through too much. Anger at the people in the Beetle swelled inside him. They were the cause of this new consternation. Josh, Alex called out. Oliver and Amanda's son came right to his side. Monitor that car. Let me know if it gets close enough that you can see the driver.
Okay.
Alex hustled to the front. Stan had stopped the truck on the left shoulder, across from the semi, which was parked on the right shoulder. Oliver slowed the bus before pulling in front of the semi. He threw the bus into reverse and backed it close to the semi to give the bus cover from the approaching enemy. "We only have a minute before they catch up with us," Alex called out as he pulled on his tactical vest and slung his rifle over his shoulder. Some of the younger children began crying. Luke opened the emergency door and hopped to the pavement before dashing across the interstate to join Stan, who had gotten out of the truck and moved in front of it, using it for cover.
"They've stopped,"
Stan said over the radio.
"A short distance back, behind an SUV. Over."
"Copy," Alex replied. He turned to his friends and family. "Oliver, Melissa, Jason, with me." The three of them got to their feet, ready to face down this new obstacle. Alex turned and strode to the main door, which Oliver opened. Alex stepped to the pavement, then trotted along the side of the bus. The others were right behind him. Staying on the passenger side of the semi, Alex hustled toward the rear of the trailer. It wasn't until he reached the end of the long trailer that he could see the Beetle. Sure enough, it was about 50 yards back, nestled behind a white SUV. With the SUV blocking his view, he couldn't tell how many occupants were inside. Then the driver's door opened. Oliver, Melissa, and Jason stood near Alex, out of the line of fire. Nearly holding his breath, Alex waited to see who would emerge. "Truck, can you see anything?" he asked over the radio.
Negative,
Luke replied. Alex swung his rifle around, then pointed it toward the enemy and peered through the scope. Oliver moved next to Alex and lifted his rifle as well. Melissa and Jason stayed behind them.
Can you see anything?
Melissa asked, her voice taut with apprehension. Alex slowly scanned with his rifle, watching through the scope. The passenger door opened. 2 people got out. He saw long hair. It looked like a woman, although he couldn't be certain. No one else emerged. Were there only 3 people? How dangerous were they?
"We don't want any trouble,"
a man yelled.
"Show me your hands,"
Oliver replied. His deep voice carried well.
"All of you."
After a brief hesitation, 3 people came out from behind the SUV, their hands raised. It was a man and 2 women. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with graying hair and a lean build. The women were younger, looked like early 30s. Alex kept his rifle trained on them.
"Step away from the vehicle,"
Oliver demanded. They complied, moving several paces forward.
"That's far enough,"
Oliver called out. Melissa and Jason came out from behind Alex, pistols in their hands. "What do you want?" Alex shouted, his rifle aimed at the trio. The man glanced at his companions before responding.
"We saw you loading supplies from that Walmart truck. We've been struggling to find food."
Alex studied their clothes through his scope. Clean, well-maintained, not the look of people who were desperate for supplies. "There's plenty left in that trailer," Alex said. "Why follow us? Why not just take some of it? There was plenty." The man shifted his weight.
"We thought maybe we could trade, or join forces."
One woman kept looking past Alex toward the bus, although it was out of view. Her hand twitched at her side.
They're armed,
Melissa whispered.
Look at their jackets.
Alex had already noticed the telltale bulges. These people weren't as helpless as they wanted to appear. "Show us your weapons," Alex commanded. Slowly. The man's face hardened.
"We don't want trouble."
"Then do as he says,"
Oliver growled. The trio exchanged glances. The man reached into his jacket and pulled out a revolver, and the women produced handguns from their pockets. "Place them on the ground," Alex ordered. "Then kick them toward us." Instead of complying, the man's grip tightened on his weapon.
"Listen, we just want to talk. Maybe work something out."
"The only thing we're working out is whether you walk away from this," Alex said. His finger rested on the trigger guard. "Drop the weapons." The woman on the right, the one who kept eyeing the bus, started raising her gun. Alex's rifle cracked. The round struck the pavement at her feet. She stumbled backward, nearly falling. "Next one won't miss," Alex warned. "Drop them, now." The man's shoulders slumped. He bent down and placed his revolver on the asphalt. After a moment's hesitation, the women did the same.
"Kick them over here,"
Oliver commanded. They complied, sending their weapons skittering across the pavement.
Now what?
The man asked, his voice tight with anger. Now you get back in your car and drive away, Alex said. There's nothing for you here. The woman who had raised her weapon spoke up.
We saw how much food you took. You can't eat all of it.
What's it to you? Alex asked. There's more in the semi, free for the taking.
How many in your group?
The man asked as he looked toward the bus. Alex didn't like the calculating look that crossed the man's face. These people weren't looking to trade. They were gathering intelligence. Get in your car, Alex ordered. Drive back the way you came. If we see you following us again, we won't be so nice. The trio backed away slowly, their hands still raised. When they reached the Beetle, they climbed inside and the engine started. The car reversed, then turned around, heading back the way it had come. They were driving the wrong direction on the interstate, but with no moving traffic, it didn't matter. Alex kept his rifle trained on them until they disappeared from view. Jason dashed forward and collected the guns.
They'll be back, with more people.
Alex nodded grimly, which is why we need to put as many miles between us and them as we can. Chapter 15. Alex. Alex stood beside the bus as Oliver, Melissa, Jason, and Luke climbed aboard. He replayed the confrontation in his mind. No one from either side had fired a single bullet. Instead, the group had left easily. Too easily. He frowned. Oliver was probably right. Those people would return. With reinforcements. That was something Alex didn't want to have to deal with. Although his group was large, having small children made them vulnerable. Because all the adults would take risks to protect the little ones. Risks that could be fatal. They had to avoid that group. It was the best solution. And the way to avoid them was to outrun them. With everyone on the bus and Stan behind the wheel of the truck, Alex got on the bus as well, stopping beside Oliver, who was preparing to get the bus in motion. Alex faced his people. We need to put as much distance between us and them as possible, so stay alert and hold on, because we'll be moving faster than we have been. He turned and faced the front as Oliver put the bus into gear. Alex keyed the radio. Truck, you ready?
Affirmative.
We need to put miles between us and them, he said into the radio. Take the lead and set a rapid pace. We'll keep some distance behind you, but I want us to go as fast as safely possible. Over.
Copy. I'll warn you if there's a need to slow down. Over.
Copy. Out. Alex watched the truck drive, its speed increasing. Oliver moved the bus from the shoulder into the right lane of the interstate and sped up as well. He followed the truck at a bit of distance, maintaining enough space for the bus to decelerate safely if Stan alerted them to any hazards ahead. There weren't as many abandoned cars along this stretch, and nothing visible blocking the lanes. They were able to maintain a speed of 45 miles per hour, which was much faster than they'd been traveling up until that time. Looking toward the sun, Alex figured they had plenty of hours of daylight left. Maybe they would even make it to the homestead before dark. Silently shaking his head, he pursed his lips. No reason to get ahead of himself. He didn't know what challenges they would face over the next 150 miles. The bus swayed as Oliver navigated around a stalled pickup truck. Alex moved to the rear, and through the emergency exit window, he watched the interstate behind them, searching for any sign of pursuit. The Beetle was nowhere to be seen, but his gut told him this wasn't over.
I can keep watch,
Jason offered as he joined Alex. Thanks, son. I would appreciate that. Alex turned and walked toward the front, scanning out of the windows on both sides of the bus as he went.
I haven't seen anyone,
Melissa said when he reached her.
Kind of eerie out here, with no one around.
He squatted beside her. How are you doing? Giving him a small smile, she said,
I'll be better when we get to Heather and Scott's place.
He placed his hand on hers. We'll get there. I'll make sure of it. She nodded.
I know you will. That's why I'm not worried.
Knowing she meant it, that she truly believed he would deliver them safely to her sister's place, he couldn't help but feel the weight of responsibility. They were all counting on him. He gave Melissa a kiss, then made his way to the front of the bus. He stood in the exit stairwell and watched the road in front of them. Luke joined him.
Almost a Scipio.
Luke pointed to a small grouping of buildings in the distance. Alex could see the Flying J gas station, a place where he and his family sometimes stopped on their way down to visit Heather and Scott. Another place they often stopped was the Maverick in Fillmore, about 25 miles farther south. Both locations were right off the interstate and provided a place to get snacks and use the bathroom. Of course, who knew what those locations would be like now? They passed the Scipio exit. There was a little more traffic on the interstate here. That is, non-moving vehicles they had to bypass, forcing them to slow quite a bit. They even had to drive on the shoulder when they came upon two cars stalled side by side, blocking both southbound lanes. A short time later, they passed a sign that said Fillmore was 22 miles away. Fillmore marked the more than halfway point to the homestead. A couple miles farther on, they reached the base of a hill that they would climb as the interstate went into a long curve. The 2 lanes increased to 3, the additional lane making it easier to pass the slower-moving semis as they drove slowly up the grade. The bus lumbered up the hill, making steady progress, especially with no vehicles blocking the far left lane. Alex went to the back of the bus, wanting to use their higher position to see if the Beetle was following them. "Anything?" he asked Jason once he reached the rear. Jason lowered the binoculars.
Not so far.
Relieved to hear it, Alex wanted to look for himself. Using the second pair of binocs, he slowly scanned the interstate, watching both the north and southbound lanes behind them, as well as the open meadow beside the interstate. There was no movement, but he had a sense of unease that he couldn't shake. Alex continued scanning through the binoculars, hopeful that Oliver was wrong and that the trio they'd faced had moved on. Every moment that passed with no sign of the Beetle should have reassured him, but he couldn't shake the nagging feeling in his gut.
Dad, I think I see something.
Jason's tone was low and intense as he pointed to the north. Feeling his heart drop into his stomach, Alex trained the binoculars in the direction Jason indicated. At first, he saw nothing but empty asphalt stretching out behind them. Then, he caught it. Movement several miles back, a pickup truck moving at a high rate of speed. Not far behind it was the Beetle. "Crap," Alex muttered under his breath, his chest hitching with dread. He lowered the binoculars and looked at Jason. "Keep watching them. I need to talk to Oliver and Luke."
"I will,"
Jason said with a sober nod. Alex made his way through the bus, hurrying past the rows of people. Everyone over the age of 12 was wide awake. Emily was comforting 5-year-old Charlotte while Stephen sat with Stan and Amanda's boys, trying to keep them entertained with a card game. Baxter lay at Stephen's feet, alert as he watched the activity around him. Alex reached the front. Luke was still there, monitoring the road ahead. "We've got trouble," Alex stated, instantly getting the attention of both Luke and Oliver. "The Beetle's back, and he brought a friend. A truck. They're about 3 miles back and moving fast."
This friend must have been close by,
Oliver said with a frown. Alex agreed. That would explain how they were catching up so fast. They were probably mad that Alex and his group had bested them and taken their guns. The question was, what were they planning on doing when they caught up?
"How much time do you think we have?"
Luke asked. Alex gauged their relative speeds. 10 minutes if we're lucky. Then he grabbed the radio. "Truck, we've got company. A pickup and the Beetle are coming up fast behind us. Definitely hostile. Over."
"Copy,"
Stan replied. "If you see an overpass," Alex said, his mind racing, "take the exit. We can make a stand there. Over."
"Copy that."
Luke slowly nodded.
"Kinda like the people who ambushed us last night."
"Exactly," Alex replied. "I doubt there will be any cars to block them in, but it's the best option."
Agreed.
Luke nodded as well. Alex just hoped they would come across an overpass before their pursuers caught up. Chapter 16. Alex. Alex turned and faced the people on the bus. "The Beetle's back, and he's brought reinforcements." Nancy gasped, bringing her hand to her mouth. Melissa's chin went up like she was ready to fight, while Chloe and Amanda just looked exhausted. Stephen, Emily, and the other teenagers sat up straight, their attention riveted to Alex.
"I can't see them anymore,"
Jason called out.
"The road curved, and now they're out of sight."
Alex squinted toward the rear of the bus, and through the emergency exit window, he saw the interstate cutting through the mountain, blocking his view of the freeway to the north. "It's okay," he said as he swept his gaze over his friends and family, wanting to reassure them. "We have a plan. The winding road might even help. It'll hide our movements from those people, which is just what we want." He turned back to the front of the bus. Trying to remember when the next overpass would appear, he watched out the big window as they drove up the hill. He knew there were exits with overpasses near Fillmore, but that was miles away. They couldn't wait for that. The enemy would catch up well before then. What would they do if that happened? They would be sitting ducks. Extreme concern tightened his chest. They had to do something about the people chasing them. Get rid of them before they did any damage to Alex and his group.
"I see an overpass,"
Stan said over the radio, his voice showing more emotion than usual.
"I'm taking the exit. Over."
"Right behind you,"
Oliver replied. Almost immediately, Alex saw the overpass as well. He hadn't even realized it was there. There was nothing notable at this exit, so he'd never paid attention to it before. Stan took the exit, and the bus followed. At the top, Stan stopped.
"Dirt road to the right,"
Stan said over the radio.
"Going left. Over."
The truck turned left. The bus rumbled up to the stop sign, slowed enough to turn safely, and made a left. Both vehicles moved quickly along the overpass until they were a short distance beyond it, behind a low hill. It looked like this exit simply led to a frontage road that was probably rarely used. Perfect. "Grab your weapons and go," Alex shouted. Oliver opened the main door. Alex, Luke, Melissa, Jason, and Oliver rushed out. Stan joined them as they raced to the overpass. There was a low concrete barrier that ran along the overpass, a chain-link fence perched on top of the barrier. "Everyone, stay down," Alex commanded. "We don't want them to know we're here until it's too late."
"I hear something,"
Jason said as he crouched behind the concrete barrier. Alex heard it too, the unmistakable sound of vehicles approaching. It was easy to hear them in the absolute silence of a world without electricity and very few running cars, especially with the approaching vehicles being older. They were nowhere near quiet. Alex, Luke, Stan, and Oliver rested their rifles on the concrete barrier, with the muzzles poking through the chain-link fence, but they kept their heads down. Only Luke peered over the barrier.
"There they are,"
Luke said, his tone sharp. Alex didn't relish killing, but these people would not give up willingly, and he wasn't about to sacrifice those he loved. Maybe he should have done the deed when he'd initially disarmed them, but if he killed everyone who approached them, he couldn't live with himself. The world wasn't that far gone yet, was it? "We have to take them out," he said.
"Yep,"
Oliver murmured.
"No other choice,"
Luke said, his voice low.
"I don't like it either, but they're coming after us."
Hearing everyone's agreement helped to assuage Alex's reticence. The sound of engines grew louder.
"Wait until you have a clear shot,"
Luke advised. Alex steadied his breathing as the vehicles approached. His finger rested on his rifle's trigger guard. The sound of engines grew closer, echoing off the hills.
"They're slowing down,"
Luke whispered. Through the chain-link fence, Alex spotted the Beetle first. Its faded blue paint job stood out against the brown landscape. The pickup truck followed close behind, an older Ford with a cracked windshield. Both vehicles crawled along the interstate at maybe 20 miles per hour.
"They're looking for us."
"They saw the exit," Alex said. "They're not sure if we took it." He glanced toward the bus but couldn't see it. Good. That meant those people couldn't see it either. The vehicles continued their slow approach. Alex could make out faces now through his scope. The same man from before was driving the Beetle. One woman sat in the passenger seat, holding what looked like a hunting rifle. The pickup had 3 people in the cab.
5 targets,
Luke reported.
Driver and passenger in the Beetle, 3 in the truck.
"I've got the Beetle," Alex said. "Luke, take the truck's driver. Oliver and Stan, you take out anyone who shows themselves after we shoot. Jason and Melissa, watch our backs." The vehicles drew closer, now less than 200 yards away. Alex's heart pounded. These people had made their choice when they came back armed. They'd forced his hand.
"Almost,"
Luke breathed out.
"Almost."
The Beetle was nearly to the overpass. The pickup followed close behind. "Now!" Alex squeezed the trigger. The rifle cracked. The Beetle's driver slumped forward, his head hitting the steering wheel. Luke's shot followed a split second later. The pickup's windshield shattered, and blood painted the window behind the driver. Both vehicles continued moving, going under the overpass and out of sight. Alex and the others dashed to the opposite side of the overpass. The vehicles appeared, drifting as if no one was pushing the gas pedal. The truck rolled to a stop on the left shoulder while the Beetle came to a halt in the middle of the interstate.
Movement,
Oliver called out.
Passenger side of the Beetle.
The woman burst out of the passenger door, rifle in hand. She dropped to one knee and raised her weapon toward the overpass. Oliver's shot caught her in the chest. She collapsed backward onto the pavement. Two people scrambled out of the pickup truck, diving to the ground in front of their vehicle. One of them fired wildly toward the overpass. Bullets pinged off the concrete barrier and chain-link fence.
Don't return fire,
Luke said.
See if that will draw them out.
All went silent as the enemy stopped firing. Then a head poked around the side of the truck's front end. Alex squeezed the trigger. The man jerked back and didn't reappear.
One left,
Luke muttered. The last person made a break for it, sprinting away from the truck toward the northbound lane of the interstate. Oliver's rifle cracked. The runner stumbled and fell, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Alex kept his rifle trained on the vehicles below, scanning for any sign of movement. Nothing. Just two vehicles with their engines still running and bodies scattered around them. "We need to check the bodies," Alex said. "Make sure they're dead and see if they have anything useful. Luke, Oliver, you're with me. Stan and Melissa, stay here and cover us. Jason, watch for approaching vehicles. We can't be certain no one else from their group will show up, although I suspect this is it." The three of them hurried down the embankment, weapons ready. Dead bodies on the freeway weren't a pleasant sight, but Alex pushed away the guilt trying to surface in his mind. These people had forced this outcome. He had to protect his family.
"I'll check the pickup,"
Luke said.
I've got the runners.
Alex approached the Beetle cautiously. The driver hadn't moved, still slumped over the steering wheel. The woman lay crumpled by the passenger door, her rifle several feet away. Both were dead. He gathered their weapons and ammunition, finding 2 pistols and several magazines in addition to the rifle.
"All dead over here,"
Luke called out.
Same.
"Let's get back to the others," Alex said. "We need to move before anyone else shows up." Chapter 17. Alex. Oliver maneuvered the bus past the Beetle. The adults shielded the younger kids from seeing the bodies strewn across the asphalt. Alex frowned at the carnage, but forced it out of his mind. He hadn't asked for this, and there would be plenty more to deal with in the coming hours. He faced the front, standing on the steps near the door. They drove on. Oliver kept the bus from picking up too much speed as they descended the hill, but once they reached the bottom, and they could see that the road was relatively clear, they sped up. Stalled vehicles littered the road here and there, but they could see them in plenty of time to go around without slowing much. Alex's optimism that they would reach the homestead by nightfall grew. He smiled to himself, his gaze sweeping the entire vicinity. Pinyon pine trees and sagebrush spread out before them on both sides of the interstate. In the distance stood mountains, although they weren't as high as the ones in the Salt Lake Valley. Regardless, he loved the desert landscape. Southern Utah was different, with its red rock mountains. He was eager to get there.
"Bus, come in,"
Stan said over the radio. "We're here," Alex replied. "Over."
"I'm getting low on fuel. This stretch would be a good place to siphon. No one's around. Over."
Alex looked at Oliver, who nodded his agreement. "Let us know when you're going to stop. Over."
"Will do. Out."
"How much fuel do we have?" Alex asked Oliver. Oliver glanced at the fuel gauge.
More than half a tank, but all those supplies added a lot of extra weight. That affects our mileage.
Alex hadn't considered that, but it was still worth it to have those supplies. There would be plenty of vehicles they could siphon fuel from. At least, he hoped so. "If we see a diesel truck, let's top off." Oliver nodded.
Sounds good.
It didn't take long for Stan to find a car to siphon from. He was about a quarter mile ahead of them.
"Stopping here,"
he said over the radio. "Right behind you," Alex replied. The bus slowed, then came to a stop. The siphon kit was on the bus, so Alex dug through their supplies until he found it. "If anyone needs to go to the bathroom," he announced to the group. This would be a good time.
I need to go.
8-year-old Ethan announced.
I'll take him,
his mom Nancy said with a smile. Several others said they needed to make a pit stop as well. In the rush to deal with their pursuers and then feeling urgency to get back on the road once the confrontation was over, everyone but the fighters had stayed on the bus. Everyone could use a break. Oliver opened the door, and everyone piled out. It felt good to be outside without feeling the pressure of an imminent battle. That didn't mean they could let their guard down, and they didn't. But especially for the kids, it was important to have some carefree time to run around and release their pent-up energy. Stephen tossed a ball with the younger kids, while Jason, Josh, and Logan spread out to keep watch. Alex was so impressed with his 17-year-old son, he'd stepped up in a way that, honestly, shocked him. Without being asked and without a hint of complaint, Jason did what needed to be done. Emily and Stephen were doing just as well by entertaining the younger kids, which on this long trip was invaluable. Back at home, they'd done their share of being on watch and helping with chores as well. Alex knew how fortunate he was to not only have his family whole and healthy, but to have them adjusting to the apocalypse so well. Baxter, the black lab, ran around as well, his tongue lolling out and his tail wagging. Carrying the siphon kit, Alex made his way over to Stan, who had pulled the truck right beside a white SUV. Alex hoped the vehicle had a lot of gas in its tank. Otherwise, they'd have to stop again soon to siphon more fuel.
Can we siphon it directly into the truck's fuel tank?
Stan asked. Alex looked at the length of the hose and then the distance between the truck's fuel door and the SUV's fuel door, as well as the height of each. The SUV's fuel door was slightly higher than the truck's, and they were close enough for the hose to reach. Yeah, Alex said. The biggest challenge is getting past the anti-siphon valve, but with a little brute force, I'm sure we can do it. They worked together to get the siphon hose past the anti-siphon valve in the SUV's fuel tank, and after a few attempts, they pushed it through. The fuel flowed smoothly through the clear hose. Alex watched it snake its way into the truck's tank. Stan held the hose while Alex checked inside the SUV for any useful supplies. A few empty fast food wrappers and other trash littered the floor. It looked like the occupants had taken anything of value with them. He idly wondered who had been in this SUV, where they'd been heading, and where they were now. What would he have done if he and his family had been on the road when the EMP had hit? Their car would have stopped running, and they weren't prepared for that. Getting home from downtown Salt Lake had been challenging on its own, but being stuck out here, in the middle of nowhere, would have been even worse. The sound of children laughing drew his attention to where Emily supervised a game of tag. His daughter had such a natural way with the younger kids. Movement caught his eye. Jason had climbed onto the roof of an abandoned car about 50 yards away, using the elevation to scan the landscape through his binoculars.
How's the bus doing on fuel?
Stan asked as gas flowed from the SUV to the truck. Alex turned to him. Good, but we want to top off if we see a diesel we can siphon from. The weight of the supplies hasn't helped the bus's already low fuel mileage. Tilting his head, he added, Those supplies ought to help convince Scott and Heather to take all of us in, though. Stan nodded.
It certainly won't hurt, but I hope they won't turn us away, regardless.
Me too. Scott and Heather were good people, but expecting them to take in 19 additional people was a big ask. Better to come bearing gifts than empty-handed.
Absolutely.
Oliver approached, rifle slung across his back.
Everything is quiet so far. Logan's keeping watch on the north side. Josh is on the south. No movement except a few birds.
Good. Alex gestured to the fuel line. Almost done here. Then we can get back on the road. The sound of the fuel flowing changed, becoming more sporadic. Stan lifted the hose higher, drawing out the last drops. Alex disconnected the line and carefully coiled it up, while Stan secured the fuel cap.
I'll get everyone loaded up,
Oliver said, heading toward the scattered group. Alex watched Oliver and Luke gather the younger kids, herding them toward the bus. Emily helped as well while Melissa stood in the doorway, counting heads as people climbed aboard. The routine felt almost normal now, though nothing about their situation was normal.
Ready when you are,
Stan said, climbing into the truck. Alex did one last sweep of the area. Jason was already climbing down from his perch, and Josh and Logan jogged back toward the bus. Everything looked clear. They needed to keep moving if they wanted to reach the homestead before dark. He walked to the bus, noting how Oliver had positioned it perfectly, ready for a quick getaway if needed, with clear sight lines in all directions. The discipline of their group had improved dramatically since leaving their neighborhood. It had to. Their survival depended on it. "Everyone accounted for?" he asked Melissa as he reached the bus steps.
Yep.
She squeezed his arm.
Let's get moving.
Alex nodded and took his position near the front of the bus where he could keep watch and communicate with Oliver. The diesel engine rumbled to life, and Stan's truck pulled out ahead of them. They fell into their convoy formation, maintaining a steady pace as they continued south through the Utah desert. Chapter 18. Alex. They were approaching the second and final Fillmore exit, the one Alex and his family had taken many times before when they needed to make a pit stop. At this point in the drive, Alex knew they were more than halfway to Springmont. Normally, it meant they'd been on the road for 2 hours. This time, though, it was taking so much longer. The stopping to deal with marauders, the stopping to get fuel, the slowing to get around obstacles. It was very frustrating, but Alex was grateful that regardless of the holdups, he and his family and friends were together and healthy and had what they needed. He really couldn't ask for much more than that. Now, though, it was just after 12. Some of the younger kids complained they were hungry. Were they hungry or just bored? When they'd stopped to refuel the truck, which was now over half full, the break had been brief. Kids needed much more time to run around and burn off energy, but stopping to play wasn't an option. Unseen danger lurked around every bend in the road. Alex walked down the aisle, taking a seat beside Melissa. He'd been on his feet for much of the drive. It felt good to sit down.
How are you holding up?
She asked as she took his hand and gave him a warm smile. Being with his wife offered a reprieve from all his worries, and he felt his body relax. "I'm doing okay." He glanced at Luke, who sat with 5-year-old Charlotte, then at Chloe, who was trying to entertain 3-year-old Mia. Nancy had her 2 young boys, and Amanda had her young son and daughter. "The natives are getting restless," Melissa chuckled.
I noticed.
He smiled at Melissa. "Can't blame them. The drive's been long and boring with brief moments of excitement." She rolled her eyes.
More like moments of terror.
He didn't disagree. They'd been lucky so far in that they'd faced no one who'd gotten the upper hand in a confrontation. Knowing that could change in an instant sent a bolt of dread through Alex's chest.
You okay?
Melissa asked, and he realized he was squeezing her hand a little too tightly. He relaxed his hold. "Yeah." She studied his face but didn't speak for several beats.
We're going to make it, Alex.
Trying to conjure up as much faith as she had, he slowly nodded. He looked out the window. They were passing the final Fillmore exit. He could see the Maverick gas station off to the left. For a moment, he imagined these were normal times, that they were going to stop off at the busy gas station and take a break, get a soda, use the bathroom, and top off their tanks. But no, that's not the way things were any longer. He didn't want to go where people could be. That posed too much danger.
Do you think it would be okay to fix something to eat while we're driving?
Melissa asked, drawing Alex's attention to her. Coming back to the here and now, the place where he had to calculate the relative peril in every decision he made, he focused on Melissa and her question. It might be a little awkward in the tight space, but it can be done. She smiled.
That ought to settle the natives a bit.
He chuckled. True.
I'll bet you wouldn't mind a snack, either.
You know I can always eat. She laughed.
Yes, I do.
It felt good to talk about something normal rather than an impending emergency. Alex reveled in the moment.
Oh, crap!
Oliver shouted. Heart jolting with alarm, Alex leapt from his seat and raced to the front. What's wrong? The bus slowed as Oliver pointed out the windshield.
Stan's truck just blew a tire.
Alex watched as Stan guided the truck onto the right shoulder, the left rear tire flapping against the asphalt. Exhaling a breath of relief that it wasn't something worse, Alex said, Not a big deal. We put on the spare and go on our way.
Right.
Oliver said as the bus came to a stop in front of the truck.
What's going on?
Melissa asked, her voice carrying across the bus's interior. Everyone looked up, faces showing curiosity as to why they were stopping. The truck has a flat, Alex replied with a smile he hoped conveyed that this was only a minor setback. Melissa nodded.
Well, you changed the tire. Why don't the rest of us make some lunch?
Good idea, Alex replied.
Who's hungry?
Melissa asked the group.
I am.
Several of the kids shouted. If anyone wants to come outside and stretch their legs, Alex said, and help us keep watch, now's the time.
I will,
Emily said as she got to her feet.
Me too,
Stephen added. Jason, Josh, and Logan offered to come as well. The 5 teenagers, plus Luke and Oliver, joined Alex as he left the bus. The teenagers spread out, with Oliver guiding them where they should stand watch. Alex and Luke approached Stan, who was on his hands and knees peering under the truck. He stood and faced Alex and Luke.
I don't see a spare.
They'd gotten the truck when they had taken back their stolen food from Travis Hughes and his group, so they didn't know where the truck had come from initially. Great, Alex muttered. Then he scanned the interstate, studying the few abandoned vehicles within sight. If we could find a truck with the same size tires, we could take a tire from it.
Good idea,
Stan said with a smile. Alex knelt beside the front left tire and noted the size imprinted on the side. He read it out loud, then stood. Look for trucks or SUVs. They'll be the best candidates for a match. Luke surveyed the vehicles nearby.
I don't see any from here.
As Alex was trying to decide whether they should walk along the interstate to look for a truck with matching tires or load everyone onto the bus and drive while searching, he heard a vehicle approaching from behind. Immediately on his guard, he heard Oliver shout,
"Someone's coming!"
Turning toward the sound, Alex saw an older Ford Bronco entering the interstate from the on-ramp that came from Fillmore. The Bronco was too far for him to see the driver, but it was moving steadily forward. Did the driver see Alex and his people? They were on the shoulder, but the yellow bus was hard to miss. And they had 9 people spread out along the interstate, also hard to miss. "Be on your guard!" Alex shouted, his hand going to the gun at his hip. Chapter 19. Alex. The Bronco was getting closer, about 200 yards away now.
Here, Dad,
Jason said, handing Alex a pair of binoculars. Thanks, son, Alex said. Then he pressed the binoculars to his eyes. The Bronco came into focus. A man and a woman sat in the front. Alex studied the interior of the Bronco, which was when he saw 2 kids in the back seat. His shoulders relaxed. A family didn't seem like much of a threat, especially against his people, armed and on their guard. He lowered the binoculars. It's a family, probably lives in Fillmore. I don't think they're a threat.
Still need to be careful,
Luke said. I hear you, Alex said. They stayed where they were, watching the Bronco draw closer. When the Bronco was close enough that Alex could see the people inside without the binoculars, he waited to see what they would do. When the Bronco slowed as it approached their group, Alex watched in surprise. Surely the driver of the Bronco noticed Alex and his team and that they carried weapons. Wouldn't he rather steer clear of them? Alex rested his hand on the gun at his hip. He noticed that Luke and Stan did the same. The Bronco drew abreast of Alex, Luke, and Stan, who stood beside the truck which was parked behind the big yellow school bus. Young kids' faces peered out the windows of the bus. Had the man seen them? Did it make him feel less threatened? The Bronco's passenger window lowered, the side closest to Alex and his group.
Need some help?
The man asked. The woman in the passenger seat seemed to size up Alex and his group. She didn't appear frightened or nervous, which made Alex believe she was from this area, like she felt in control here, like it was her home territory.
You don't have a spare tire we can use, do you?
Stan asked as he pointed to the flat with the hand not near his pistol, his voice friendly and a smile on his face. Ever since Alex had known him, Stan had been the one to keep things calm, to be the mediator. Alex said nothing, waiting to see how the man would respond. The man chuckled.
Sorry. No extra tires here.
Stan shrugged.
Never hurts to ask.
No,
the man replied.
Sure doesn't.
The man looked thoughtful.
You could probably find a match with one of these dead vehicles.
We were thinking the same thing,
Stan said, the smile still on his lips.
But it'll have to be a truck or SUV.
He glanced along the interstate.
Don't see one, though.
Daddy, I'm hungry.
A girl who looked about 10 years old said from the Bronco's rear seat, her voice almost pitiful.
Please, can I have something to eat?
Her voice softened and her eyes pleaded.
Please?
The young girl's tone tore at Alex's heart. He and his group had plenty of food, and it appeared these children were going without. Unless this was a trap. But if it was, the girl's performance was Oscar-worthy. The man's shoulders hunched slightly as he softly sighed. Then he seemed to gather himself before straightening. He glanced at the woman, who turned to the little girl and said,
That's why we're going home, Sadie, to get food.
Okay,
the girl said, her voice so soft Alex barely heard her. Alex thought the woman's comment about going home sounded a little odd because he thought Fillmore was home for these people.
Maybe Grandma has food.
A boy of about 7 piped up from the rear as he leaned forward between the front seats.
Why don't we go back to her house?
Grandma's dead.
The girl stated.
Don't you remember?
She shook her head like her brother was too dumb for words.
Anyway, all her food is gone.
The woman turned to Stan, her eyes shiny and her cheeks rosy.
Best of luck to you.
She smiled in a way that was clearly forced. Then she turned to the man like she wanted him to go.
Hold on,
Stan said as he held up his hand. The man shifted his eyes to Stan but didn't speak. Stan smiled.
Maybe we can make a trade.
Alex wasn't sure what Stan was thinking, but he let it play out. He could always speak up if he thought Stan was taking them down the wrong path. But over the last few weeks, and even before that if Alex was being honest, Stan had proven himself to be resourceful, to think outside the box. The man frowned, apparently unsure about Stan and the rest of their group.
What did you have in mind?
Well,
Stan began.
We need to find a tire, and we don't want to drive the bus up and down the interstate while we search for the right vehicle.
He chuckled.
That beast isn't exactly agile.
The man tilted his head, his forehead furrowing.
And?
Alex thought he knew what Stan had in mind, and he didn't disagree, although he was still wary of these strangers. He glanced at Luke, who seemed to consider things as well.
We might have a snack to spare for your kiddos,
Stan said, glancing at the 2 kids in the back seat of the Bronco. Alex couldn't miss the way the kids' faces lit up, their mouths opening in surprise, their eyes going wide. The woman looked at Stan with suspicion. Then she slowly looked toward the bus where 5-year-old Charlotte and 8-year-old Ethan were pressing their faces against the windows. She turned back to Stan.
Are you stealing kids? Is that what this is about?
Her face became stern.
I'll have you know my husband is a sheriff. He won't allow that.
No,
Stan said, his face showing obvious shock.
Those are our kids.
It's okay, Cheryl,
the man said as he placed a hand on her arm.
John?
The woman said.
We should go.
Stan held up both hands.
I was just trying to help. I can see your kids are hungry, that's all.
The woman, Cheryl, stared at her husband, and in a voice that was nearly a whisper said,
Springmont's not that far. We can get there by nightfall.
Not sure he'd heard them correctly. Alex squinted at them. Did you say Springmont? Cheryl's head swiveled toward Alex.
What?
Alex stepped closer to the passenger window. Springmont. I thought I heard you say Springmont. The woman looked alarmed, like she'd said too much. Alex understood. It wasn't safe to broadcast unnecessary information. He didn't want to announce that Springmont was their destination either. Still, Springmont was a small town. Maybe these people knew Scott and Heather. Alex began, I have family there. The man narrowed his eyes at Alex.
Uh-huh. Care to share their names?
Alex wasn't sure he should. What if these people used that information to hurt Scott and Heather? Arrived in Springmont and pretended they knew them. But Alex needed to give them something, because if he refused, they would never admit to having said Springmont. And if they were from there, they could give Alex information that could be helpful. Deciding to take a chance, Alex replied simply, Scott and Heather. Without their last name, it would be more difficult for these people to pretend they knew them. The man's eyes widened.
Easton?
Now it was Alex's turn to be surprised. You know them? The man, John, the woman had called him, smiled for the first time.
Yeah. How do you know them?
Scott felt confident that this man knew Scott and Heather. How else would he know their last name? Heather is my wife's sister. John rested his hand on the steering wheel, his smile relaxed.
No kidding.
Now it was Alex's turn to get a little information. How do you know them? John chuckled.
Name's Sheriff John Clarkson. My family and I live in Springmont. I know most of the folks there.
Chapter 20. Alex. The man was a sheriff from Springmont. Eager to hear how things were in the small town where they were headed, Alex also noted that John and Cheryl Clarkson were currently in Fillmore. How long had it been since they'd been home? How much information would they have to share? He got right to the point. When were you there last? In Springmont. John frowned.
It's been nearly 3 weeks.
Sounded like he'd left just a few days after the EMP. Still, the man knew Scott and Heather. Did you, see Scott and Heather before you left by any chance?
Yeah, several times.
He smiled.
They were doing fine when I left.
Grimacing slightly, he added,
But it's been a while.
Alex heard the words John didn't add. A lot could have happened in that time. Right, Alex said. But things seemed okay in Springmont when you left?
They did. The community was calm. People were working together.
That comforted Alex. Maybe Springmont would be running like a well-oiled machine when they got there.
You said you have snacks for our kids?
Cheryl asked, staring at Alex with undisguised hope. These people were friends of Scott and Heather's, apparently headed to the same place Alex and his group were. And John was a trained sheriff. It wouldn't hurt to add him to their group for the rest of their journey. Who knew what else they would run into? Alex was happy to give them some food. Yeah, Alex said. Then he turned to Stan and Luke, who he knew well enough to tell they were on the same page as he was.
Oh, thank you.
Cheryl said, her eyes filling with tears.
Thank you so much.
Doing something good for a change warmed Alex. It seemed that all they did lately was kill people. To help someone truly in need, someone who was on the same side as they were, was an unexpected turn of events.
Why don't you and your kids stay here and have a bite to eat?
Stan said, then added with a chuckle.
Your husband can help us find a tire.
Jason, Alex called out, and his son trotted over to him. Can you get Mom? These people know Aunt Heather and Uncle Scott. Jason glanced at the people in the Bronco.
Sure.
He jogged toward the bus. Cheryl was helping her kids out of the Bronco when Melissa joined them, an expectant smile on her face.
You know Heather?
She asked before even saying hello.
Oh my gosh.
Cheryl said.
You look so much like her, except her hair is longer.
Melissa laughed.
That's true.
John got out of the Bronco and came around to where Alex, Melissa, Stan, and Luke were gathered. Oliver joined them. They all introduced themselves, shaking hands and chatting. Alex explained to Melissa that he'd promised the family something to eat. Melissa escorted Cheryl and the kids to the bus, where the trio disappeared inside. I'm assuming you're on your way to Springmont, Alex said to John. Luke, Stan, and Oliver were by Alex's side, clearly interested in the details as well.
Yeah, as Sadie mentioned, Cheryl's mother passed recently, just yesterday, and the food ran out, which helped me to convince Cheryl to come back to Springmont.
He frowned.
We got a late start.
He chuckled.
Maybe that's a good thing. If we'd left earlier, we wouldn't have run into you all.
What made you stop?
Luke asked.
To see if we needed help.
Habit, I guess. Like I said, before all this, I was a sheriff. You see someone who needs help, you stop.
Luke grinned.
I get it.
John appraised Luke.
You law enforcement?
I was, before.
John smiled.
Right.
You know, Alex said, deciding to get to what was on his mind. We wouldn't mind another able-bodied adult or two for the rest of our trip, especially someone with your training. Slowly nodding, John seemed to consider it.
We wouldn't mind being part of a larger group. The trip up wasn't a problem, but that was weeks ago. No idea what we'll run into on the way down.
Glad to have John joining them, Alex smiled. Great.
Now,
Stan said.
Let's see if we can find a tire so we can be on our way.
Everyone laughed.
I'll stay here with Oliver,
Luke offered.
Watch over things.
Sounds good, Alex said. Stan and I can go with John. Stan got in the Bronco's rear seat, then Alex and John got in front.
You want to go farther south?
John asked.
Or back the way you came?
Alex tried to recall if they'd passed any trucks that might have the tire size they needed. He didn't think so. Let's try south. John started up the Bronco, then drove forward. With few stalled vehicles on the interstate, they could move fast, but also with few vehicles, there weren't a lot of options for tires.
What about that one?
Stan asked.
In the northbound lane.
Alex looked where Stan was pointing and saw a truck that might have the right size tires.
Let's check it out,
John said as he slowed. The median between the north and southbound lanes was a wide grassy area, but there was a barrier in the way.
There was an emergency crossover a little ways back,
John said, referring to a paved area between the north and southbound lanes meant for emergency vehicles. He turned the Bronco around and they drove north in the southbound lane until they reached the emergency crossover. It only took a few minutes to reach the truck. All three men got out of the Bronco and went to the truck to inspect the tires.
Bingo!
Stan said as he knelt beside a tire, his voice filled with elation. Relieved that they'd found a match, Alex hoped it wouldn't take too long to remove the tire and get it on Stan's truck. It had already been an hour since the blowout.
Let me grab my jack,
John said. It didn't take long to remove one tire. They had to rearrange the luggage in the back of the Bronco to make room for the tire, but they fit it. Stan appraised the space in the back of the Bronco.
I think we can fit one more tire.
He turned to Alex and John.
Let's take another, to keep as a spare.
Good thinking, Alex said.
Yeah,
John said with a nod.
Wouldn't hurt to have a spare, but I only have the one jack. We'll need to put something under the axle before we lower the truck. Otherwise, it's going to be harder to lift the truck to remove another tire.
The trio searched the nearby area but found nothing useful.
Let's check inside the truck,
Stan suggested. Alex used the tire iron to break a window, then he reached inside and unlocked the door. As he opened the passenger door, he felt like he was doing something wrong. This was someone's vehicle. It was true that they were helping themselves to the tires, but going inside felt different, more intrusive. Pushing aside the feeling of discomfort for basically breaking into someone's car, Alex climbed inside. There wasn't much to see. Whoever owned this truck had kept it pretty clean. Nothing here, Alex said as he hopped back to the pavement. Stan scanned the interstate, then paused, shading his eyes as he looked south.
I think I see something.
He turned to John.
You don't have any binoculars, do you?
John grinned.
I do. Let me grab them.
He went to his Bronco, and moments later, he was back. He handed the binocs to Stan. Stan peered through the lens, then lowered the binocs and turned to Alex and John with a smile.
It looks like there are a couple of pallets on the shoulder.
That'll work,
John said with a grin. They got back in the Bronco. John turned it around and they drove south in the northbound lane. When they reached the pallets, they broke them into smaller sections so they could fit them in the back seat of the Bronco. Then they made a U-turn and drove back to the truck. After stacking pieces of wood under the axle, John carefully lowered the jack until the axle sat on the stack. Then they moved to another tire. Once they removed the second tire, they lowered the jack until the truck's brake drum rested on the asphalt. As Stan and John worked to fit the second tire into the Bronco, Alex kept watch, using the binoculars to scan the empty interstate in both directions. He thought about Melissa and the kids back at the bus, hoping everything was okay there. The bus was a little too far for him to see, even with the binoculars. Not being able to see his family made him anxious, and he felt an urgency to get back to them. He turned to see how Stan and John were doing. About done? He asked.
Yep,
Stan said with a grin as John closed the tailgate. The three of them hopped in the Bronco, and John headed north. Once they reached the emergency crossover, he used it to get onto the southbound lane, where they drove north toward their people. Alex kept his eyes on their surroundings as John drove them back to the bus. His thoughts drifted to the supplies they'd gathered that day: food, sports drinks, a few weapons from the people who'd threatened them, and now spare tires. Maybe their luck was finally turning. The bus came into view exactly as they'd left it. Luke, Oliver, and the teenagers stood guard while the younger kids played on the interstate, tossing a ball back and forth and running around. Melissa, Chloe, Amanda, Nancy, and Cheryl chatted while watching the kids play. Glad everyone had taken a break and the kids had been able to burn off some energy, Alex smiled and felt his body relax. Just because he wasn't there didn't mean everything would fall apart. He had many good people on his side, and now they'd added John and Cheryl. Feeling good about the way the afternoon was going, Alex waited until John had parked the Bronco beside Stan's truck before hopping out. Luke approached them with a smile.
Find some tires?
2 of them,
Stan said with a grin as John opened the back of the Bronco.
Better to have a spare.
Now they had to replace the blown tire. Alex watched as Stan and John jacked up the truck. Melissa joined him. They were a little distant from the Bronco, so Alex asked Melissa, "How did it go with Cheryl?" Melissa smiled.
I like her.
She glanced at the men working on replacing the tire on the truck.
What about John?
Nodding, Alex said, "He'll be an excellent addition to our group."
I'm glad to hear it.
Then she grimaced.
Those kids were pretty hungry. They've been going without for a while.
The comment made Alex realize how fortunate he and his family had been. Though they'd had their challenges and had briefly lost all of their food, they had what they needed. At least so far. Who knew what the future held? Alex studied the interstate. It stretched out before them. No one was in sight, but he knew the sense of security he felt was an illusion. Every mile brought new challenges, new threats. At least now they had another trained law enforcement officer to help keep them safe.
All set,
Stan said, getting to his feet, the new tire on the truck. Alex grinned, eager to get moving. Let's get back on the road. The sooner they reached Springmont, the better. He just hoped what they found there would be worth all this trouble. Chapter 21. Alex. While everyone got on the bus, including Cheryl and her 2 kids who wanted to ride with the larger group, Alex huddled with Stan, Luke, Oliver, and John. "John," Alex said, handing him a handheld radio, "you take the lead. The bus will follow, and Stan will bring up the rear." They all agreed it was a good plan.
How many miles until we get to Springmont?
Oliver asked. Alex looked at John, who he figured knew this stretch better than any of them.
About 125 miles.
John said. Then a wry smile lifted the corners of his mouth.
Under 2 hours in normal times. Assume at least double that with all the abandoned vehicles.
At least, Alex said, knowing they'd have to stop and move vehicles out of the way a few times. He glanced at the sun's position. We've got maybe 6 hours of daylight left. If we're lucky, we might make it before dark. Oliver laughed.
Right.
Alex chuckled in reply. Luck wasn't a strategy they could count on.
Let's head out,
Stan said. Once on the bus, Alex took his position on the steps at the front. Oliver started the engine and Alex watched as John turned the Bronco around and headed south. Inside the bus, everyone had settled into their spots. Sadie and Maddox, the 2 new arrivals, were a novelty for the other kids. The siblings also seemed to enjoy having other kids to play with. Satisfied that everyone was ready for the next leg of their journey, Alex turned to Oliver. Ready?
Sure am.
Let's roll. The convoy pulled back onto I-15, John's Bronco in the lead, then the bus, and Stan's truck bringing up the rear. The landscape stretched out before them, open green meadows with mountains in the distance. Before long, they passed the truck from which they'd taken the tires, its rear listing to the right as its brake drums sat on the pavement. Alex pointed it out to Oliver, who softly laughed and said,
Glad you found a match.
Me too. Melissa sat in the second row. She stood and joined Alex.
I think there's a good chance we'll make it to Springmont before sunset.
Not wanting to squash her optimism but not sharing it, he nodded. There were too many things that could go wrong between here and Springmont. They'd already faced multiple threats on this trip. The ambush the night before, the pursuers they'd had to eliminate earlier that day, and the flat tire, not to mention moving cars out of the way from time to time. Who knew what else waited ahead? She gave him a warm smile.
I'm going to chat with Cheryl.
Pleased she was making the newcomers feel welcome, he nodded and watched her make her way down the bus's aisle. He faced the front, and through the large windshield, he observed their progress. The bus swayed as Oliver maneuvered around a cluster of vehicles. Their convoy moved slowly but steadily southward, eating up miles bit by bit. Jason approached from the back of the bus.
Dad, want me to take watch for a while?
Alex considered the offer. His son had proven himself capable repeatedly on this trip. Sure. Thanks, Jason. Alex found an empty row on the passenger side of the bus and sat, scanning the grassy green meadow that ran alongside the interstate. It was peaceful here, calm. Even the children were quiet, many dozing. The other passengers spoke in soft voices, no one wanting to wake those who slept. Every mile brought them closer to Springmont, to Scott and Heather's homestead. Alex thought about the supplies they'd gathered from the Walmart truck, the weapons from their attackers, even the spare tire, all insurance that Scott and Heather would view them as worthwhile newcomers. But he believed their real value was their ability to work as a team and their experience in battle. It was unlikely the people of Springmont had seen as much action as they had. John's voice came over the radio.
Heads up. Got a bunch of vehicles blocking the interstate about a quarter mile ahead. We'll need to clear a path.
Oliver replied.
Copy that.
Copy,
Stan added. Alex immediately got up from his seat and joined Jason at the front to check it out for himself. He could see the jumble of cars that John was talking about. It was a huge pileup, and it was blocking both the north and southbound lanes of the interstate. Softly sighing, he shook his head. This was going to take a little time to deal with, time he didn't want to spend. The convoy slowed to a stop about 30 yards from the pileup. Through the windshield, Alex counted at least 6 vehicles tangled together across the interstate, which was 2 lanes wide in each direction. It looked like a semi had jackknifed, its trailer creating a barrier that had forced traffic across the median and right into the northbound lane. Most likely because of the EMP unexpectedly shutting off the engines of vehicles traveling over 80 miles per hour. The resulting chaos had created an impassable mess. He couldn't help but wonder if there were bodies trapped in any of the vehicles. Though he hoped not, with the mess he saw in front of him, it wouldn't surprise him. And he could only imagine what the interstate near Salt Lake City looked like with the volume of traffic it constantly carried. Oliver, Luke, with me, Alex said. Jason, Melissa, keep watch from here. The 3 men exited the bus, weapons ready. Alex approached John, who had already started examining the wreckage. Stan stayed with the truck, monitoring their 6.
Looks like we might be able to clear enough space right there,
John said, pointing to a narrow gap between the jackknifed semi and a Ford F-150. Luke studied the scene.
I agree. If we can move that pickup, we can squeeze the bus through.
Let's check the vehicles first, Alex said. He knew better than to assume abandoned vehicles were truly empty. They split up, methodically checking each vehicle. Alex approached a minivan, its windows intact but covered in dust. He wiped a clear spot and peered inside, then jerked back. Several people were inside, completely still, dead. Slightly shaken, he moved to the next vehicle, maintaining awareness of his surroundings and preparing himself to find more bodies. But the other vehicles were empty.
Clear over here,
Luke called from the other side of the pileup.
Same,
Oliver confirmed.
Just a few bodies,
John said as he approached Alex. Alex frowned. I found bodies too. Then something occurred to him. Didn't you come through here after the EMP, John? This pileup would have been there then. Luke and Oliver joined them. They all turned to John to hear his answer.
No,
he replied with a shake of his head.
As soon as I started my trip up, I saw right away that the interstate wasn't the best path. The non-working vehicles were one thing, but all the people who had abandoned their cars and were walking on the interstate were a real hazard. I had to go slow so I didn't run anyone over. On top of that, people kept trying to flag me down. Several times, people got right in my path, forcing me to stop.
Alex hadn't considered that aspect of travel. Fortunately, people had either made their way home or found somewhere to stay in the last several weeks, so they hadn't run into the same issue on their journey.
What did you do?
Oliver asked John.
When they stood in your way.
John frowned.
I wouldn't run them over. Sometimes it was an adult holding a child, for heaven's sake. So I had to stop and blow my horn. A few times I had to threaten people with my sidearm.
He shook his head.
I quickly realized I needed to go a different way. So for the rest of my journey, I took old highways. Significantly fewer people. And problems like this,
He gestured to the pileup.
Maybe we should do the same,
Oliver said.
Take the back roads.
The same thought crossed Alex's mind.
I don't know,
John said.
It took longer in its own way. The interstate is more direct, and there are fewer pedestrians now, if any. Also, keep in mind that it was just me. I didn't have a team of people to clear obstacles, so it was more important to avoid them. But it was many miles longer.
More miles means more fuel,
Luke said.
And potentially more time.
Sounds like there aren't any simple choices, Alex said.
Nope,
John said.
For all we know, this blockage will be the last one before we reach our destination.
True, Alex said, although he sincerely doubted that.
Well,
Oliver said, looking at the jumble of vehicles.
Let's make a hole.
Alex radioed Stan. Stan, we're going to need additional muscle to move a truck. Would you grab all the teenagers?
Copy that,
Stan replied. While they waited, Oliver broke out a window in the truck and got inside. Using the shift lock bypass and a screwdriver, he got the truck into neutral. Minutes later, Stan arrived with all 5 teenagers. Alex gathered everyone near the F-150. We need to get this truck moved out of the way, Alex explained. Once it's clear, we should have enough room to squeeze through. Everyone ready? The group positioned itself around the truck. Oliver took the spot at the driver's side door, ready to steer while the others pushed. On 3, Alex said. 1, 2, 3. The truck resisted at first, then slowly rolled. They grunted with effort. Oliver turned the wheel, steering the truck out of the way.
A little more,
Oliver called out.
Almost there.
With a final push, they cleared enough space for the bus to pass. Alex wiped the sweat from his forehead and surveyed their work. The gap would be tight, but Oliver was skilled enough to thread the bus through. Good job, everyone, Alex said. Oliver closed the truck's door, then jogged over to the bus before climbing aboard. Alex watched as Oliver carefully maneuvered the bus toward the gap. The large vehicle inched forward as Oliver made minute adjustments to clear the obstacles, while Alex and the others guided him. Metal groaned as the side of the bus scraped against the semi's trailer, but Oliver kept it steady. Looking good, Alex called out, giving Oliver instructions through the tight space. Another foot to your right. Perfect. The bus cleared the obstruction, followed by John's Bronco and Stan's truck. Once all 3 vehicles were through, Alex, Luke, and the teenagers boarded the bus. Nice driving, Alex told Oliver as he resumed his position at the front.
Thanks. Let's hope we don't have too many more of those ahead.
As their convoy got back up to speed, Alex nodded in agreement. The delay had cost them 45 minutes, but they'd made it through and were back on the road. He only wondered what would happen next. Chapter 22. Alex. Beaver was the next town they would come to, the next milestone on their journey. As they drove toward it, Alex studied the landscape that ran along the interstate. Wide open space covered in sagebrush. This time of year it was green and rather lush for the desert. With no people or towns in sight, he could imagine making a home here. It would be safe and a great place to live, except for the challenge of resources. Where would they get water? Food? There was nothing out here but green sagebrush-covered fields. Beautiful, but barren, because rain did not fall in abundance. Shifting his thoughts to their current mission, getting to Scott and Heather's homestead, he turned to Oliver, who had been driving the bus the entire journey. How are you doing? With both hands on the steering wheel, Oliver glanced at Alex.
Good. I don't mind driving. Keeps me from getting bored.
Alex chuckled. That works. He glanced behind him. I'm going to keep watch from one of the rows.
Sounds good.
The third row on the passenger side was empty, so Alex sat there and stared out the window.
How far until Beaver?
Emily asked as she slumped into the seat beside him. About 10 miles. Alex turned toward her. You holding up okay? She stretched her arms overhead.
Just tired of traveling.
I hear you, but it'll be worth it. It had to be, especially compared to what they were leaving behind.
I know,
Emily said. Then she brightened.
I'm excited to see Katie.
Alex knew Emily hadn't seen her 14-year-old cousin in months. What about Jake and Ava? He asked, referring to Katie's younger siblings. ages 12 and 9 respectively. Emily smiled.
Them too.
They sat in companionable silence, Alex ever watchful at the window, Emily dozing in her seat. The miles passed in peace, giving Alex hope they would make it to the homestead without further incident.
Alex,
Oliver called out, his tone sharp. With his heart skipping a beat at the sense of urgency in Oliver's voice, Alex stood from his seat, squeezed by Emily, and hustled to the front. "What's up?" Oliver pointed to the south. A plume of black smoke rose from the direction of Beaver. It appeared to be close to the interstate, although from this distance it was hard to tell for sure. "I see it," Alex said as he studied the large, dark cloud. "Could be anything, even something harmless."
Maybe,
Luke said as he joined them.
Or it could be trouble. We should approach carefully.
Alex agreed. He lifted the radio to his lips. "John, Stan, there's smoke up ahead. Pull over ASAP so we can discuss how to proceed." Both men acknowledged the message, and the convoy slowed. All 3 vehicles pulled mostly onto the shoulder, although they were still partway on the interstate. What did it matter when there was no moving traffic? Alex stepped off the bus, the afternoon sunshine warming him. Oliver, Luke, and Melissa followed. The 4 of them joined Stan and John in front of the Bronco. Trying to calculate the location of the source, Alex scrutinized the smoke. But with the distance and without knowing whether the interstate curved, it was nearly impossible to tell. He guessed it was a couple of miles farther on.
"Wonder what trouble they've had here,"
Stan said as he stood beside Alex and looked toward the smoke. Several scenarios flashed through Alex's mind. Most likely they'd experienced something he hadn't even thought of.
probably similar to what we've dealt with.
It's a small town,
Melissa pointed out.
They probably pulled together better than our community.
I don't know,
Luke chimed in.
There's always someone who'll try to take advantage of the situation, and many, probably most, wouldn't have been prepared for something like an EMP.
He grinned.
I know I wasn't.
"What do you want to do?"
Stan asked. Alex turned to John. Any ideas? John looked thoughtful.
"We can take my Bronco, scout it out. Once we have more information, we'll decide how to proceed."
"Solid idea,"
Stan said with a nod. After a brief discussion, they decided John, Luke, and Alex would do the scouting while the rest would stay behind and guard the bus and truck. With the people inside the bus and the supplies in both the bus and truck, not to mention the fact that both vehicles were working, the bus and truck were high-value assets. "We'll take one radio," Alex said. "That left plenty of handheld radios for those left behind."
"Keep us posted,"
Oliver said.
"and don't take any unnecessary chances."
You just don't want to miss out on any fun,
Luke teased. Oliver laughed.
"Got that right."
John got behind the wheel of the Bronco while Luke got in the rear and Alex got in the passenger seat. They set off, moving cautiously south along the interstate toward the smoke. As they drove, Alex peered through a pair of binoculars. Luke had a pair as well. As they drew closer to the billowing black smoke, it became clear where it came from. Someone had stacked tires in a haphazard pile in the middle of the interstate and set them on fire. Crowding close to the burning tires were 3 cars and 2 SUVs, which stretched across the interstate and onto both shoulders. Alex shifted the binoculars to the northbound lane. Same thing there. He reported what he saw to John and Luke.
There's an exit just before the conflagration,
Luke said as he peered through his binoculars.
But I don't see an overpass.
Alex studied the road ahead. I can't see to verify, but I'm thinking the interstate is the overpass, that the exit goes underneath it.
"I think you're right,"
John said as he came to a stop. Alex handed the binocs to John, then said, "Obviously, whoever's blocking the freeway wants to funnel travelers onto that exit. They're probably waiting at the base of the exit to attack."
No doubt,
Luke said. John slowly scanned with the binoculars, then set them on his lap before turning to Luke.
"There's a map tucked under the seat. Can you hand it to me?"
Luke dug around, then handed a neatly folded map to John. John opened it, spread it out on the steering wheel, then smiled at the 2 men.
"I'm kind of old school. Like to have my paper maps just in case."
Alex grinned. "Glad you do." John studied the map, then turned to Alex and Luke.
"Way I see it, we have 2 options. 1, we clear out the riffraff at that exit so we can get by. 2, we backtrack about 8 miles and then take an old highway south."
He tapped the map to emphasize his point.
but it'll take us right through the heart of Beaver. We have no idea what the situation is there. Could be fine, but could be a whole other brand of trouble.
He folded the map and turned to them with a grim expression.
Going straight.
He pointed to the smoke.
We can guess what we'll be facing and we can deal with it.
He shook his head.
Going through town? Risky in its own way.
Alex considered their options. They could leave the vulnerable members of their party back at the bus with a couple of people to watch over them, while the fighters in the group cleared out the riffraff, as John said. I don't want to backtrack, Alex said with a frown.
I agree,
Luke said.
The old highway is narrow, easily blocked off, difficult to escape once you're on there, especially with the bus.
He shook his head.
Maybe that's their plan B. Could be they have more people waiting along that route than at the exit, ready to take out unsuspecting travelers trying to avoid the blockage.
The unknowns were frustrating, but they had to choose something, had to keep moving. Let's go back and talk to the others, Alex suggested. Either way, we'll need to make a plan.
Sounds good,
John said. Then he turned the Bronco around and headed back toward the bus.
Chapter 23. Melissa. Melissa waited impatiently for Alex and the others to return from scouting. This drive to her sister's place was taking so dang long. Although she was exhausted, she was also on high alert, which was mentally draining. She stood outside the bus with everyone from their group. They didn't know how long Alex, Luke, and John would be, so they wanted to give the kids the opportunity to burn off more energy. With any luck, Alex and the others would discover that the smoke was inconsequential, and their convoy could be on its way. Softly chuckling to herself, she shook her head.
What's funny?
Chloe asked as she stood beside her, watching the kids play tag. Melissa smiled at her friend and former neighbor. Just thinking about the way this trip has gone. Her eyebrows rose. Not exactly the way I'd hoped. Chloe smiled.
I know what you mean, but we did get those supplies.
That's true. I'm sure my sister will appreciate it. She grimaced, especially with our enormous group. A look of concern flitted across Chloe's face.
About that, do you think she'll take us all in? Because, well, we have nowhere else to go.
Melissa placed her hand on Chloe's arm. We'll figure it out. You won't be homeless. I'll make sure of it. Chloe bit her lip and slowly nodded like she was hopeful, but not convinced. Melissa understood. If she were in Chloe's shoes, she would have the same concerns. She had no doubt that Heather and Scott would take in Alex, her and their kids. They were family, after all. But to be honest, she was less certain they could handle their entire group. Still, there had to be a solution, a way everyone could make a home in Springmont. They'd gone through too much to be turned away once they reached their ultimate destination. Not able to worry about something that was yet in the future when there was plenty to worry about right now, Melissa turned her attention to those around her. 3-year-old Mia was asking Chloe for a drink of water. The younger kids were screaming in mock terror as the slightly older kids chased them, and the teenagers were standing guard under Oliver's direction. Feeling a deep sense of community that took her by surprise, Melissa smiled. These were her people, and she would do whatever it took to make sure they had a place to stay once they reached Springmont. The sound of a vehicle approaching from the south reached Melissa's ears. She looked in that direction and saw the Bronco approaching. Relieved, but also anxious to know what the scouts had discovered, she said, "They're back." As soon as the Bronco came to a halt, Melissa and the others hurried over to hear what the trio had learned. Alex climbed out of the Bronco first, his face tight with concern. Once John and Luke stood beside him, he waited until everyone was close enough to hear before he spoke.
Someone set up a roadblock with burning tires. That's the source of the smoke.
His jaw clenched.
Looks deliberate.
He paused.
There's an exit that would let us bypass the blockage, but...
He frowned as his words trailed off. But what? Melissa stepped closer, her heart beating harder because she could sense that the news would not be good.
It's a perfect ambush point,
Alex replied, looking first at her, then at the others.
It seems rather obvious that the blockage is there to force us down the off-ramp.
Luke stepped up beside Alex.
Whoever did this, they're waiting.
Melissa's mind raced through their options. What about going around, taking side roads?
We considered that,
John said.
but that option has its dangers.
Alex nodded his agreement, then explained the problems with bypassing the interstate and taking a back road, adding,
We need to deal with this head on.
These folks are targeting travelers.
John said.
If we avoid them, they'll just prey on the next group coming through, a group that will most likely be less capable than we are.
Melissa knew John was right, and the thought of a vulnerable group of people being preyed upon by modern-day pirates made Melissa angry. If they could prevent that, they should. We should take care of this problem, she said. Not only for ourselves, but for anyone who comes after us. Heads nodded all around.
Any ideas on a plan?
Melissa looked to Alex. He'd been the de facto leader this entire journey, and she had a feeling he'd already been thinking about how to handle this situation.
I have some thoughts,
Alex said with a stoic nod. Melissa held back a smile. She knew him so well.
Some of us will need to stay here with the bus and the younger kids. The rest of us will split into 2 teams.
Then he explained what he had in mind. Melissa had every intention of being on one of the teams involved with taking out the people who were waiting to ambush them. Staying on the bus, waiting, was not an option. She thought about the terror she'd felt the night before when someone had tried to break into the bus while Alex, Luke, Oliver, and Stan were taking out the ambushers. Being on the defensive, waiting to be attacked, was significantly worse than offensively taking action. Plus, she wouldn't be alone. She would be with a team.
I'll stay back here,
Chloe offered. Several others who hadn't seen combat offered to stay back as well. Melissa stayed silent. She noticed Alex looking her way. Smiling tightly, she met his eyes. He knew her as well as she knew him. She couldn't miss his frown as he seemed to understand that she would be on one of the 2 teams. Ignoring his reaction, when Oliver asked questions about the plan and Alex turned his focus to him, Melissa felt a mixture of relief that he hadn't tried to talk her out of being part of the team as well as anxiety at being in a brand new battle.
Chapter 24. Alex. Alex studied the faces of those who would join him in dealing with whoever had created the roadblock. Melissa's determined expression told him that arguing with her about staying back where it was safe would be pointless. She'd made her choice, and he had to respect that. Besides, she'd proven herself more than once. He knew she could handle herself. Turning his focus to the mission, he discussed the details with those who were going. We're about 2 miles away now, he said, so I don't expect trouble at the bus. Even so, those staying back need to be on high alert, and we'll keep in touch with the radios. Stan had offered to stay behind to watch over those who could not fight or were inexperienced in battle. Alex could read in his eyes that he would have preferred to go with them, which made him appreciate Stan's willingness all the more. Oliver placed a hand on his 15-year-old son's shoulder.
You sure you want to come, Josh?
Josh glanced at Jason, who was 2 years older than him. Alex couldn't miss the admiration the younger boy had for his son. Proud that Jason set such a good example to the other teenagers, Alex held back a smile.
Yeah,
Josh said in reply to Oliver.
I want to defend myself and our family.
Oliver smiled with obvious pride, but Amanda seemed much less certain.
We need more people to stand guard here,
she said to her son.
Logan's staying,
Josh said, pointing to his younger brother.
So is Steven.
Alex noticed Steven's glum look. He wanted to come, but Alex needed him to help guard the bus. Most of the experienced fighters would face the people lying in wait. Amanda didn't look happy. She gave Oliver a meaningful look, then turned to Josh.
I know Dad will keep you safe.
Oliver stared at her steadily.
Of course I will.
She turned to him, a tiny smile lifting her lips, but Alex couldn't miss the way her eyes grew shiny. Everyone knows their role? Alex asked. Heads nodded all around. Check your weapons and meet me at the Bronco. Alex turned to those staying behind. Stan, you're in charge here. Keep everyone inside the bus with the engine running. First sign of trouble, you get them out of here. Stan nodded gravely.
Keep us posted.
Will do. They did a radio check. Then Alex hustled over to the people gathered near the Bronco. Remember, don't shoot unless they fire first. Could be they're just desperate and looking for help. Oliver snorted.
People just looking for help don't set up an ambush.
Alex glanced at Oliver before meeting the eyes of each person. Oliver's right, but I don't want to start a firefight unless we have to. He paused. Be ready to take action at the slightest provocation. Oliver, Luke, Josh, and Jason got in the truck, while Alex, Melissa, and John got in the Bronco, with John behind the wheel and Alex in the passenger seat. With the wide-open terrain, there was no way to approach these people without being seen. Besides, the plan was to draw them out, not sneak up on them. John started the engine and began driving south. The billowing smoke was visible, and as they drove closer, Alex shifted his attention between the burning tires, the cars blocking the road, and the off-ramp. No movement detected, but there had to be people waiting. What else would be the point of setting the tires on fire and forcing travelers to take the exit? Alex's hands tightened on his rifle as his mind cataloged different scenarios. The black smoke billowed high into the blue sky, a beacon announcing trouble to anyone within miles. The burning tires and road blockage were about half a mile away.
Everyone ready?
John asked, slowing the Bronco as if they were observing the blockage and trying to decide what to do. Yeah, Alex replied, his body tense as his nerves stretched tight.
Yes,
Melissa said, her tone confident. Team 2, radio check, Alex said into his handheld radio. Over.
Team 2,
Luke replied.
Copy.
About to take the exit, Alex said. Over.
We're one click back. Let us know when to move in. Over.
Copy. With any luck, they wouldn't need Team 2. Putting Jason in danger, not to mention Josh, whose only experience was standing guard, was not ideal. But they had to work with what they had. They had needed to leave at least one experienced fighter to watch over the more vulnerable members of their group and the bus, which left them with the people on the two teams. We'll make it work, Alex thought. They reached the beginning of the off-ramp. Slowly, cautiously, John eased the Bronco to the right. Alex felt his heart speed up in anticipation of a confrontation, one that had a high probability of ending in a gun battle. A quarter of the way down the long off-ramp, the burning tires aligned with them directly to their left, casting an acrid stench that filtered through the Bronco's vents. Alex couldn't suppress a cough, but he didn't let that distract him from his intense focus on what lay ahead. The off-ramp curved at the bottom, making it impossible to see if anyone was hiding, just waiting for unsuspecting travelers. They had no choice but to fall into the trap. Get ready, he said as he scanned every place within sight. Tensing as John guided the Bronco down the exit ramp, he couldn't help but notice every movement, every sound. He moved his finger until it rested lightly against the rifle's trigger guard, ready to slide into position at the first hint of trouble. The acrid smell of burning rubber permeated the vehicle despite the closed windows. Slow down a bit more, Alex said quietly as they approached the curve. Make it look like we're unsure. John nodded and eased off the gas, letting the Bronco coast to the bottom, where there was a stop sign. He halted, and as the road at the base of the off-ramp came into view, Alex's suspicions proved accurate. To the left were several cars, forming a makeshift barricade. To the right were other vehicles, completely blocking that direction as well. There was nowhere to go but forward, up the on-ramp and back onto the interstate, which bypassed the fire. But at that moment, a pair of pickup trucks pulled forward, blocking that path and boxing them in.
Guess they didn't want us to see them until it was too late,
John said. The drivers of the trucks exited their vehicles, their chests puffed out and their chins lifted as if they believed they were in control of the situation. 2 other men joined them, all 4 with rifles visible. They stood with the ease of predators who'd successfully used this trap before. I count 4, Alex whispered, scanning for others who might be hiding. Could be more out of sight.
I see 2 on the interstate above,
Melissa said from behind him, her voice steady despite the danger. Alex glanced in that direction and spotted them. 2 figures partially concealed behind the concrete barrier that ran along the overpass, their rifles pointed at the road below. It was like déjà vu, and he didn't like it. Good eye, he murmured. That makes 6 we know about. Update Team 2.
Team 2,
Melissa said into her radio from the rear where she was less visible by those who were now closely watching them.
At least 6 hostiles, including 2 on the bridge. Move in and dispatch. Over.
Copy.
Luke replied.
Out.
Chapter 25. Alex. Alex kept his breathing even as the Bronco idled at the bottom of the ramp. He observed the ambushers, noting their casual stances, men who'd done this before and expected no resistance.
Follow my lead,
John whispered as he lowered his window partway. One man sauntered forward, stopping beside the driver's side of the Bronco. Late 30s, bushy beard, and a hunting rifle slung casually across his chest. The man's eyes swept over their vehicle, appraising John, then Alex, before lingering on Melissa in the back seat.
Well now, what do we have here?
The bearded man grinned, revealing crooked teeth.
Where y'all headed today?
John cleared his throat.
St. George. Got family there.
The man's eyes narrowed.
That's so. St. George is a nice place. Might be worth a visit ourselves someday.
Alex's grip tightened on his rifle, keeping it low and out of sight. We're just passing through, he said, not looking for trouble. The bearded man chuckled and looked toward his buddies.
Not looking for trouble, he says.
He gestured to his companions, one of whom began approaching, then turned back to John.
Thing is, there's a toll for using this exit. Resources are scarce these days.
What kind of toll?
John asked, maintaining his composure.
Whatever you got. Food, fuel, ammo.
The man's gaze traveled to Melissa again.
Other valuables.
A cold fury rose in Alex's chest at the man's implication. He glanced toward the overpass where the 2 men stood overwatch, their focus on the Bronco, and wondered if Luke, Oliver, and the boys were in position yet.
We don't have much,
John replied, playing for time.
Just enough to get us where we're going.
Shut off the engine and step out of the vehicle,
another man called, this one taller and leaner than the bearded man. He moved to a spot near the hood of the Bronco on the passenger side, his rifle resting in his hands, the barrel in a low-ready position.
All of you.
He stopped beside the Bronco's front end. A third man took his position in front of the Bronco. Alex exchanged a quick look with John, who gave an almost imperceptible nod.
Sure thing,
John said, turning off the engine and slowly opening his door.
No need for anyone to get hurt.
Alex followed suit, keeping his movements slow and deliberate. No reason to provoke a firefight just yet. As he emerged from the Bronco, he angled himself to shield Melissa's exit. The tall man's attention went to Alex's rifle as he stepped out.
What's this?
The man asked, raising his weapon, pointing it directly at Alex.
Thought you were just friendly travelers.
Can't be too careful these days, Alex replied evenly as he calculated his chances of getting off a shot before the man pulled the trigger. He knew his opportunity would arrive soon, and when it did, he couldn't hesitate. 3 of the men now had them under close observation, while the 4th hung back near the trucks. The 2 on the overpass remained in position, rifles aimed and ready.
Hand over your weapons,
the bearded man demanded, extending his hand.
Then we'll discuss what else you'll be contributing.
Listen,
John said, adopting his sheriff's tone.
We don't want any trouble. Just let us through and...
The tall man laughed, cutting John off. Melissa stood beside Alex, her pistol held casually by her side. She made eye contact with the bearded man.
There's no need to do this.
The bearded man laughed.
Oh, I think there is. Now hand over the guns, or this gets real ugly, real quick.
Alex tensed, preparing to move. The moment stretched, taut as a wire. 2 sharp cracks split the air from above. The men spun toward the sound, confusion replacing their confidence. In that instant of distraction, Alex dropped to one knee, bringing his rifle up. John and Melissa mirrored his movement. Before the ambushers could react, Alex took down the tall man, while John neutralized the bearded man before turning his weapon on the man standing in front of the Bronco. Alex marched forward, shooting at the man standing by the trucks across the road. The man didn't even have the chance to fire back before he was down. Alex made sure he was dead before sweeping the area, on the hunt for any other hostiles. He lowered his rifle, the acrid smell of gunpowder sharp in his nostrils. His pulse hammered in his ears as he scanned the area one more time, ensuring no threats remained. The sudden violence left the world eerily quiet except for a faint ringing in his ears. Everyone okay? He glanced back at John and Melissa, both standing with weapons still at the ready. John nodded, his face grim, as he moved to check the fallen hostiles.
Clear here.
Melissa exhaled slowly, her knuckles white around her pistol grip.
I'm good.
Alex keyed his radio. Team 2, status?
All clear up here.
Luke's voice crackled through his earpiece.
All members of Team 2 are fine. Over.
Relief washed through Alex's body. His son was safe. They all were. Copy. Get the truck and head this way. Over.
Copy that. Out.
John crouched beside the bearded man, checking his pockets.
These guys knew what they were doing. They've done this before.
Got cocky, though, Alex said. Overconfident.
Good thing,
Melissa said as she surveyed the bodies. Yeah, Alex replied. If these guys had been on their game, Team 2 wouldn't have been able to get the drop on the men on Overwatch so easily. He lifted the radio to his lips. Bus, come in. Over.
This is Bus,
Stan replied.
Over.
It's safe to head this way. Over.
Copy. See you soon. Out.
Alex approached the trucks the ambushers had positioned across the on-ramp. We need to clear this roadblock. The bus will be here soon. I don't want to linger. Could be others coming to back these guys up.
Absolutely,
John said, then he grinned.
Could be useful having more running vehicles.
Softly chuckling, Alex said, At the least, let's drive them as far as we can before they run out of fuel. Don't want to make it easy for anyone to follow us.
I'll drive one of them,
Melissa offered. Sure, Alex said, though he preferred her close to him. Maybe take Jason with you. She smiled.
I was thinking the same thing.
Look at this,
John said as he stood beside one truck that needed to be moved. What is it? Alex asked as he trotted over to him. John pointed to the interior. Alex saw several rifles, ammunition, and a collection of wallets and jewelry that made his stomach turn. These men had been preying on travelers for some time. Shaking his head in disgust, Alex felt even more justified in killing the men. They repositioned the trucks to be ready to drive onto the interstate, then dragged the bodies off the road and into the grassy area alongside the ramp. Alex felt no remorse. These men had chosen their path and would have shown no mercy to his family. The sound of an approaching vehicle caught his attention. He turned and saw a sage-green truck heading down the off-ramp with Oliver behind the wheel. Oliver stopped the truck behind the Bronco. The group got out, joining Alex, John, and Melissa. The bus is on its way, Alex said. We'll keep watch until they arrive, then we'll get going. He tilted his head. These were bad people. John nodded, then met the eyes of each member of Team 2.
You saved the day.
Wearing an expression that said he didn't relish killing, but was glad to rid the world of scum, Luke said,
They never knew what hit them.
While they waited for the bus, Alex, John, and Melissa briefly recounted what had happened. I was getting a little nervous, Alex said with a grin, hoping you guys would show up in time. Oliver chuckled.
Sorry it took so long. We didn't want them to see us.
Then he smiled proudly at Josh.
This guy did great.
Josh stood a little taller under Oliver's praise. Alex noticed Jason hiding a grin, like he was proud of the younger boy too.
You'll ride with me,
Melissa said to Jason, then pointed to a blue truck. She turned back to the group and with a smirk at Luke and Oliver said,
We gained a couple more vehicles.
Nice,
Luke said.
I can drive one if you need me to.
Alex smiled. Yeah, that would be helpful. We have a lot of vehicles now. The bus arrived a few minutes later, and once it did, the convoy headed up the on-ramp and back onto southbound I-15. Chapter 26. Alex. Alex settled into the front row of the bus on the passenger side, exhausted by the events of the day, and the day wasn't over yet. It was late afternoon, but he still had hopes they could reach Springmont by nightfall. Oliver was back behind the wheel. John took point in the Bronco. Melissa and Jason followed in the blue truck. Then the bus. Then Luke in a black truck. And then Stan in the sage green truck they'd been driving since leaving home. It was quite the convoy. Alex lifted the radio to his lips. Everyone, check in. Over.
Bronco checking in,
John said.
All looks clear for now. Over.
Blue truck checking in. Over.
Jason said, which made Alex smile.
Black truck checking in.
Luke said.
Over.
Green truck checking in.
Stan said.
Over.
Keep a sharp eye, Alex said. Out. Satisfied that everyone was doing well, Alex let himself relax. The convoy was almost too big now. Although it was nice to have the extra trucks, his people were more spread out. He didn't love that. Especially having Melissa and Jason out of his immediate safety net. Shaking his head, because he knew Jason and Melissa could handle themselves, he focused on the road ahead.
Think we'll need to make camp before dark?
Oliver asked from the driver's seat. Alex didn't want to commit to that just yet. Let's see how far we can get. Oliver nodded.
Sounds good.
As they drove, Alex studied the landscape. So much of this drive was wide open space with sagebrush as far as the eye could see. Nature didn't care that mankind had been hit with a tragedy. Rather, she took advantage of it, allowing wildlife to roam where it had avoided going before. Once society collapsed, nature reasserted itself, and mankind had been set back on its heels, nearly helpless against the elements and lack of resources. They had survived so far. True, it hadn't even been a month since the EMP, but civilization had crashed and burned so hard that surviving this long was a triumph. One Alex would gladly accept. They were the lucky ones, people who had formed a group that they trusted with their very lives, and a place to go, a place of safety. At least, that was the hope. The radio crackled.
This is Green Truck. I see a vehicle approaching from behind. White pickup, 2 occupants, moving fast. Over.
I see it too,
Luke said.
Over.
Alex's muscles tensed. Copy. How far back? Over.
Just appeared around the bend,
Stan said.
I'd say about a mile and closing. Over.
Oliver accelerated, but the bus could only go so fast in their current conditions.
Could be nothing.
Or could be friends of those roadblock guys. Alex keyed the radio again. All vehicles, prepare for possible hostiles. Bus and blue truck will maintain speed. Bronco, circle back. Black truck, pick me up in half a mile, then we'll pull over. Green truck will pull over a short distance beyond us. If they're harmless, they'll pass us without incident. If not, we've got them surrounded. Over. A chorus of acknowledgments followed. John executed a quick turn at the next emergency vehicle crossing, then sped up, back toward the approaching threat. Go about half a mile, Alex instructed Oliver. He did so, then slowed to a stop. The moment Alex hopped out, the bus accelerated. Seconds later, Luke pulled onto the shoulder and Alex jumped into his truck. Stan drove past them, pulling onto the shoulder about 30 yards ahead of them. Alex swiveled around and through a pair of binoculars, he watched the white pickup. It was about half a mile back, and it had slowed significantly, although it was still moving.
Could be cautious travelers,
Luke pointed out. Could be? Alex kept his attention glued to the approaching vehicle. Or could be buddies of the men we killed in Beaver.
Yeah,
Luke said with a sigh.
That seems most likely.
The white pickup came to a complete stop about 50 yards from Luke and Alex. Through binoculars, Alex could see 2 men inside, talking animatedly. Looks like they're trying to decide if it's a trap, Alex said.
Smart of them.
Alex watched the white pickup through his binoculars, muscles tense. The 2 men inside were clearly weighing their options, gesturing wildly at each other. They're not sure what to do, he said quietly to Luke. The radio crackled in Alex's earpiece.
This is John. I've circled behind them. I'm in the southbound lane on the shoulder. They don't know I'm here. Over.
Copy that. Stay there until we see what they do. Over. Alex kept his eyes fixed on the truck. After another minute of apparent debate, the white pickup slowly started moving, approaching Luke's black truck at a crawl. Get ready, Alex murmured, laying the binoculars on the seat and keeping his hand on his rifle, his head turned to watch the approaching white truck. When the pickup was about 10 yards away, it stopped. The passenger window rolled down, and a man leaned out.
Hey there,
the man called.
You folks having trouble?
Alex exchanged a glance with Luke. The friendly tone didn't match the cautious approach. If they were truly innocent, why hang back?
Just taking a break,
Luke called back.
Long drive today.
The man nodded.
I hear you. Where you heading?
South?
Luke answered vaguely.
You?
Same. South.
The man paused. Alex tensed as recognition flashed across the man's face. His friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by cold fury as he squinted at Luke's truck.
Hang on!
The man snarled.
That's Mike's truck.
The driver leaned across, his face appearing in the passenger window.
That's the black Ford that Gus and the boys acquired yesterday. I'd know those custom rims anywhere.
These men were friends with the roadblock ambushers in Beaver. Expecting trouble, Alex repositioned his rifle, although there wasn't a lot he could do from the passenger seat.
You know the previous owners?
Luke asked, his voice steady as he unholstered his sidearm and raised it to just below the window.
You're the ones who killed them!
The man shouted, his hand disappearing below the window frame. Alex keyed his radio, keeping his voice low. John, they're hostile. White truck knows the men from the roadblock. Be ready. Over.
Copy that,
came John's quiet reply. The driver of the white pickup suddenly threw the vehicle into reverse, tires squealing as they backed away. The white truck swung around and began heading north. Bronco, they're headed your way, Alex said into the radio, his tone urgent. We'll follow. Green truck, on me. Over.
Copy,
John said.
Copy,
Stan repeated. Luke had already flipped a U-turn and had floored it. Stan was rapidly catching up. The white truck wasn't far ahead. Alex didn't know exactly where John had stopped and didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Hold back, he told Luke. John's probably just ahead.
Roger that.
Luke slowed, letting the white truck take a small lead. Alex scanned the interstate with the binoculars. There's John. The Bronco sat on the left shoulder beside the median. Luke slowed even more, as did Stan. Because he knew to look for him, Alex could see John on the far side of the Bronco's hood, his rifle resting on the hood. A gunshot rang out. The white truck swerved wildly, then pivoted to the left before tumbling onto the shoulder, over and over. A body flew out, landing in a heap in the sagebrush. The white truck came to a stop on its tires, the cab crushed. Luke drove forward, as did Stan. John hopped in his Bronco, flipped around, and joined them. Once they reached the white truck, they approached it with caution, but it was immediately obvious that neither man had survived. Knowing Melissa and Oliver would wonder what was happening, Alex keyed his radio. This is Black Truck. Hostiles neutralized. Over.
Is everyone okay? Over.
Affirmative. Pull over and we'll catch up. Over.
Copy,
Oliver said.
Copy.
Alex turned to the others. Let's salvage what we can and get moving. They might have more friends. They worked quickly, but the only useful items they found were a few guns and some ammo. Okay, Alex said. Let's get out of here. If these guys were part of a larger group, we don't want to be here when more show up looking for them.
Chapter 27. Melissa. Melissa was on edge. She and Jason sat in the truck on the shoulder of the interstate in front of the bus, waiting for Alex and the others to catch up. She hated this, the way they kept running into trouble every 10 minutes. At least it seemed that often. She was over it. So over it. How are you doing? She asked Jason to turn her thoughts outward. Her 17-year-old son had to be just as stressed as she was, maybe more so.
I'm okay.
He smiled at her like he was trying to reassure her. Though she appreciated the effort, she knew him well enough to know he was struggling too. They all needed a break, badly. As desperate as she was to reach Springmont, she knew what they had to do, even though she didn't want to do it. The black truck carrying Alex and Luke pulled up beside them. Melissa jumped out of the truck she and Jason were in, and the moment Alex stepped out, she flung herself into his arms. Maybe offering to drive the blue truck had been a mistake. She preferred being wherever Alex was. Being with him always felt safer. He held her tight, and she reveled in the security of his embrace. Once the Bronco and Stan's truck arrived, all the adults gathered to discuss what to do next. The teenagers watched over the younger kids as they played. Needing to get her thoughts off her chest, Melissa spoke up before anyone else had a chance to. I know we're less than 60 miles from Springmont, she began, but I'm exhausted. And the way things are going, She frowned deeply, disappointed in the truth of what she was about to say. Well, I don't think we'll make it to the homestead before dark.
What are you saying?
Alex asked as he appraised her. Melissa glanced at the people huddled around them. There were 10 adults, people who had their own opinions. Glancing at Chloe, whom she'd gotten to know well, Melissa was confident she felt the same way Melissa did. "What I'm suggesting," she said in response to Alex's question, "is that we find a place to stop for the night." Alex's eyebrows rose in apparent bewilderment. Of course her suggestion had surprised him. She'd said multiple times that she wanted to get to Springmont before the day was through. But that was before they'd had a confrontation, then a battle, then a fight. She swept her hands outward. "Right now, we're in the middle of nowhere. If we can find a safe place to stop for the night, I think it would be good for everyone." No one spoke for several moments. Then John said,
"I think that's a good idea."
All eyes turned to him, including Melissa's. She was glad to hear him back her up. He'd quickly proven himself to be a valuable addition to their group, and she'd already grown to respect him.
Cedar is the largest city we'll be passing through. We don't know what we'll face there.
He glanced at Melissa.
I think we're all exhausted.
He met the eyes of others in the group.
Starting fresh in the morning before we take the last leg of the trip seems prudent.
She liked the sound of that. The last leg. That meant they truly were almost to their destination.
What does everyone else think?
Alex asked, although Melissa was confident that if anyone wanted to press on, Alex would try to persuade them otherwise. She could count on him to always have her back. Besides, John had endorsed her idea, giving it more weight.
"I'm ready for a break,"
Chloe said. Melissa smiled at Chloe, glad she was right in suspecting how Chloe felt.
I'm good with stopping.
When everyone nodded their assent, Melissa felt a rush of relief.
I believe there's a rest stop not too far from here,
John said.
If I recall correctly, there's not much around it, so it could be a safe place to stop for the night.
They all agreed to check it out. Alex offered to drive the blue truck, so Jason got on the bus while Melissa rode with Alex. They hadn't had much time with just the two of them in quite a while. "This is nice," Melissa said with a smile as they followed John in the Bronco. He reached over and placed his hand on hers.
It is.
Glancing her way, he said,
"You've been amazing."
His praise warmed her, and she squeezed his hand. "Thank you." They chatted with ease, reminiscent of the time before the EMP, though the subjects they discussed had shifted considerably from those earlier times. Instead of talking about the kids' schedules and work issues, they talked about how the kids were dealing with life now and what things might look like once they reached Scott and Heather's. Within 20 minutes, they'd reached the exit for the rest stop. They took the off-ramp. Tall trees in a grassy area came into view, along with a small building. When the Bronco came to a fork in the road, directing cars to go left while trucks would go right, it slowed, then went right.
Good call,
Alex murmured. "Why?" Melissa asked with a glance in Alex's direction. He smiled at her.
The truck parking lot is farther from the interstate.
Melissa looked to her left, where the only thing dividing the car parking area from the interstate was a chain-link fence.
More parking on the truck side, too,
Alex added as he followed the Bronco.
Plenty of room for the bus.
Good point, she said. Just reaching this location felt like a milestone, and as Alex drove into the parking lot, Melissa studied this new environment with caution. 3 big rigs sat in the long parking spots. Although she figured they were abandoned, she knew they would check them to make sure. You could never be too careful. Chapter 28. Melissa. They pulled into one of the long parking spaces meant for big rigs. Alex positioned the truck to allow them to make a quick escape if needed. In front of them was a large, green space, including nearly a dozen enormous trees. Melissa thought they were cottonwood. There were also a couple of smaller pine trees. In addition, there were 3 covered picnic areas with wooden tables and a small building that housed the restrooms. On the opposite side of the grassy area was the car parking lot. I-15 stretched out just beyond that. Other than the big rigs in the truck parking lot and 2 cars in the car parking lot. The place appeared deserted. "What do you think?" Melissa asked Alex as they studied their surroundings from inside the truck.
I don't see anyone around.
He glanced at the big rigs.
We'll have to clear the area to be sure.
After all the vehicles had come to a halt, the combat-trained individuals, Melissa among them, spread out to secure the premises. This place was familiar. Melissa could remember stopping here on the way to visit her sister in trips past. Back then, she'd barely paid attention to the other drivers. Now, though, she kept her head on an ever-moving swivel, on alert for any movement that didn't belong to members of her group. If they were to see anyone, they would approach that person with the assumption that they were a threat. What a way to look at the world. Oliver and Luke searched the semis, breaking windows to get inside the locked ones, while Melissa and Alex searched the bathrooms. Melissa went into the women's side. A trio of skylights in the ceiling plus a couple of windows high on the walls lit the interior. There were 4 stalls. She checked each one and found them empty. 2 large metal sinks jutted from the wall. Out of curiosity, she waved her hand in front of the sensor that turned the water on. Nothing happened. Chuckling to herself that she'd thought it would work, she holstered her gun and studied her face in the mirror above one sink. A smudge of dirt on her right cheek caught her eye. She leaned close to the mirror to wipe it away, but only smeared it. "You're looking tired, girlfriend," she muttered. Then she finger-combed her hair as best she could. With a shake of her head, she took one last look at her reflection, then left the bathroom. Alex was just exiting the men's room. "All clear," Melissa said.
Same,
Alex said with a nod. They let the other searchers know the building was empty.
All clear everywhere else,
Luke stated. Allowing herself to enjoy the feeling of respite from chaos, Melissa smiled. "I'll let the people on the bus know." Leaving Alex to work out the guard schedule with the others, Melissa trotted over to the bus. She could see Chloe and Emily standing in front of the big windshield, watching for information. When they saw her approaching, wearing a smile, their faces brightened. "All clear," she called out when they opened the bus's main door. Everyone disembarked, the kids and Baxter, the black lab, running onto the grass. All the other times they'd stopped had been on the interstate, and the kids had only had the asphalt to play on. This was a real treat.
"I'm going to get dinner started,"
Nancy said.
"I'll help,"
Chloe offered. "I'll come help in a minute," Melissa said. Then she strode over to Alex and the others to see what they were talking about. Stan and Oliver motioned for the teenagers to join them. Since that group included all 3 of her children, Melissa looked at Alex with a questioning expression.
They're setting up a perimeter,
he explained. "Okay,"
We'll set up watches tonight.
he continued.
3 people per shift. The rest areas spread out, and it's imperative that we have good coverage.
There are plenty of people to cover it,
John said. Melissa nodded, glad that they had so many capable people. It made all the difference. "I can take whatever shift you need me to,"
We'll let everyone know the schedule after dinner,
Luke said. "Speaking of dinner," Melissa said with a glance toward the bus where Chloe and Nancy were directing the younger kids to get things set up. "I promised I'd help." With a smile, Melissa turned and walked over to Chloe and Nancy. They were using one of the picnic tables closest to the truck parking lot. Cans of beans and corn sat on the table, along with packages of dried fruit they'd gotten from the Walmart truck. It wasn't exactly a feast, but it would fill their bellies, and that was the most anyone could ask for. Using a camping stove, they heated a big pot of beans and another of corn. Then, using various plates and bowls, some paper, some plastic, they dished out servings for everyone. Amanda and Emily carried food to those on watch. Melissa joined Alex at a nearby picnic table. Chloe and Luke joined them. "This is almost like being at your house," Melissa said with a smirk, thinking about how she and her family had briefly lived at Chloe and Luke's place after their own house had burned down. "Us, sitting at a table together eating dinner." Chloe smiled softly.
"I'm going to miss that house."
Melissa sighed. "I miss all the neighbors on our street." Then she frowned. "I hope they're okay." She was thinking about Captain Harper and the way he'd shot Brian in the head in front of everyone at the neighborhood meeting. The man was evil, And now that they'd left, there was no one to stop him from terrorizing the entire community.
Chapter 29. Alex. Alex clenched his jaw. The thought of Harper and his men and what they'd done, were still doing, no doubt, made his blood boil. That's why they'd left. The question was, would Harper or someone just like him show up in Springmont? And if he did, what would Alex and the others do? They would have to be prepared, that's what. They hadn't had the resources to go against Harper and his men back home. Once they reached Springmont, they would have to make getting the resources and preparing the people of Springmont their #1 priority. They had to be ready to go to war against Harper or anyone who was just like him. Alex lifted his eyes to Luke, who stared back, his expression reflecting Alex's thoughts. Both men nodded slightly, silently acknowledging what they both knew. They would not be driven away a second time. Turning his attention back to his meal, one that didn't fill him as much as he would like, but one he was grateful for, Alex scraped the last morsel from his plate, savoring the last bite despite the meager portion. His stomach still grumbled, but after days on the run, he'd learned to appreciate whatever filled his belly. Around him, the rest of the group huddled in small clusters. The younger kids sat with their families, but the teenagers who weren't on guard duty sat together. Alex's gaze drifted to the interstate, stretching endlessly north and south. Somewhere back there was what remained of their neighborhood, now under Harper's control. The memory of Harper's men burning homes, confiscating weapons, and killing Brian sent a cold rush through Alex's veins. He'd made the right call getting his family out, but the weight of those they'd left behind pressed on his conscience.
You okay?
Melissa asked from beside him at the picnic bench, her shoulder warm against his. Just thinking, he set his fork down, about Harper, about what happens when we get to Springmont.
One step at a time,
she said, but the worry lines around her eyes betrayed her concerns. Alex shook his head. We can't just hope for the best this time. Look what that got us before. We need to prepare.
Prepare for what?
Chloe asked from across the table. For Harper, or someone like him. Alex leaned forward, elbows on the weathered wood. We ran because we had to, because we didn't have the resources or numbers to fight back. We can't make that mistake again. Luke nodded, his expression grim.
Exactly.
Then he tilted his head.
You think he might come looking this far south?
Maybe not Harper specifically, but someone will. The world's changed. People with power want more of it. Alex glanced toward the grass where the children were finishing their meal. Next time, we need to be ready to defend what's ours.
Scott and Heather's place is supposed to be secure,
Melissa said, but her eyes were questioning. Nowhere's truly secure anymore. Alex ran a hand through his hair, feeling the grit and dust of days on the road. We need a plan from day one. Resources, training, community defense. Oliver joined their small circle, his normally cheerful face solemn.
Talking strategy?
Something like that. Alex gestured for him to sit. I don't want to be paranoid, but...
It's not paranoia when they're out to get you.
Stan cut in as he approached with John. The small group formed a tight council as darkness settled around them. In the distance, a coyote howled, the sound carrying across the empty landscape. There were too many to fit at the table, plus they needed to monitor the teenagers keeping watch, so the group moved to the middle of the grassy area, where they had a clear view in almost all directions. The bathroom building blocked the view south, but Jason was on the other side of the building and Alex trusted him completely. When we reach Springmont, we need to assess the situation immediately, Alex continued. Security, food supplies, water, medical resources. If Scott and Heather's community isn't already organized for defense, we need to get that started. John nodded.
I haven't been there in weeks, but last I saw they had basic security. Nothing that would stop a determined force, though.
Then that's our priority, Alex said. Weapons inventory, training rotations, lookout schedules.
It sounds like you're preparing for a war,
Melissa said quietly. Alex met her eyes. I'm talking about preventing one. The best deterrent is being too difficult to target. Luke tapped his fingers on the table.
So, what's the immediate plan when we arrive?
First, Alex said as the plans formed in his mind. "We need to secure our place within the community." He turned to John. "We have the sheriff with us." John softly chuckled.
True enough.
"And Scott and Heather will vouch for us," Alex continued. Then he met the eyes of those in the circle. "We have a lot of experience in battle. That's valuable. We'll volunteer to be on their security detail. That will give us a sense of what they have and what they need." Knowing John would have opinions, after all, Springmont was his home, his community, Alex turned to him. "Do you think they'll be open to our input?" John nodded.
I don't see why not. With any luck, they've stayed isolated. If so, I would imagine they'd be happy to get input on security.
His forehead creased.
Sounds like you all have been through it.
Alex thought about all they'd dealt with. That's one way to put it.
What if they don't want our input?
Alex exchanged a glance with Luke. "Then we have decisions to make, but I'm not running again. Not with all these people depending on us." The group fell silent, each considering the implications. The soft laughter of children drifted across the rest area, a reminder of exactly what they were fighting to protect.
No reason to expect conflict,
John said, clearly trying to calm the sudden tension. Alex hoped not. Conflict with the people of Springmont was the last thing he wanted. But they would know soon enough. The plan was to arrive the next day.
"We should get some rest,"
Stan said.
"Early start tomorrow."
As they dispersed to their sleeping arrangements, Alex remained where he was, staring into the darkness. Melissa returned, wrapping a blanket around his shoulders.
"Come to bed. You need sleep as much as anyone."
"In a minute." He reached up to squeeze her hand. "Just getting my head straight." After she left, Alex sat alone with his thoughts, planning, strategizing. The old world had rules, systems, safety nets. This new world made its own brutal rules, and they would learn them the hard way. Next time they would be ready. Next time they would fight. Chapter 30. Alex. "It's our turn," Alex whispered to Melissa as she slept. The two of them, plus Stan, had the 2 to 4 shift.
"Is it time?"
Her voice was filled with sleep. "Nearly." She stretched her arms over her head, although in the confines of the bus there wasn't much room. They'd considered bedding down under the stars, but ultimately determined it would be wiser to be ready for a rapid departure if danger threatened, as gathering everyone from the rest stop's outdoor areas would take precious minutes. Oliver had opted to sleep in the bed of the blue truck while Luke slept in the bed of the black truck, although Oliver was currently on duty along with Jason and Josh. Alex left the bus ready to relieve Oliver and the 2 teenagers. Melissa followed. Stan wasn't far behind. Alex went directly to Oliver. The boys were still at their stations. "All quiet?"
Yep. Just a few coyotes somewhere out there.
"What's that?"
Melissa asked, her tone broadcasting alarm. Alex looked her way and saw her pointing west, to the other side of I-15, where a rest area that was a twin to theirs stood silent. "What do you see?" Alex asked as a sense of unease washed over him.
"A flash of light. It was brief, but I'm sure I saw it."
A sliver of moon and the stars overhead were the only things to break the dark of night. Any other light would stand out, especially coming from eye level. "We should have checked that area out before sunset," Alex muttered, annoyed that no one had thought of that.
Well, we didn't. So we check it out now.
"Do the NVGs have power?"
They did last I checked.
"I'll grab them,"
Stan offered. "Would you wake up Luke?" Alex asked Melissa.
"Yep."
2 minutes later, Luke stood with Alex, Oliver, and Melissa. Stan joined them shortly thereafter, 4 NVGs in his hands. John was right behind Stan. They briefed him on their concern.
"I'd like to go."
"Glad to have him," Alex nodded. "Good." Then he turned to the others. "Stan and Melissa, would you both stay here to stand guard with Jason?"
"Of course,"
Stan said.
"Yeah."
"Thank you. I'm going to send Josh onto the bus." He faced Oliver. He's probably tired, and he doesn't have as much experience as Jason.
I'm good with that. He's been doing well, but you're right.
Alex lifted a handheld radio to his lips. "Guard 1 and 2, head in. Over."
Copy.
Jason said.
Copy.
Josh said. Alex watched as the two teenagers trotted over to the group. Alex quickly told them what was going on and that Josh would stay on the bus.
You did good,
Oliver said to Josh, ruffling his hair. Josh smiled, clearly pleased by the praise. Then he turned and walked to the bus. Once Josh had left, Alex turned to the group. Oliver, Luke, John, and I will clear the rest area on the west side of I-15. We'll keep in touch by radio. If anyone approaches who doesn't check in first, shoot 'em. Melissa, Jason, and Stan nodded their understanding. With no idea if anyone was actually at the other rest stop, let alone how many, how experienced, or if they were even a danger, Alex felt his gut roil with anxiety. The only good thing was they had night vision goggles and working radios. That equipment made all the difference. Jason and Stan headed to their positions while Melissa turned to Alex.
Be careful over there.
He grinned. Always. She gave him a look that said, "You'd better," then strode to her assigned spot. "Let's go, boys," Alex said as he slipped the NVGs over his head. A chain-link fence sat between them and Interstate 15. Another one ran between the northbound lanes and the rest area beyond it. Alex had briefly considered using bolt cutters to cut an opening in the chain link, but the night was dead quiet. It would take several snips to make a big enough hole to crawl through. On both fences, there was no way to do it silently. 4 men climbing over the fence might be too loud as well. So, they decided they would go up the off-ramp to the interstate, where the fence ended, cross the interstate, then enter the other rest area through its on-ramp. It wasn't too far to go, and it would be the stealthiest. Stealth was paramount. Alex just hoped whoever was over there wasn't paying close enough attention to spot them as they made their way over. It didn't take long to reach the place where the fence ended, and they could cross I-15. Several vehicles littered the interstate, creating some cover. The 4 men crossed the southbound lanes, but when they reached the median, they paused. There were no vehicles in the wide space between the north and southbound lanes. Guessing the median was about 40 feet wide, Alex studied the area, gauging the best way to cross it without being seen.
Gonna have to make a run for it.
Yep,
Luke replied.
We're far enough from that rest area that they shouldn't see us, but move as fast as you can.
Alex agreed. There was no other way. Ready? He asked. The others grunted their assent. Alex dashed into the median, half expecting to be shot. The thought of bullets flying toward him had the effect of dumping adrenaline into his body, which gave him the needed energy to speed up. Seconds later, he reached the 2 northbound lanes. Veering toward a stalled SUV, he glanced behind him and saw the others right on his tail. Good. The 4 of them reached the SUV, then crouched behind it while they caught their breath.
Made it,
Luke said with a grin. Alex felt the same euphoria and smiled in return. Before moving closer to potential enemy targets, he wanted to get another look. They were north of the rest stop and far enough away that it was difficult to see clearly, even with the NVGs. Still, Alex crept around the SUV, then peered toward the rest stop. The space was nearly a mirror image of the rest stop his group was occupying. A small building with restrooms surrounded by 2 parking lots and a grassy area with picnic tables. Except the truck parking lot was the one close to the interstate. The car parking lot was farther back and only partially in view.
See anything?
Luke whispered. Alex adjusted his NVGs. Nothing moving. He studied both parking lots. The truck parking lot held 2 semis, and as best as he could tell, there were 4 vehicles in the car parking lot. A pair of sedans, a pickup truck much like their own, and an SUV. All appeared abandoned, but that meant nothing these days.
That flash Melissa saw had to come from somewhere.
John tapped Alex's shoulder.
Look, south end of the car lot.
Alex shifted his gaze and saw it. A brief flicker coming from what appeared to be the pickup truck's cab. The light vanished almost immediately, but it was unmistakable. Someone's in that truck, Alex confirmed. They're trying to stay dark.
Could be harmless,
Luke suggested.
Travelers like us.
Or someone watching our camp.
Alex weighed their options. If these were just frightened survivors, confronting them with weapons might escalate things unnecessarily. But if they were scouts from a larger group planning an attack, Alex and his people needed to know that right away and put a stop to it before an attack could occur. Chapter 31. Alex. Alex reached for his radio. Home base, this is Scout 1. We've confirmed a light source in a pickup truck on the southeast side of the rest area. Moving to investigate. Over. Melissa's voice came back immediately.
Copy that. Over.
John and I will approach from the south, Alex said to the 3 men with him, his mind flying through the options. Oliver and Luke, come in from the north. If they're hostile, we'll have them well covered. The men nodded, but before splitting up, they all had to cross the grassy expanse at the end of the fence line that lay between the interstate and the rest area. Bending over to make themselves smaller, they hustled across the grass. Once they reached the truck parking lot, Oliver and Luke trotted away. Alex and John moved south toward the first semi, using it as cover. Then they dashed to the next one, skirting the perimeter of the rest area. It didn't take long to go far enough south that they were past the pickup truck and could begin creeping toward it in the dark. With the NVGs, Alex could make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the driver's seat. Alex glanced at John, then motioned to the truck. John signaled he saw the person as well. I've got eyes on one individual in the driver's seat, Alex whispered into his radio, his heart racing as he confirmed there were people. Team 2, what's your position?
North of the truck, about 20 yards out. We can see the cab. Looks like there's a second person in the passenger seat.
Alex made a quick decision. Let's move closer. Then, on my mark, we'll illuminate and challenge them. Ready? After receiving confirmation from Oliver and Luke, they crept to within 10 yards, stopping behind one sedan. Alex didn't see anyone besides the 2 people in the truck's cab. Team 1 in position, Alex said into the radio. Over.
Team 2 is in position. Over.
On my mark, Alex said. 3, 2, 1, mark. He and John rose from behind the sedan, weapons raised. Simultaneously, light flooded the area as Luke activated a flashlight. Don't move, Alex shouted. Hands where we can see them. The 2 figures in the truck jerked in surprise. A man and a woman, both middle-aged, raised their hands immediately.
Please don't shoot,
the man called out, voice trembling.
We're just trying to stay alive.
Alex kept his rifle trained on them. Exit the vehicle slowly, one at a time. The couple complied, easing out of the truck with their hands high.
What are you doing here?
John demanded, his tone broadcasting authority.
We've been here 2 days,
the woman explained, her voice wavering.
Our car broke down a ways back. We found this truck with keys still in it, but it doesn't run.
Alex studied them. They wore dirty clothes and looked exhausted and hungry, nothing like people scouting for a well-organized group. Still, he had to be sure. Why were you using a light? Alex asked. Who were you signaling? The man shook his head vigorously.
No signaling. We couldn't sleep, and then Jane heard a noise. Thought a mouse had gotten into the cab.
Oliver and Luke were now facing outward, on alert for anyone hidden trying to sneak up on them.
We saw your group earlier,
the woman said, her voice shaky.
We were afraid to approach. You can't trust people anymore.
Alex knew how true that was. He studied the couple, searching for any sign of deception. Years of working with people had given him a decent read on character, and these 2 seemed genuinely terrified. The woman's hands trembled visibly, and the man stood slightly in front of her, protective, not aggressive. How many others are with you? Alex asked, keeping his voice firm but not threatening.
Just us. I'm Robert. This is my wife, Jane. We were heading to Salt Lake from Las Vegas when everything went crazy.
He glanced around.
This is how far we've gotten.
Alex glanced at John, who gave a subtle nod. Check the truck, Alex instructed him. I'll keep an eye on them. As John approached the truck cab, Alex maintained his distance from the couple. Any weapons, Robert?
Just a knife,
the man admitted.
In my back pocket.
Slowly remove it and place it on the ground. Robert complied, reaching back with 2 fingers and extracting a folding knife he set down carefully.
All clear in the cab,
John reported after a quick search.
They've got some empty water bottles and a few candy wrappers. That's about it.
Alex lowered his rifle slightly, but remained vigilant. When's the last time you ate? Jane's eyes welled with tears.
2 days ago. We had a granola bar.
The desperation in her voice rang true. Alex knew that look. He'd seen it too many times since the EMP. These weren't predators. They were survivors, hanging by a thread. John, would you radio Melissa? Let her know we found 2 civilians. No hostiles. John stepped away to make the call while Alex addressed the couple. As you know, we're part of a group camped across the interstate. You're welcome to join us for breakfast. Hope flashed across their faces, quickly replaced by suspicion.
What do you want in return?
Robert asked, his tone cautious. Information, Alex replied honestly. We're headed south. Same direction you came from. What have you seen? John rejoined them and picked up the knife from the ground before examining it.
This is all you've had to defend yourselves?
We had a gun, but about a week ago, some men took it from us, along with all our supplies.
Our car broke down. We were stuck on the side of the road. That's when those thieves showed up.
Robert's lip curled as he spoke. Alex understood. They'd faced many thieves as well. Difference was, he and his group had the skill and wherewithal to fight back. The strong preying on the weak had become the new normal, and it made Alex furious. These men, he asked, how many were there?
4. They were well armed.
How far south?
I guess 10 miles. Like Jane said, that was a week ago. And they came across us parked on the shoulder. They were on the move, heading south. They crossed the median when they saw us.
Not sure what to make of that, Alex nodded. Thanks for the information. We'll be on the lookout. He paused. Like I said, you're welcome to join us for breakfast, but it'll be early, at sunrise, I'd guess.
Thank you so much.
Sharing their food was such a small thing, yet enough to save someone's life. It was sobering. Anything else you can share? Anything we should know about?
How far south are you going?
The man had come from Las Vegas, which was 2 hours south of St. George, so it made sense he would want to know which hazards to share. No farther than St. George, Alex said, not about to tell him their ultimate destination. Robert nodded.
It was a little slow through Cedar City with blockages, but besides the ones who took our supplies, we didn't have any trouble with people between here and St. George.
He grimaced.
But that was a week ago.
Alex knew a lot could change in a week during the apocalypse, but it was still helpful to know. Thank you. We'll see you in the morning. They said their goodbyes, and Alex, John, Oliver, and Luke headed back to their group on the other side of the interstate. Chapter 32. Alex. After getting a couple hours of sleep once his shift was over, Alex woke abruptly to the sound of people gathering breakfast supplies from inside the bus.
Sorry to wake you,
Chloe said as she carried a tote down the bus's aisle. He smiled. It's fine. Time to get up anyway. She grinned.
No rest for the weary.
That's right. He straightened from the bench where he'd been semi-reclining. Is Luke up yet? Luke had spent the rest of his night sleeping in the bed of the black truck.
Yeah, the girls woke him first thing.
Then she continued down the aisle and out the door. Alex realized he was the only one still on the bus. Feeling lazy for not being up and at 'em when it seemed everyone else was, he got to his feet and went outside. The younger kids, who'd gotten a full night's sleep, were bundles of energy, running across the grass, chasing each other, and having a good time. Baxter was right in the mix, his tail wagging hard as he ran from one kid to another. Wondering if Robert and Jane would come, Alex looked toward the rest area on the other side of I-15. Moments later, he saw them walking hand in hand down the off-ramp that would lead them across the interstate. Glad he and his group could help someone in genuine need, someone who hadn't even asked for it, he smiled.
We're having pancakes,
Stephen said to Alex as he walked toward the picnic table they'd designated as their community kitchen. Great! By the time Robert and Jane had reached them, Chloe and Nancy had made several batches of pancakes, which they'd given to the younger kids first. Our guests are here, Alex said with a welcoming wave to Robert and Jane, who looked hesitant to approach, like they weren't sure the invitation was real. The couple waved back. Chloe placed 3 pancakes on each of 2 paper plates and handed them to Robert and Jane. Alex couldn't miss the way the pair's eyes hungrily gazed at the food. Go ahead, Alex said. It'll take time to make enough for everyone, but you need to eat it while it's hot.
We even have syrup,
Nancy said with a bright smile.
How?
Jane began, her face filled with wonder.
How do you have so much food?
We didn't start with so much, Alex replied. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed wariness come over the faces of both Robert and Jane. He thought he knew why. We didn't steal it. We came across a Walmart semi that hadn't been looted yet. Their expressions smoothed out.
Oh,
Jane said.
Where?
Robert asked at the same time.
South of Nephi,
Luke replied. That was well over 100 miles from where they now stood. Almost in unison, their shoulders slumped.
If you've traveled I-15 before,
Stan said with a warm smile,
you know there's a lot of open space that's unpopulated. Good chance you'll find what you need to get by.
Alex was less optimistic that they would, but he appreciated Stan giving them hope. Sometimes that was the most important thing to get you where you needed to go.
Yeah,
Robert said.
We have family in Salt Lake. We travel up there often enough.
Hearing that they wanted to go where things were even more chaotic made Alex worry for them. But there wasn't anything he could do about it. Everyone had somewhere they wanted to be, usually with those they loved, and they would do whatever it took to get there. The couple ate until they had their fill, and before they left, Alex and Stan gathered some food and sports drinks and put them in a backpack.
To help you on your way,
Stan said as he held out the backpack.
Thank you.
Jane said as she took it from him.
Truly.
Tears filled her eyes.
I thought there were no good people left.
I'm sure there are plenty,
Melissa said.
They're probably just hunkered down right now.
Jane nodded.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They said their goodbyes, then turned and began walking. But instead of going back to the other rest stop, they headed north. Wait, Alex said, an idea occurring to him, one he should have thought of before. The couple stopped and looked at him in question. Then it dawned on him that the decision wasn't just his. He turned to the adults in his group and in a quiet voice asked, "We can spare one of these trucks, can't we?" Oliver grinned.
Definitely.
Luke handed him the keys to the black truck.
I'd rather ride on the bus anyway.
Alex softly laughed. Then he looked at the others to see how they felt about giving away one of their vehicles. They all nodded, their faces lighting up. They had a bus, 3 trucks, and a Bronco. Sure, they also had 23 people, but the 2 trucks they'd gotten the day before were just bonuses. They could get by without one of them, but that same truck could very well mean a life and death difference to Robert and Jane. Whether they could keep it was another story, but that was up to them. The couple stood where they'd stopped, their faces expectant. Alex jogged over to them and held out the key. Thought it might be a little faster to drive to Salt Lake. Jane's mouth fell open.
Really?
Robert asked, looking just as stunned. We got it yesterday, Alex said with a smile. Turns out we don't need it, so you're welcome to it. Robert gently lifted the key from Alex's outstretched hand.
Thank you. That sounds inadequate, but I mean it from the depths of my heart.
His chin wobbled a bit like he was holding back tears. Alex stepped back and swept his arm toward the parking lot. It's for the black truck. You'll have to siphon fuel along the way, but... Robert laughed.
Already had to do that with our broken-down car.
All right. Well, best of luck to you. Jane stepped forward and threw her arms around Alex.
You don't know what a difference this makes.
He did. That's why he'd offered it. But rather than saying that, he just hugged her back. Within a few minutes, the couple had driven out of the parking lot and onto southbound I-15. Alex and the others watched as they drove a short distance before using an emergency crossover lane to get into the northbound lanes. The couple waved as they passed, and Alex and the others waved back. Once they were gone, Alex turned to his family and friends. Let's break camp and get back on the road. He only hoped his good deed would give them good karma for the rest of their journey. Chapter 33. Alex. Within 20 minutes, the bulk of their group had boarded the bus with John in the Bronco, Stan in the sage green truck, and Alex and Melissa in the blue truck.
I kind of prefer being with everyone on the bus,
Melissa said as they followed John out of the rest area parking lot and entered southbound I-15. Why's that? Alex asked, surprised that she didn't want to be with him in the truck. She looked his way and must have read his thoughts because she placed her hand on his leg and said,
No, I prefer to be on the bus with you and everyone.
Laughing, he said, I still don't get it.
It feels safer there. Right now, we're kind of the tip of the spear, as they say. I'll fight if I have to, but I don't want to. I want to do good things, like we did for Robert and Jane, not shoot at people.
She paused and her voice softened.
I don't want to kill people.
He understood, but he also enjoyed being in front, facing danger first, protecting those who were less able to protect themselves. Even so, he got it. He also preferred Melissa to be on the bus where it felt a little safer. Keeping his eyes on the road ahead, Alex scanned for potential threats while maintaining a safe distance behind John's Bronco. The familiar weight of the pistol at his hip offered some reassurance as they wove through the scattered vehicles on I-15. Every so often, his gaze flicked to the rearview mirror to check the progress of the bus and Stan's truck. Both kept a constant distance of about 50 yards behind Alex and Melissa. "You're right about the bus feeling safer," he said to Melissa, "but someone's got to take point."
I know.
Melissa squeezed his hand.
And I'm glad it's you.
They'd driven for several miles without incident when John's voice came over the radio.
"This is Bronco,"
John began.
"There's a Walmart semi up ahead. Might have supplies. Do we want to stop? Over."
Alex glanced in his rearview mirror. The truck he was driving had an empty bed. If this semi had even a fraction of the supplies the semi from the day before had, they could fill the truck's bed with a lot of good stuff. Supplies that would be a gift to Scott and Heather. Supplies that would make taking in 19 people more palatable. These thoughts went through Alex's mind in seconds. He lifted the radio to his lips. "Let's check it out. Over."
"Copy,"
John said. Stan and Oliver confirmed the message. The semi came into view. Parked on the shoulder, the trailer door was partially up, revealing a glimpse of potential supplies inside. The Bronco pulled to a stop several yards behind it. As Alex drew near, he scanned the immediate vicinity. There were a handful of abandoned vehicles littered across the north and southbound lanes. No people that he could see. And this area was very similar to the landscape where they'd hit the jackpot the day before. Specifically, no towns nearby, and wide-open sage-covered meadows spread out on both sides of the interstate. Wearing a pleased smile, he stopped about 20 feet behind the Bronco. The bus stopped a suitable distance back and stayed in the right-hand lane. Stan halted his truck beside the bus.
"What do you think?"
Melissa asked, her face filled with hope. Alex grinned. "I think we have room in this truck to add more supplies that we can bring to Springmont." Her smile grew.
That would be amazing.
Alex spoke into the radio. "Oliver, keep the bus running and stay where you are. Keep everyone inside while we clear the area and be prepared to move if necessary. John, Stan, Melissa, and I will check it out. Over." John, Stan, and Oliver acknowledged the message. Stan drove forward, stopping on the shoulder about 10 feet behind Alex. "Oliver, Luke," Alex said into the radio. "Have Jason and Josh help you keep watch from inside the bus. Let us know if you see any movement that's not us. Over."
"Copy."
Luke acknowledged this as well. Glad to have Overwatch he could rely on, Alex turned to Melissa. "Okay, let's check it out." Smiling broadly, she nodded. Then they both got out of the truck. John and Stan joined them. "Let's spread out and clear the area," Alex said. Within 10 minutes, they'd reconvened at the semi, having confirmed that no one was around. Stan and Melissa had made sure the semi's trailer was unoccupied, but they hadn't dug around to discover exactly what treasures they would find. "All right," Alex said with a smile of anticipation as they stood at the rear of the semi. "Let's see what goodies are inside."
"I'll keep watch outside,"
John offered.
"I'll join you."
The trailer's door was already up from when Stan and Melissa had cleared it. Pallets of canned goods, pasta, and rice were visible, a gold mine of shelf-stable foods. More items he couldn't make out were stacked behind that. Alex's heart soared.
"Jackpot,"
Stan whispered, holstering his pistol as he grabbed the side of the trailer to climb inside. Alex climbed in after him.
"There's plenty to fill the bed of your truck,"
Stan said, excitement edging his voice.
"We'll be arriving at your family's place like Santa Claus."
Thrilled, Alex picked up a case of beans, ready to carry it out of the trailer and place it in the bed of his truck. He paused. It felt light. Too light. He hefted it in his arms. Something wasn't right. The cans felt empty. As unease swept over him, he set the case down and grabbed a box of rice, shaking it as he straightened, expecting the ch-ch of rice grains bouncing around. When it was silent, his unease morphed into alarm. With his heart dropping into his stomach, he tore the box open. Instead of finding grains of rice, he found wadded-up paper, which is when he noticed the box had been carefully taped closed. Alex stared at the wadded paper in disbelief, his chest tightening with sudden dread. He turned to Stan, who was examining a can of corn, his face broadcasting growing suspicion. "Check your can," Alex said, his voice low and urgent. Stan popped the lid, which came off too easily, then turned the can upside down. Nothing came out. He peered inside and cursed under his breath.
Empty.
Holding up the box of rice, Alex frowned. Same. Although the truth seemed obvious, he had to make sure. He grabbed another box of rice and tore it open. More paper. He snatched up a can of beans and shook it. The hollow rattle confirmed his fears. "It's a trap," he muttered, dropping the useless can. "Every one of these is empty." Stan's eyes widened as comprehension dawned.
"This trailer is bait."
"And we fell for it," Alex said. "Hook, line, and sinker." The earpiece in Alex's ear crackled to life. Oliver's voice came through, tense and controlled.
"We've got a vehicle approaching from the north. White SUV, moving slowly, about half a mile out. Over."
Alex and Stan exchanged alarmed glances. Alex yanked the radio to his mouth. "Copy that. We're coming out now. Everyone on alert. Over." They scrambled toward the open trailer door. Alex jumped down first, landing with a grunt on the asphalt. Stan followed close behind. "It's a setup," Alex called to John and Melissa, who stood with weapons ready. "The entire trailer is filled with empty containers, and someone's coming. From the north." John used a pair of binoculars to scan the northern horizon.
"I see him."
Then he turned, looking south.
"We've got another vehicle approaching from the south in the southbound lane."
His voice was flat with tension.
"Pickup truck. Armed men in the bed."
As Alex assessed their position, his heart became a jackhammer. The semi gave them some cover, but they were caught between approaching threats from both the north and the south, with the bus carrying their families visible and vulnerable. "Oliver!" Alex barked into the radio. "Second vehicle approaching from the south on our side of the interstate. Be ready to cross the median to use the northbound lanes. The Walmart truck was bait. These guys are hostile. Over."
"Copy,"
came Oliver's terse reply. Frantically looking for a place to take a stand, Alex realized there was nowhere that would suffice. That's why this was such a perfect place for these guys to stage an ambush. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Frustrated that he hadn't figured it out sooner, especially after what Robert and Jane had told him, he knew he'd done what he could. They'd cleared the area. How were they supposed to know that people were waiting for travelers to take the bait so they could move in? How long had these people been watching? Waiting. Chapter 34. Alex. Alex scanned the interstate in both directions, his mind galloping through options that dwindled with each passing second. The white SUV crept closer from the north, while the pickup approached from the south, pinning them like insects on a board. "John, distance on that truck?" Alex asked, keeping his voice steady despite the adrenaline flooding his system.
"Quarter mile and closing,"
John replied, binoculars still pressed to his face.
3, maybe 4 armed men in the bed.
Alex keyed his radio again. "Oliver, we've got multiple hostiles. Cross the median now. Get everyone to safety." Through the radio came the sound of the bus's engine revving.
"We're moving."
Alex watched as the bus lurched forward, then bounced as it made its way into the median, tires kicking up dust as it crossed the wide, grassy area, then bumped up into the northbound lanes before turning south. "Everyone load up," Alex ordered, waving Melissa, Stan, and John back toward their vehicles. "We'll follow Oliver." As they ran toward the pair of trucks and the Bronco, the radio crackled in Alex's ear.
"Alex."
Oliver's voice was tight with panic.
"There's another vehicle coming from the south in the northbound lane, blocking our escape."
Alex froze mid-stride. "How many?"
"One SUV, black. Can't see how many inside."
They were nearly surrounded. The carefully laid trap was springing shut. "Can you turn around? Head north?" Alex said into the radio, using everything within him to remain calm.
Doing that now.
Relieved that Luke and Jason were on the bus to help Oliver with defense, Alex had to force his mind away from what it would look like if these people attacked the bus. Small children, his own 3 children, wives and other teenagers would be under fire. Terror and panic climbed his throat. He wasn't with them, couldn't save them from where he stood, but he had to do something and do it now. They had to go on offense. Alex's pulse slammed in his ears as the trap closed around them. The white SUV from the north had closed to within 500 yards, while the pickup from the south continued its approach, and a black SUV had forced Oliver to turn around. The bus came into view, heading north in the northbound lanes of the interstate. Almost immediately, Oliver's panicked voice came over the radio.
"There's another vehicle approaching from the north in my lane, a sedan. We're blocked both ways."
Alex's blood ran cold, forcing down the extreme fear that climbed his throat. He spoke into the radio. "Cross the median. We'll make our stand here. As a group. Over."
"Copy."
Oliver's voice had calmed. It always helped to have a solid plan to execute. The bus turned into the median, bouncing as it crossed the wide, grassy area separating the north and southbound lanes. Alex could only imagine the terror felt by those on board. The bus reached the 2 southbound lanes. It bumped up onto the asphalt and turned north. Moments later, the bus reached Alex and the others. It pulled onto the shoulder, facing north. "We need to circle the bus," Alex shouted to John and Stan. They vaulted into action, Alex and Melissa jumping into the blue truck, Stan getting in his truck and John hopping into the Bronco. Alex led the way as the 3 vehicles formed a half circle around the bus, protecting it from attack. They'd also blocked the bus in, but that seemed like the call to make in the half-second Alex had to decide. The approaching enemy slowed but didn't stop. Alex hopped out and Melissa joined him inside the half circle. Stan and John were between the bus and the 3 vehicles as well. Through the windows of the bus, Alex could see the adults and teenagers moving supplies around. He assumed they were creating a barricade to block flying bullets that might pierce the bus's exterior. The thought of it horrified him, but he was glad someone was thinking proactively.
4 vehicles,
Melissa said from beside him, her voice strained.
That's probably 12 hostiles, possibly more.
The bus's main door, which faced the interstate, opened. Oliver, Luke, Jason, and Josh stepped to the pavement before spreading out to join Alex, Melissa, John, and Stan. The bus's door closed. Luke and Oliver carried rifles. The teenagers had handguns. Alex, John, and Stan had rifles as well, while Melissa had a handgun. Alex had offered her a rifle, but she hadn't practiced with one and said she didn't feel proficient. Alex braced his rifle on the hood of the blue truck and aimed north. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he watched the vehicles converging on their position. The 2 approaching from the north were easily visible from his vantage point. He trusted John, Stan, and Oliver to deal with the hostiles coming from the south. Luke, Melissa, and Jason were beside him, their weapons aimed north as well. The hostiles moved slowly, like predators toying with cornered prey. "They're taking their time," Alex said, his voice low. "Testing us, seeing what we'll do." He glanced around their makeshift fortress. The 2 trucks and Bronco formed a protective half-circle around the bus, creating a barrier that would provide some cover but wouldn't hold against a determined assault. Inside the bus were those most vulnerable, children, families, his own kids. "We need to disrupt their plan," Alex muttered. "John, Stan, Oliver," he called out loud enough for them to hear. "Try to take out the drivers, but if you're not able to, then target tires, radiators, and engine blocks. Anything to immobilize them. We'll do the same for the vehicles coming from the north." Positioned at the hood of the Bronco, John called out,
"Make every shot count."
Alex took a deep breath, steadying his aim at the driver of the white SUV. He wasn't confident he could take him out. He would try, but he had to be ready to shift his target to something he could hit. The white SUV slowed, apparently seeing Alex aiming a rifle his way. Swearing under his breath, Alex silently urged the man to come closer.
"Come on,"
Luke whispered.
"Come on."
"He doesn't want to get too close," Alex said.
"They have some experience,"
Luke replied.
Not surprising. But have they faced a group like ours?
That was a good question. Alex and his group had become a team over the last few weeks. They had discipline and experience. How many other travelers these guys had attacked could say the same? Time to take them out, Alex muttered loud enough for Luke, Melissa, and Jason to hear.
Affirmative,
Luke said. Alex sighted on the driver, slid his finger inside the trigger guard, then increased pressure on the trigger just enough to fire. Boom! He missed. The white SUV kept coming, but the sound of his rifle going off signaled to the others to open fire, and they did. Shots erupted from within their protective circle. Alex again attempted to take out the driver but was unsuccessful, so he changed his aim to the truck. Almost immediately he punched through the SUV's front tire, causing it to sag, but the SUV kept coming. His second shot went wide, but his third struck the radiator, sending steam billowing into the air. Meanwhile, Luke fired at the sedan in the northbound lane as it headed south, but had no luck. Jason and Melissa held their fire. They were too far for their handguns to do much good, and it was pointless to waste ammo. Across the formation, John, Stan, and Oliver focused their fire on the two vehicles coming from the south. The crack of rifles filled the air as bullets struck glass, metal, and rubber.
Got him!
Stan called out as the black SUV in the northbound lane swerved before rolling onto the shoulder. The white SUV in the southbound lane slowed dramatically, both its passenger side tires blown out and steam coming from under its hood. Finally, it came to a stop about 50 yards away. But two vehicles remained, one on each side of the interstate, a pickup heading north in the southbound lane and the sedan moving south in the northbound lane. Both vehicles inched forward, weaving to make targeting more difficult. When they finally halted, they were about 40 yards from the protective half-circle. The driver's door of the sedan opened. A large man with a beard stepped out. He stayed behind cover while raising a bullhorn to his mouth.
Put down your weapons.
His amplified voice boomed across the distance.
Surrender now, and we'll let you go. We just want to talk.
Keeping his rifle trained on the man and with his finger resting alongside the trigger guard, Alex itched to take the man out. But he didn't have a clean shot. Not yet. He's lying, Alex muttered.
Obviously,
Melissa replied, her gaze steady on the sedan. The man continued through the bullhorn.
We don't want any more bloodshed. Just lay down your weapons, and we can all walk away from this.
They want our supplies,
Luke said from beside Alex.
And our vehicles.
And they'll kill us once they have them, Alex said, his tone filled with disgust. He studied the white SUV to his left and the pickup truck to his right, both on his side of the interstate. 8 armed hostiles that he could see, all crouching behind their respective vehicles. The black SUV was out of commission and no hostiles were visible. Hopefully, all had been killed when it had rolled. Turning slightly to address his group while keeping his eyes on the threat, Alex spoke in a low voice. They're trying to get us to expose ourselves. Stay behind cover. Wait for my signal. The man with the bullhorn took another step forward.
Last chance. Put down your weapons or we open fire.
Alex tensed, finger moving to the trigger. The standoff had reached its breaking point. They disabled 2 vehicles while 2 were still operational, and a group of armed hostiles stood 40 yards away, demanding surrender with false promises. He knew what came next. The real fight was about to begin. Chapter 35. Alex. Alex tightened his grip on the rifle, calculating distances and angles through narrowed eyes. The bearded man with the bullhorn represented just one threat among many spread across the interstate. Behind the disabled white SUV to his left, Alex could see 3 armed figures adjusting their positions as they looked for the best place from which to shoot. John, Alex called quietly, how many hostiles behind the pickup? John's voice came back tense but controlled.
Looks like 4.
At least 3 at the sedan,
Luke added. Alex nodded. If this turned into a prolonged firefight, the math wasn't in their favor. He needed to change the dynamic. They want to bait us into the open, Alex said without taking his eyes off the bearded man. We won't give them that satisfaction. The bullhorn crackled to life again.
You've got 10 seconds to decide. 10.
9. When he reaches 3, Alex said as adrenaline pumped through his veins, open fire. Make them scatter. Then be ready to shift fire to anyone you can target.
Got it.
8, 7, 6. Alex adjusted his aim slightly, focusing on a figure partially visible behind the sedan.
5, 4.
Luke's breathing slowed beside him, the controlled rhythm of a marksman preparing to fire.
3.
Alex squeezed his trigger. The rifle bucked against his shoulder. Guns blasted all around him. Through his scope, he saw his target jerk backward and drop. The coordinated fire from his group found other marks. 2 hostiles fell behind the pickup truck while the other 2 scrambled for better cover. The bearded man dove behind the sedan door as bullets pinged against metal. The bullhorn clattered to the pavement. Shift targets, Alex called. Focus on anyone repositioning. Gunfire erupted from the hostile positions, including the disabled white SUV to his left. Bullets whizzed overhead or struck the vehicles protecting Alex's group. Ducking low, Alex made sure Jason and Melissa were out of the line of fire. Luke knew what he was doing and was lying flat on the asphalt, staring under the truck toward the white SUV.
They're trying to flank us from the north,
Luke shouted. Alex rose high enough to see 3 figures sprinting between abandoned cars down the center of the interstate, attempting to close the distance between them. Luke, with me, Alex said, sliding forward. They moved in tandem to the front of the blue truck, getting a better angle on the flanking hostiles. Luke fired first, his shots catching one attacker in the leg and chest. As the man fell, Alex targeted the second man, who hesitated for a critical moment before diving for cover. Alex's rounds found him mid-dive, and he tumbled lifelessly behind a car. Alex got off several shots in the direction of the third and final hostile before the man ducked behind a compact car. Quickly doing the math, Alex felt better about their odds. If his calculations were accurate, they'd reduce the enemy numbers to no more than 5. Still, it only took 1 bullet to kill, and he wasn't willing to lose a single member of his group.
2 hostiles moving toward the semi to the south,
John shouted. Then he opened fire in that direction. Working to control the adrenaline that surged through him, Alex turned to Melissa and Jason. Watch for the last hostile. He pointed to the north, where the man was hiding behind the compact car.
We will.
Melissa was focused on the spot where the man was last seen, while she stayed behind the cover of the blue truck. Jason kept his head on a swivel, his attention going to the sedan on the other side of the median, where 2 hostiles remained. Did you get him? Alex called out to John.
No, they're behind the semi.
Let's go, Alex shouted to Luke. The pair sprinted toward the semi, which was parked about 30 yards south of the bus. Oliver and John followed. Stan stayed with Jason, Josh, and Melissa to watch for the remaining 3 hostiles, one hiding behind a compact car, the bearded man next to the sedan, and a second man at the sedan. Not sure exactly where the 2 hostiles were in relation to the semi. When Alex reached a car about 20 yards from the semi, he stopped beside it, using it for cover. The others did as well. Watch our 6, Alex said to Oliver, concerned about the 3 remaining hostiles.
Copy,
Oliver said as he crouched with his back to Alex, John, and Luke, his rifle raised and scanning. We need to see where they are, Alex said as he gestured to the semi.
I'll look for their legs under the semi,
Luke suggested, then lowered himself to the ground, peering under the car toward the truck.
I see a pair of legs on the other side of the trailer.
His voice was barely audible.
Just one so far. Can't spot the second guy.
A volley of gunfire erupted from the sedan across the median, bullets pinging off the car they were using for protection. Alex instinctively ducked lower, fragments of metal and glass showering down around them.
We're too exposed here,
John hissed. Oliver steadied his aim at the sedan and fired 3 rapid shots. The man beside the bearded leader jerked backward, collapsing onto the asphalt. The bearded man dove inside the sedan, disappearing from view. Good shot, Alex said to Oliver. 1 less to worry about. Now they needed to deal with the 2 hostiles by the semi. Let's split up, Alex said. Luke with me around the front of the semi. Oliver and John take the back where we spotted those legs. John and Oliver nodded, moving off in a crouch toward the rear of the trailer. Alex and Luke darted forward, weapons ready as they approached the cab. Alex's heart pounded, every sense heightened. The smell of hot asphalt and gunpowder hung in the air. He could hear the faint sound of John and Oliver's footsteps as they circled behind the trailer. Alex and Luke pressed their backs against the driver's side of the cab. 3 gunshots rang out from the back of the semi, followed by John's voice in Alex's earpiece.
Hostile down at the rear, moving to secure.
Where was the second target? Alex heard a soft scuffling sound, like someone had shifted their feet against the pavement. The man was in front of the cab. Had to be. Alex motioned to Luke that he thought the man was there. Luke nodded in acknowledgement. Readying his handgun, Alex crouched slightly so he wouldn't be in the man's line of fire. Then he swung around the side of the cab. A man stood with his back against the semi's grill, his head turned to the right as if waiting for Oliver and John to appear, his pistol up and ready. He must have heard Alex's approach, because his head swung in Alex's direction, the gun following. Alex fired without hesitation, the shot echoing off the metal surfaces around them. Luke fired a second later. The hostile crumpled to the ground, his unfired gun clattering beside him. "Clear!" Alex called out.
Clear back here, too.
Alex exhaled slowly, the rush of combat beginning to ebb. The 4 men regrouped on the west side of the semi's trailer, out of range of hostiles, although they were on high alert for any surprises. 2 left, Alex said, mentally counting. The bearded man in the sedan, and the one north of our position. The sound of a vehicle starting up and then peeling out filled the air. Alex darted to the rear of the trailer, the others right behind him. Softly chuckling, he shook his head. Looks like the bearded leader didn't want to stick around to see how this ends.
So,
John said,
just the one man north of here.
Let's flush him out.
Oliver's tone broadcast how tiresome this was getting.
Chapter 36. Melissa. Melissa leaned on the hood of the blue truck. Her gun trained on the compact car where the last hostile had taken cover. The crackling of the radio in her earpiece made her jump.
"We've neutralized all targets at the semi."
Alex's voice came through clearly.
"Over."
Relieved that there was just one hostile left, she felt her body relax slightly. She spoke into the radio while keeping her focus on the compact car. "The sedan fled north. Over."
"Copy that. We saw him run. Any movement there? Over."
"Not yet. Over."
"Heading back to you. Out."
Melissa turned to Jason, who stood beside her, completely focused on the compact car. "Dad's on his way back. They took care of the hostiles by the semi." Jason nodded.
"Good."
Stan had a radio, so he'd heard the conversation. Josh was beside him at the rear of the blue truck. The hostile hadn't moved in several minutes. Melissa wondered if he was wounded or simply biding his time, waiting for an opportunity. Either way, his stillness made her nervous. Sweat trickled down her back. It wasn't too warm yet, but the sun beat down on her, and today seemed to be shaping up as one of those early spring days in Utah where it got warm enough that you thought winter was over, only to have a snowstorm blow in a few days later.
"Approaching now,"
Alex said over the radio. Melissa dared to take her eyes off the target, glancing behind her. There was Alex, trotting toward her, with Oliver, Luke, and John right behind him. Relief cascaded over her. In all the shooting, no one from their group had gotten so much as injured, and now everyone was together, ready to face down the last piece of this threat.
"Any change?"
Alex asked as he joined her at the blue truck. She shook her head. "No, not that I can see." He sighed, then turned to the group.
"We need to wrap this up."
Heads nodded all around. They were ready to get back on the road. They were so close to Heather and Scott's place. She just wanted to get there. "I want to come," she said, surprising herself as much as Alex. He studied her.
"All right."
Then he faced the group.
"Let's spread out in a circle around the area we saw him last, surrounding him. Then we'll move in as one."
Ready to get this done, and knowing they were working as a team, she listened carefully as Alex gave specific directions on where each person should go. Alex had assigned Jason and Melissa to work together in their sector. The pair headed off, circling the compact car where they'd last seen the hostile. There was plenty of open space they had to traverse, and whenever they ventured into the open, Melissa's heart pounded violently as she steeled herself for the possibility of taking a bullet. Why had she wanted to do this? But she had to. If everyone helped, it would make a difference. She crept forward, her body tense as she moved across the open space. Jason stayed close, matching her cautious pace. They'd been assigned the northwestern quadrant of what had become an ever-shrinking perimeter around the compact car. "Stay low," she whispered to Jason, though he was already doing just that. Pride swelled in her chest at how composed her son remained. The gangly teenager who'd once fretted over algebra tests now moved with purpose, his face set in determination as he scanned for threats. Ahead, a cluster of abandoned vehicles offered their next point of cover. Melissa gestured toward them with 2 fingers, and Jason nodded in silent understanding. Together, they slipped between a pickup truck and a sedan, their footsteps nearly silent on the asphalt. Her earpiece crackled softly.
Northeast sector clear. Moving in 10 yards. Over.
It was Luke's voice. Alex responded immediately.
Copy. All sectors continue inward. Stay alert. Over.
Melissa unclipped the radio. Northwest advancing. Over. She clipped it back and nodded to Jason. The space between vehicles became more congested as they approached the target area. Melissa could see Alex and Oliver off to her right, slowly converging from their position. Stan and Josh would be somewhere opposite them, while Luke and John approached from the final quadrant. A faint sound caught her attention, almost like someone was trying to suppress a cough. Jason heard it too. His eyes widened slightly as he glanced at her. Melissa raised her hand, signaling him to pause. They remained frozen, listening intently. The sound came again. "Hostile nearby," Melissa whispered into the radio. "Over."
Wait for backup,
Alex instructed.
"On our way. Over."
Now that she knew where the hostile was located, she felt a measure of relief. It seemed less likely he would sneak up on her. She knew there was only one, and Alex and the others were on the way. They would face the hostile together. Melissa stayed low behind an abandoned car, her pulse thrumming in her ears as she listened to the ragged breathing of the hidden hostile. "He's hurt," she whispered, barely audible. Jason nodded, his face tense with concentration. Her earpiece crackled softly.
"We're closing in from the south."
Alex's voice came through.
"Hold position. Over."
From their position, Melissa could now make out a trail of blood droplets leading to a blue sedan about 20 feet ahead. The man had crawled there after the firefight. His labored breathing grew more pronounced, wet, rattling sounds that told her his wound was severe. Movement to the south caught her attention. Alex and Oliver had reached their position, crouched low with weapons ready. Alex made eye contact with her, then gestured toward the sedan with 2 fingers. She nodded in understanding. "Jason," she whispered, "stay here and cover us." Her son frowned but complied, positioning himself to provide suppressing fire if needed. Melissa moved forward with Alex and Oliver, using the abandoned vehicles as cover. Stan, Luke, John, and Josh materialized from other directions, completing their circle around the wounded man. As they drew closer, a weak voice called out,
Don't shoot."
Alex signaled for them to proceed with caution. Melissa's heart sped up as she moved forward, her gun trained on the compact car. When she rounded the vehicle's front end, she saw him. A young man, maybe mid-20s, slumped against the tire. Blood soaked through his shirt just below his collarbone.
"Hands where I can see them,"
Alex commanded. The man weakly raised one hand, the other pressed against his wound.
Can't lift the other one."
Blood bubbled at the corner of his mouth when he spoke. Melissa recognized death when she saw it approaching. This man wouldn't last long.
"Clear,"
Stan called from the other side of the vehicle.
"No other hostiles."
Alex moved in first, kicking away a pistol that lay beside the wounded man. Melissa followed, kneeling a few feet away, her weapon still ready. But more than anything, she didn't want to have to kill this man. But she didn't think she would have to.
"Why did you attack us?"
Alex demanded. The dying man coughed, speckling his chin with blood.
"Orders. Mark said you had supplies."
His eyes rolled slightly before focusing again.
"Saw you at the rest stop. Lots of kids. Thought you'd be easy."
Mark? The man with the beard?
The wounded man nodded weakly.
He's all that's left now.
A bitter smile crossed his bloodied lips.
You killed everyone else.
Melissa observed his face. How many were in your group in total?
14.
He coughed again, more violently this time.
Just Mark left now, to lead. Nobody.
The man's breathing became more labored, his eyes growing unfocused.
Any others we should know about? Any base nearby?
Alex pressed, his voice firm but not cruel. The dying man shook his head slightly.
Just us scavengers. Mark wanted to build something.
His voice dropped to a whisper.
Didn't work out so well.
The man's head lolled to one side, his final breath escaping in a soft sigh. Just like that, he was gone. Melissa felt a strange hollowness in her chest. Another life lost in this new, brutal world. She reached forward and gently closed his vacant eyes. He's gone. The words felt heavy. Alex stood silent, then placed his hand on her shoulder.
You okay?
She nodded, rising to her feet. Yeah, I'm okay. She turned toward where Jason waited, watching them with worried eyes. Let's get back to the others.
Chapter 37. Alex. Alex studied the dead man leaning against the compact car. What a waste. The entire group they'd battled had died for no reason other than their desire to take from others. Would people never learn? Heaving a sigh, Alex followed the others from his group to the vehicles arrayed around the bus. They were close to the homestead, only about 30 miles away. Could they get there without another confrontation? The thought of yet another battle exhausted him, but it was out of his hands. He would do whatever it took to protect those he loved, as well as their precious supplies.
Do you want me to drive the truck?
Luke asked him. That would put Alex and Melissa on the bus. Remembering that Melissa had said she preferred to be on the bus, and knowing she could probably use a break from being at the front of the convoy, he nodded. Yeah, thanks. When Alex told Melissa the arrangement, she smiled and climbed aboard the bus after Jason. Oliver was already behind the wheel, ready to go.
Mom!
Emily said as she ran to Melissa and threw her arms around her.
You're okay.
Melissa hugged their 15-year-old daughter.
I'm okay. We're all okay.
She pulled away from Emily.
No one from our group got hurt.
Alex couldn't help but silently ask how long their luck would hold out. Emily sat beside Melissa in an empty row, while Alex stood at the front in the position that had become so familiar to him on this journey.
Everyone ready?
Oliver called out. There were shouts of, yeah, and let's go. Oliver had to turn the bus around, and after the three-point turn, they were on their way. The Bronco led the convoy, followed by Luke in the blue truck, then the bus, then Stan in the sage green truck. The familiar landscape rolled past the bus windows as they resumed their journey, every stalled car catching Alex's eye as he watched to make sure no one was waiting to jump out and attack. His muscles ached from the tension, adrenaline still coursing through his system from the shootout. Melissa joined him at the front.
You look exhausted.
I am. He rubbed his eyes, feeling the grit of sleeplessness beneath his eyelids. But we're close now. 30 miles, maybe less.
Do you think we'll make it without another incident?
Her voice carried the same weariness he felt. Alex turned to her, admiring her strength. The woman who'd once worried about project deadlines now calculated bullet trajectories and cleared rooms like she'd been doing it all her life. I hope so. But hope isn't a strategy. Oliver turned to Alex.
Will you do a radio check?
Alex nodded and thumbed the radio. Bronco, blue truck, green truck, radio check. Over. Each responded in turn, reporting all clear.
I can hardly wait to see Scott and Heather,
Melissa said with a bright smile. Same. Alex paused. I wonder how their setup is looking. They'd talked about being prepared for something like this, but last we spoke, they hadn't quite finished everything they wanted to do. Melissa frowned slightly.
Yeah. I'm a little worried our arrival's going to overwhelm them.
Wearing a wry expression, he said, Ready or not, here we come. She chuckled.
You could say that.
She squeezed his hand, then went back to sit beside Emily. They'd driven several more miles when John's voice came over the radio.
Road's blocked ahead by a pileup. Looks old. Over.
Immediately alarmed that this was a trap, Alex lifted the radio to his lips as he made eye contact with Oliver, who had turned to look at him. "Approach with caution," he said. "Could be a trap. Over."
Copy that,
Luke said.
"Stopping now,"
John said.
"Over."
Alex peered through the windshield, and when he saw the jumble of vehicles completely blocking the southbound lanes, his heart sank. Then, he noticed that the northbound lanes were open. Maybe this wasn't a trap, or it was a completely new kind. Softly sighing, he saw the Bronco's brake lights come on, then the blue truck driven by Luke. "Stop here," Alex said to Oliver, who slowed the bus before coming to a halt about 200 yards from the blockage. Alex turned to the occupants of the bus. "Jason, come with me." Jason stood and hurried down the aisle. Oliver opened the bus's main door, and Alex and Jason stepped onto the asphalt. Stan pulled up beside the bus. Alex opened the passenger door. Jason got in first, then Alex. "Let's check it out," Alex said to Stan, who drove forward, stopping once he reached Luke and John, who were already surveying the mess.
"We could just cross the median,"
Stan pointed out. There was nothing but a wide stretch of short grass between the two directions of the interstate. Alex surveyed the mass of twisted metal and shattered glass. At least 7 vehicles were involved. Some flipped onto their sides and others wedged together in awkward angles. No path remained for driving through. "Yeah, that's probably the best solution."
"By the way,"
John said,
"I'm getting low on fuel."
My truck could use gas as well,
Luke added. Alex studied the vehicles in the northbound lanes and the surrounding area. "This is probably a good place to siphon some fuel before we reach Cedar City. Pretty quiet here."
"I agree,"
John said. "Okay," Alex said, his mind rolling through options. "Let's make sure this pileup is legit, then we'll cross the median and siphon as much fuel as we can." The 5 of them walked to the crash site, picking their way carefully around the debris. They checked each vehicle, finding 2 with decomposing bodies. It was clear that these cars had collided when the EMP had hit, versus someone piling them up as a trap. Relieved, Alex spoke into the radio. "Bus, cross the median to go around the blockage. We'll meet you there, then we need to look for fuel. Over."
"Copy."
Alex watched as the bus drove forward before angling left to cross the median. It bounced as it traversed the rough terrain, but it didn't take long for Oliver to reach the northbound lanes where he turned south, stopping as he waited for the 2 trucks in the Bronco to catch up. "Jason," Alex said, "you ride with Stan. I'll ride with Luke."
"Okay, Dad,"
Jason said before hopping into Stan's truck. John led the way, crossing the median and joining the bus on the other side. Alex held onto the dash as the truck made its way across the median. The short drive was a little smoother than it had been for the bus, but when they reached the pavement, Alex turned his attention to which vehicles they could use for a fuel source. "Let's try that one," he said as he pointed to a nearby sedan. With only one siphon kit and several vehicles that needed fuel, it took longer than Alex wanted to get the job done.
I think we're good,
Luke said once they'd gassed up the vehicles that were low.
Plenty to get us there.
Great, Alex said as he studied the landscape. We're past the blockage. Let's find a crossover lane and get back on that side so we can be on our way.
Copy that,
Luke said with a grin. Chuckling, Alex turned and went to the bus, where he joined Oliver at the front. Jason had opted to stay with Stan. They drove a short distance before finding a crossover lane, and once on the southbound side, they got back into convoy formation. "We're nearly there," Alex said to Oliver, his heart hitching with a mix of hope and trepidation. Chapter 38. Alex. Alex leaned forward as he peered through the windshield. Cedar City was just ahead, the town's outskirts materializing in the distance, buildings rising from the landscape like half-forgotten monuments to a vanished civilization. "Slow down," he said to Oliver. "People ahead." His stomach knotted as he spotted a dozen pedestrians scattered across the interstate, their gaits suggesting that they had been walking a long time. Some carried backpacks or dragged wheeled suitcases behind them. Others clutched plastic bags filled with scavenged goods. They seemed to be heading south. Oliver eased off the gas, the bus's momentum bleeding away.
"Not liking the look of this."
"Me neither." Alex grabbed the radio. "Convoy, I'm sure you see the people on the road. Do not stop for any reason. Over."
Copy that,
John said. Luke and Stan acknowledged the message as well. Alex watched closely as first John, then Luke, approached the pedestrians. A cluster of figures in the middle of the interstate turned as the convoy drew closer, staring at the sight of working vehicles, including a bus. 5 men and 3 women, all with the hollow-eyed look of desperation that had become the new normal. One man, bearded, rail-thin, wearing a stained flannel shirt, stepped forward and waved his arms over his head.
They want us to stop,
Melissa said from behind him. Alex gripped the radio again. Everyone maintain speed. Do not stop. When the Bronco didn't stop, the group had no choice but to scatter, some moving to the median, others to the right lane. The Bronco passed the bystanders, then Luke in the blue truck passed them by. Oliver kept the bus moving steadily forward. The bearded man's face contorted with anger when it became clear no one would stop for him. He shouted something Alex couldn't hear.
Alex.
A sharp crack interrupted her as something struck the side of the bus. Then another.
They're throwing rocks,
Emily shouted from farther back. As the bus passed, the people scattered across the interstate. Alex strode to the rear to look through the emergency door window. Several people were picking up stones from the roadside. One man wound up like a baseball pitcher before letting fly. The rock bounced off the rear of the bus with a dull thunk. "Speed up," Alex shouted to Oliver. "Not too fast, but let's get clear." Oliver pressed the accelerator. The bus lurched forward, pulling away from the rock throwers. Stan's truck followed behind, with Jason in the passenger seat. Alex watched as Stan's truck passed through the gauntlet. A man with a red bandana tied around his head hurled a rock that bounced off the truck's front fender.
They're getting more agitated,
Melissa observed, her voice taut with anxiety. The bus cleared the group, but Stan's truck was still passing through. Alex watched in horror as 3 men rushed toward it, launching rocks in unison. The sound of impact reached them even inside the bus, a sickening crash as the windshield of Stan's truck shattered, spiderwebbing into 1,000 pieces. The vehicle swerved dangerously before straightening out. "Jason, Stan," Alex shouted into the radio. "Are you okay?" Static filled the silence for 2 agonizing seconds before Stan's voice came through.
"We're fine. The windshield's gone. Jason caught some glass, but nothing serious."
Relief washed over Alex, immediately followed by white-hot anger that those people had endangered his teenage son.
"We have more pedestrians."
Oliver's tone was controlled, but loud enough for all on the bus to hear. Alex rushed forward to see what new obstacle they were facing. About 50 yards ahead, another cluster of people stood in the southbound lanes of the interstate, clearly drawn by the commotion behind them. This group was different, though. 4 men and 2 women had positioned themselves directly in the center of the interstate, and they didn't seem willing to move. "They must have heard the rocks hitting," Alex said, thoughts hurtling through his brain. "They're trying to force us to stop." Oliver gripped the wheel tightly.
"We can't stop here. Not with those others on our tail. We'd be boxed in."
Agreed. Alex snatched up the radio. "Convoy, don't let the people up ahead block us. Go wide right. Don't slow down. Over."
Copy that,
John's voice crackled back. Alex watched as the Bronco veered toward the shoulder. The pedestrians tracked John's movement, their heads turning in unison like predators spotting prey. 2 of the men rushed to intercept, but John sped up, forcing them to leap back. "Luke, follow John's path exactly," Alex instructed through the radio. "Stan, stay close to us. Oliver's going to split the difference on the left." Melissa touched his shoulder.
Alex, they've got kids with them.
Alex blinked, focusing harder on the group ahead. Sure enough, partially hidden behind a woman in a green jacket stood 2 small figures, children no older than 10. "Crap," he muttered. "Oliver, slow down, but don't stop. I need them to see we won't hit them, but we're not stopping either." Oliver eased off the accelerator, the bus's momentum dropping gradually. Alex studied the faces of the people ahead. They weren't holding weapons, at least nothing visible, and they looked more desperate than dangerous, but he'd learned the hard way how quickly desperation could turn violent.
"I'm past them,"
John reported over the radio. Luke's truck followed the path John had carved, taking the shoulder at speed. The pedestrians scrambled to avoid him, their movements frantic. As Oliver guided the bus toward the left side of the roadway, Alex could see the faces of the pedestrians now. Hunger had hollowed their cheeks. The children clung to the woman's legs, fear broadcasting from their wide eyes.
"Help us!"
one man shouted, his voice muffled through the windshield.
"Please!"
Oliver's jaw tightened.
"We can't stop."
"No, we can't." The words tasted bitter in Alex's mouth. "Keep moving." The bus rolled slowly past the group. A woman with gray-streaked hair slapped her palm against the side as they passed, the hollow sound reverberating through the vehicle.
They have children,
Emily said from behind him, her voice breaking. Alex turned to find his daughter standing in the aisle, her eyes fixed on the small figures they were leaving behind. "If we stop," he began, the familiar weight of impossible choices settling on his shoulders again, "we'll be overrun."
I know,
she said, her eye sad.
It's just...
She shook her head.
"We have our kids to worry about,"
Melissa interjected, her tone gentle but firm.
"Jason's already hurt."
Emily nodded and in a soft voice said,
I know.
Alex went to the back where he could watch to make sure Stan and Jason passed safely. Stan's truck was right behind them, the windshield completely gone. In the passenger seat, Jason held a cloth to his cheek where the glass had cut him. Once clear of the pedestrians, Oliver sped up again. Alex faced his friends and family inside the bus. "Everyone okay?" A chorus of affirmative responses followed, though Emily remained silent, her expression troubled as she sank back into her seat. "Bronco," Alex spoke into the radio. "How's it looking ahead? Over."
"Clear for now. Do you want to stop and regroup? Over."
Alex considered for a moment. "No, we're almost to Springmont. Let's push on." He paused. "How's Jason?" "Over." Stan replied, his voice strained but steady.
His cut isn't bad, just a few scratches. But driving with no windshield is a real pain. Over.
"Let's get him on the bus," Alex said, then surveyed the immediate area. "We'll stop long enough to get him on board. Over."
Copy.
Oliver slowed the bus, then stopped. Stan paused to the right of the bus. Jason hopped out of the truck and trotted over to the bus's main door, which Oliver opened. The moment Jason was inside, Oliver closed the door and the convoy continued.
"Let me see that cut,"
Melissa said, hurrying toward Jason, who sank onto an empty bench.
Chapter 39. Melissa.
"John says the Springmont exit is coming up,"
Alex said from the front of the bus. Immense relief swept over Melissa, and when she turned to the weary travelers on the bus, she could see the excitement and relief etched on their faces. Needing to see the exit for herself, she stood, then hurried to the front to join Alex. Peering at the green sign in the distance, she made out the words she'd been waiting to see since leaving home. "Springmont, 1 mile." She turned to Alex with a radiant smile. "I can't believe we made it." Then her smile dimmed, just a little. "I'm so excited to see Heather and Scott and their kids, but..." He looked at her, understanding in his eyes.
"But will they have room for all of us?"
That was exactly her concern. Pressing her lips together, she nodded.
"We're bringing supplies,"
he reminded her.
"And Scott and Heather have good hearts. We'll figure something out."
"That's true," she replied, although that was no guarantee things would work out. The bus slowed as it took the exit behind the Bronco and blue truck. Springmont was a couple of miles west of the interstate, and as they drew closer, Melissa felt her chest tighten with a mix of excitement, relief, and anxiety. She hadn't seen her sister and her family in many months. They had a close relationship, so she assumed Heather and Scott would welcome them. What if she was wrong? Shaking her head, she focused on this last leg of their long journey. The Bronco came to a stop in the middle of the road. Unsure what the problem was because they were still a good mile from the main entrance to Springmont, Melissa turned to Alex. "What's going on?" Shrugging, he lifted the radio to his lips. Then he held up a finger as if listening to someone speaking in his earpiece. Finally, he turned to her.
"John wants to talk to everyone."
Luke had stopped behind the Bronco and was getting out. Oliver parked the bus behind the blue truck. Alex, Melissa, Oliver, and the other adults got out of the bus and joined John, Luke, and Stan at the Bronco.
Everything okay?
Alex asked John. Melissa watched him closely. He was from Springmont, so if anyone knew the proper protocol for showing up during the apocalypse, he would. John smiled.
Yeah. I was thinking it would be better if you and I...
He gestured to Alex.
Approach the roadblock alone. If our whole convoy shows up, it might cause a panic. But they know me.
Makes sense,
Alex replied. Melissa agreed, but she wasn't about to be left behind.
We'll radio you when it's safe to join us,
John said to the others. I'd like to come, Melissa said, her tone making it clear she wouldn't accept no for an answer. John appraised her, then nodded.
Of course.
He smiled.
I'm sure you're eager to see your family.
At the thought of seeing her sister, Melissa couldn't stop the tears from filling her eyes. I am.
All right. Let's go.
When Melissa noticed the rifle in Alex's hand, she got in the back of the Bronco so Alex could sit up front. She was more than happy to let him be the one to face off with any opposition, although since the people of Springmont knew John, she didn't expect any issues. Still, she was glad Alex wouldn't leave them vulnerable to attack, not after all they'd been through to get here. John put his Bronco in gear. He glanced at Alex as the Bronco moved forward.
I don't know what's happened in Springmont while I've been gone.
He looked meaningfully at the rifle gripped in Alex's hand.
But I hope you won't need that.
Me too.
So did Melissa. They were so close to their destination, and she was ready for a break from constantly battling to get where they needed to go. Moments later, they rounded a bend in the road. Leaning forward to see better, Melissa squinted into the distance. A handful of people stood behind a blockade built from several vehicles shoved together, and on the stretch of road leading to the blockade sat an SUV and a truck. Another truck lay on its side on the shoulder.
Those weren't here when I left,
John said, his voice filled with tension. Shifting her attention from the flipped truck to the men at the barricade, when Melissa saw them pointing their rifles at the Bronco, her heart beat faster.
Better stop here,
Alex said, when they were about 50 yards away.
Yep,
John replied as the Bronco came to a halt.
Stay inside.
Moving slowly, cautiously, John opened his door. Raising his arms so they were clearly visible, he stepped to the asphalt.
It's me,
he shouted.
Sheriff John Clarkson.
Sheriff?
One man called back, his tone questioning. Melissa noticed they all lowered their weapons. That was a good sign.
That you, Jeremy?
John called out as he strode forward.
Sure is.
Melissa couldn't hear the conversation after that because John had reached the barricade and was talking to the men there. He shook hands with each of them, spoke for a couple of minutes, then jogged back to the Bronco, a smile on his face. He hopped inside.
They'll let us through.
Immense relief cascaded over Melissa. What if they'd come this far only to be turned away at the last minute? They drove toward the barricade, and as they got closer, some men pushed one car out of the way, making a gap wide enough for John to drive through. Once on the other side, John stopped the Bronco and turned to Alex, then to Melissa.
I didn't tell them about the others yet, just that you're related to Scott and Heather.
Quickly thinking it over, Melissa said, "Let's talk to Heather and Scott before we have everyone else come through."
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
A man approached the passenger side of the Bronco. His expression was open and friendly. Alex rolled the window down.
You're Scott's brother-in-law?
The man asked Alex. Alex smiled back.
Sure am.
He gestured to Melissa.
My wife is Heather's sister.
The man stuck his hand through the window.
Name's Jeremy. I'm their neighbor.
Jeremy shook Alex's hand, then reached back to Melissa. Feeling welcome, she shook his hand as well. Jeremy's smile grew wider.
They are going to be so happy to see you.
They're not expecting us,
Alex replied. Jeremy chuckled.
Oh, I know, but they mentioned more than once that they hoped you would come down.
This news filled Melissa's heart to the brim with anticipation and excitement. Heather wanted them to come.
I'll radio Scott to expect a visitor,
Jeremy said. Then he grinned.
But I won't say who it is.
Thank you. He smiled at her.
Of course.
Then he looked at John.
Glad to have you back, Sheriff.
His smile faded.
How's your family?
John chuckled.
They'll be coming along shortly.
Glad to hear it.
Jeremy patted the open window frame, then stepped back. John slowly drove forward.
We need to let the others know what's going on.
Better do it now. Might be out of range soon.
Bus, come in,
Alex said into the radio. Melissa couldn't hear their reply because Alex wore an earpiece, but after a moment, Alex said into the radio.
All is well, but before you approach, we're going to talk to Scott and Heather. We'll come and get you soon. Over.
They heard you? Melissa asked after a brief pause.
Yes. They'll wait until we come back for them.
The Bronco continued driving. On the lookout for the turnoff to Heather and Scott's place, Melissa studied the familiar terrain. As she imagined Heather's surprise at their arrival, she couldn't dim the smile that lit her face. There's the turnoff, she said, pointing to where the gravel road that led to the homestead branched off from the pavement.
Yep.
Melissa had to remind herself that John was very familiar with Springmont. Moments later, the house came into view. Storm and Ranger, Scott and Heather's German shepherds, jumped to their feet on the porch and raced toward the Bronco. Melissa absently wondered if the dogs would accept Baxter. She hoped so. Stephen adored the black lab they'd adopted. The front door opened. Heather and Scott stepped onto the porch. There she was, her younger sister. Tears flooded Melissa's eyes, and though she tried to smile, her chin wobbled too much to allow it.
I don't think they can tell it's us,
Alex said with a chuckle. Blinking rapidly to clear her tears, Melissa wiped at her cheeks. Then she took a deep breath, which helped to get her emotions under control.
Chapter 40. Heather. Who is it? Heather asked Scott as a Bronco drove toward their house. The sun shining on the windshield made it difficult to see who was inside.
Looks like Sheriff Clarkson's car,
Scott said. I don't think that's Cheryl with him, though. She shaded her eyes, but that did nothing to help.
I didn't know he was back in town.
The Bronco stopped a short distance from the porch steps. The person in the front seat shifted, and suddenly Heather could make out a face. A face that looked familiar. Could it be? Stunned and disbelieving, Heather gasped as she threw one hand over her mouth. Is that...
No way,
Scott said. Then he jogged down the steps and straight to the passenger side of the Bronco. Heather was right behind him, her heart beating erratically. The passenger door opened, and when Alex stepped out, Heather couldn't believe her eyes. But as happy as she was to see her brother-in-law, she immediately looked deeper into the Bronco. Intense hope swept over her, followed by deep terror that the seat would be empty.
Heather?
She heard a familiar voice call out. Then a face she'd been desperate to see appeared. Melissa!
Heather!
Melissa climbed out of the Bronco, and the moment her feet touched the ground, Heather threw her arms around her and held her tighter than she ever had before, which is when she admitted that deep down, she'd wondered if she would ever see her big sister again. I can't believe you're here, she cried.
I know,
Melissa said, her voice thick with tears. After several long moments, she stepped back.
It's so good to see you.
Heather laughed, her heart nearly bursting with joy. Then something occurred to her. Where are the kids? Are they all right? Melissa's smile never wavered.
Yes, they're fine.
She glanced at Alex, who stood beside Scott.
They're with the rest of our group, outside of Springmont.
Group?
Scott asked.
What group?
Heather turned to Melissa and noticed a slight hesitation. Silently wondering why Melissa seemed reluctant to explain, Heather was so filled with happiness that she didn't think too much of it.
Some of our neighbors fled with us,
Alex responded.
Fled,
Scott repeated.
That bad, huh?
We have a lot to tell you,
Alex added.
But there's plenty of time for that.
Melissa began.
We have supplies to share, but we're concerned about whether you have room for our friends.
Heather couldn't imagine it would be an issue, but she'd learned that it was never a good idea to assume anything nowadays.
How many people are we talking about?
Scott asked.
3 families,
Alex replied.
People who have had our backs.
He paused.
We wouldn't have survived this long without them.
I can vouch for them,
Sheriff Clarkson said. Curious how he knew Melissa and Alex's friends, Heather turned to him. You know them? He smiled.
I've gotten to know them since we ran into each other in Fillmore.
He shook his head.
Kind of serendipitous, if you ask me. I don't know if my family would have made it back to Springmont if we hadn't joined up with these good folks.
That was a story Heather was very interested in hearing. But not yet.
That's so.
Scott said.
Like I said,
Alex replied.
we have a lot to tell you.
Scott nodded.
As do we. Life and death stuff.
Heather thought about all they'd faced since the EMP. Scott wasn't exaggerating.
About our friends. They're good people. Luke was a police officer. He and his wife Chloe have 2 adorable little girls. Stan and Nancy were our next-door neighbors. They have 2 sweet little boys, and Stan is such a good man. And then there's Oliver and Amanda. Oliver is as brave as they come, and their 2 teenage boys will work hard. They have 2 little ones as well.
Although she felt a little overwhelmed, the idea of having capable people joining them excited Heather. Trying to guard their small homestead with just her, Scott, and their 3 children was exhausting. If they had more people, especially people who had experience dealing with troublemakers, it would lift a burden. She turned to Scott, and when their eyes met, she knew he was thinking the same thing. He smiled at her, then turned back to Alex and Melissa.
I'm sure we can make room.
He swept his hand toward their property.
We have the space, and we can use the help.
Really?
Melissa asked. Heather reached out and put her hand on her sister's arm. Of course. These people are important to you. Friends of yours are friends of ours. Melissa pulled Heather into an embrace.
Thank you. I was so worried you would say no.
I'm just so glad you're here. Melissa stepped back.
We have a decent amount of food with us.
That was good news. Although she and Scott were well prepared, feeding the number of people who would join them would be daunting, but she had a feeling it would be worth it.
Were you able to find your family?
Scott asked Sheriff Clarkson, and Heather remembered that he'd left to go find them. He grinned.
Sure did. They're on the bus with the rest of the group.
A bus? Heather asked, her eyebrows rising at the idea. Melissa laughed.
Yes, we drove down on a big old yellow school bus.
No kidding,
Scott said.
Speaking of the bus, I'm sure the people on board are eager to get here. It's been a long journey.
Let's go get them.
Stay here, Heather said to Melissa, not wanting her to go anywhere now that she'd arrived. Melissa smiled.
All right.
I'll come with you.
Scott said to Sheriff Clarkson and Alex.
I need to let the men at the barricade know it's okay for you all to come through, that you have a place to go.
The 3 men got in the Bronco, and as they drove away, Heather led the way into the house. A feeling of peace settling over her that she hadn't felt since the EMP had turned her world upside down.
Chapter 41. Alex. Alex sat in the rear seat of the Bronco, and when they reached the barricade, John stopped. Jeremy, the man they'd met earlier, came to the driver's side.
Leaving already?
He asked.
There are others in our group,
John told him.
Waiting a couple of miles away.
Oh,
Jeremy said, clearly surprised. Then he looked at Scott in the passenger seat.
They'll be staying at your place?
Scott nodded.
Yep.
I can vouch for every one of them,
John said. Jeremy smiled.
That's good enough for me.
He glanced at the other guards, who were watching the exchange with interest, then turned back to John.
We can always use more good people.
He shifted his eyes to Scott.
Right?
Scott nodded.
Absolutely.
Alex wondered what had happened in Springmont to prompt their comments. He had a feeling they would be up late that night sharing stories.
We'll be back with a bit of a convoy,
John said. Then he chuckled.
So be prepared.
Jeremy nodded but didn't comment. Then John drove through the gap. Bus, Alex said into the radio. We're on our way to you. Over.
Copy that.
Eager to get everyone back to the homestead, Alex forced himself to relax, and within a couple of minutes, the blue truck, the bus, and Stan's green truck came into view.
Holy cow,
Scott said.
You weren't kidding. You do have a bus.
Alex couldn't help but laugh. Yep. Gathered in front of the bus were Oliver, Luke, Stan, and their wives, along with Cheryl. Several kids ran around with Baxter right in the mix. "Let's fill them in," Alex said. "And you can meet everyone, Scott." John stopped the Bronco several yards from the group, then all three men got out. Alex made the introductions.
"We'd be glad to have you on our property,"
Scott said to the group at large, then turned to John.
"Sheriff Clarkson has vouched for all of you."
"We appreciate the invitation,"
Luke replied.
Yes.
Chloe added.
Thank you so much.
Alex watched as relief spread across the face of each adult in his group. They'd endured so much to reach this place. Gunfights, ambushes, sleepless nights, and constant fear. Now they stood on the precipice of something that felt almost forgotten: safety. "Let's get this convoy moving," Alex said, gesturing toward the vehicles. "It's been a long journey." Scott nodded.
"My property's not far from here."
As everyone returned to their vehicles, Alex pulled Oliver aside. "How's Jason doing?"
Amanda cleaned his cut. It's not too deep, but it was bleeding quite a bit. Head wounds always do.
"Thanks for looking after him." Oliver clapped him on the shoulder.
"Of course."
Alex climbed back into the Bronco with John and Scott. John led the way, followed by the blue truck, then the bus, with Stan's truck bringing up the rear.
"Have you had any trouble since I've been gone?"
John asked Scott. Scott glanced at Alex before facing John.
"We were attacked. It was an outside group, but some locals were on the wrong side of it."
He frowned.
"We killed most of them, but the leaders got away."
"I'll want to hear all the details."
"I knew you would, Sheriff."
Alex listened in silence as the pair discussed the people who had turned against their own community. People they both knew but whom Alex had never met. "Is that why there's a rolled truck?" Alex asked. They'd just passed it and were now approaching the barricade.
"Yep,"
Scott replied.
"They attacked us, but we mounted a defense. Lost a few people, though."
"Sorry to hear it," Alex said. He knew exactly what that was like. They drove through the gap in the barricade, and the rest of the convoy followed. Alex couldn't miss the surprise on the faces of the guards as the bus drove through. Smiling to himself, Alex reveled in the feeling of success. They'd made it to Springmont with every member of their group. Jason had been injured by flying glass, but with that the only injury, Alex considered them extremely lucky, especially with all the battles they'd been in. It was a testament to their experience and how well they worked as a team. It didn't take long to reach the turnoff to the homestead, and as the house came into view, Alex saw Melissa sitting on the porch with Heather. The sight warmed his heart. John pulled the Bronco to a halt near the porch, and the men got out. The rest of the convoy found places to park, and once the bus came to a stop, Oliver opened the doors and the children spilled out. Baxter bounded after them, barking happily. Melissa and Heather joined Alex and Scott.
"I locked the dogs in the house,"
Heather said.
"We'll give them time to meet everyone once things calm down."
2 teenagers, a girl and a boy, as well as a young girl, came out of the house.
"Uncle Alex!"
Ava shouted before running to him. Alex swept her into a hug. "Wow, you've gotten so big." He set her back on the ground. She laughed.
"I know, I'm 9.
"No way." Jason, Emily, and Stephen joined them, giving their aunt and uncle warm hugs. Then 14-year-old Katie and 12-year-old Jake reached the group. Everyone spoke in excited voices, especially the kids, as they each had so much to share. John and Cheryl walked over to the group.
"We're going to head to our place,"
John said.
"Just wanted to say goodbye. And thanks for letting us caravan with you."
Alex shook his hand. "No thanks necessary. Having you along was a tremendous help." Cheryl hugged Melissa.
"It was so good to get to know you."
"We're here for the long haul, so I'll see you soon."
The family said their goodbyes to everyone, then climbed into the Bronco and drove away. Everyone was off the bus and out of the trucks now and seemed to be waiting for instructions on where they should go. "Where would you like us, Scott?" Alex asked.
"Oh, sorry,"
Scott said with a soft chuckle.
"Not used to having so many guests at once."
He turned to the loosely gathered group.
"Welcome. I know you've had a rough journey, but Heather and I are glad you're here."
Alex couldn't miss the smiles of relief lighting his friends' faces. They'd been as concerned as he was that Scott and Heather would say they didn't have room for them, so to be welcomed like that was meaningful.
"It might be a little tight at first,"
Scott continued.
but we'll make space for everyone.
Emily can stay in my room.
Katie offered.
Thank you, honey.
Scott said with a smile. Then he turned to the teenage boys.
We have a bunkhouse that sleeps 8, even has a working bathroom.
No way.
Logan said.
With running water?
Scott chuckled.
That's right.
Alex met Melissa's eyes. She nodded and mouthed the words, hot shower. He couldn't wait to wash off the dirt and grime.
I want to stay in the bunkhouse with them,
12-year-old Jake said.
That's perfect, son. Then some of our guests can use your room.
That's A-OK with me,
Jake said with a bright smile. It took a little figuring out, but eventually everyone found a place to stay. They spent the next couple of hours settling in, including showering, although to keep the hot water from running out, they kept these first showers brief. They also unloaded all the food and supplies from the bus and Stan's truck, securing them in the basement.
This feels so good,
Melissa said as she stretched out on the bed in the basement room that would be theirs.
like heaven.
Alex chuckled. He felt the same way. Being with the people he cared most about in the world in a safe place was everything. Are you saying the trip was worth it? He asked Melissa as he sat on the edge of the bed near her. She sat up, her face nearly glowing.
Oh, yes, 100%.
Then she smirked.
I'm just glad you finally came around to my way of thinking.
Remembering how resistant he'd been to leaving their neighborhood, he couldn't help but laugh. At least you didn't say, I told you so. She leaned forward and placed her hands on his arm.
I would never say that. Not when it's so obvious that I was right.
He leaned his head back and laughed harder. Okay, smarty pants, let's go see what everyone is up to. Together they went up the stairs to the main level, where most of the adults had gathered. A wonderful scent wafted from the kitchen, making Alex's stomach rumble.
Katie and I prepared hot stew,
Heather announced. The mention of a hot, home-cooked meal sent a ripple of excitement through the group. As they filed toward the kitchen, Alex hung back, taking a moment to step onto the porch and survey their new surroundings. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the property, highlighting the defensive positions, the garden plots, and the solar panels on the roof. It wasn't perfect, but it was defensible, sustainable. For the first time since the EMP had hit, Alex felt something unfamiliar settle in his chest. Hope.
Dad?
Emily called from the doorway.
You coming?
Right behind you, he answered, turning toward his family and their new beginning, eager to see what their future would bring. This has been Fleeing Chaos, EMP Collapse Book 6, written by Christine Kersey. Narration by 11 Labs. Produced by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2025 by Christine Kersey. Thanks for listening.